Harper Audio presents The Shop on Blossom Street. Written by Debbie Macomber. Read by Linda Emond. The first time I saw the empty store on Blossom Street, I thought of my father. It reminded me so much of the bicycle shop he had when I was a kid. Even the large display windows, shaded by a colorful striped awning, were the same. Outside my dad's shop there were flower boxes full of red blossoms, impatiens, that spilled over beneath the large windows. That was Mom's contribution: impatiens in the spring and summer, chrysanthemums in the fall, and shiny green mistletoe at Christmas. I planned to have flowers too. Dad's business grew steadily, and he moved into increasingly larger premises, but I always loved his first store best. I must have astounded the rental agent who was showing me the property. She'd barely unlocked the front door when I announced, "I'll take it." She turned to face me. "Wouldn't you like to see the place? You do realize there's a small apartment above the shop that comes with it, don't you?" "Yes, you mentioned that earlier." The apartment worked perfectly for me. My cat Whiskers and I were in need of a home. "You would like to see the place before you sign the papers, wouldn't you?" she persisted. I smiled and nodded, but it wasn't really necessary. Instinctively, I knew this was the ideal location for my yarn shop, and for me. The one drawback was that this Seattle neighborhood was undergoing extensive renovations, and because of the construction mess, Blossom Street was closed at one end. The brick building across the street, which had once been a 3-story bank, was being transformed into high-end condos. Several other buildings were also in the process of becoming condos. The architect had somehow managed to maintain the traditional feel of the original places, and that delighted me. Construction would continue for months, but it did mean that my rent was reasonable, at least for now. I knew the first 6 months would be difficult. They are for any small business. The construction might create more obstacles. Nevertheless, I loved the space. Early Friday morning, a week after viewing the property, I signed my name, Lydia Hoffman, to the 2-year lease. I moved into my new home that very day. I felt as if I was just starting my life, and in more ways than I care to count, I actually was. I opened A Good Yarn on the last Tuesday in April. I could only imagine what my sister would say when she learned I'd gone through with this. I hadn't asked her advice because I already knew what Margaret's response would be. She isn't, to put it mildly, the encouraging type. I found a carpenter who built some cubicles for me, 3 rows of them, painted a pristine white. Most of the yarn had arrived on Friday, and I'd spent the weekend sorting it by weight and color and arranging it neatly in the cubicles. I'd bought a second-hand cash register, refinished the counter, and set up racks of knitting supplies. I was ready for business. This should have been a happy moment for me, but instead, I found myself struggling to hold back tears. Dad would have been so pleased if he could have seen what I'd done. He'd been my support and my source of strength, my guiding light. I was so shocked when he died. You see, I always assumed I would die before my father. Most people find talk of death unsettling, but the possibility of death has been my reality for the last 14 years, and I'm as comfortable talking about it as I am the weather. My first bout with cancer came the summer I turned 16. I'd gone to pick up my driver's license that day in August. My mother let me drive from the licensing office to the optometrist. It was supposed to be a routine appointment. I was having my eyes examined before the start of my junior year of high school. I'd been having some problems with headaches and dizzy spells, and Dad thought I might need reading glasses. The optometrist seemed to spend an inordinate amount of time staring into the corner of my eye. He asked a lot of questions about my headaches. That was almost 15 years ago, but I don't think I'll ever forget the look on his face. "I want to make Lydia an appointment at the University of Washington immediately. I think it would be best if Dr. Wilson had a look." Well, Dr. Wilson did more than look. He drilled into my skull and removed a malignant brain tumor. I say those words glibly now, but it wasn't a quick or simple procedure. It meant weeks in the hospital and blinding, debilitating headaches. After the surgery, I went through chemotherapy, followed by a series of radiation treatments. There were days when even the dimmest of lights caused such pain it was all I could do not to scream in agony. There were many mornings I woke up and wished I would die, because I couldn't bear another hour of this. Without my father, I'm convinced I would have. My head was completely shaved, and then, once my hair started to grow back, it fell out again. I missed my entire junior year, and when I was finally able to return to high school, nothing was the same. The saddest part of this story is that just when I was beginning to believe I could have a normal life, the tumor grew back. I'll never forget the day Dr. Wilson told us the cancer had returned. But it's not the expression on his face that I remember. It's the pain in my father's eyes. He, above anyone, understood what I'd endured. My mother doesn't deal well with illness, and Dad was the one who'd held me together emotionally. I was 24 at the time and still in college, trying to accumulate enough credits to graduate. I never did get that degree. I've survived both bouts of cancer, and I'm definitely not the carefree girl I once was. But I've learned there are compensations for my suffering. My dad claimed I achieved a certain calm wisdom, and I suppose I have. Yet in many ways, I'm naive, especially when it comes to men and relationships. Of all the compensations, the one I'm most grateful for is that while undergoing treatment, I learned to knit. I may have survived cancer twice, but unfortunately my father didn't. My second tumor killed him. That's what my sister Margaret believes. She's never actually said so, but I know it's what she thinks. The truth is, I suspect she's probably right. It was a heart attack, but he aged so much after that second diagnosis, I'm sure it affected his health. He was at my bedside as much as possible. That, in particular, is what Margaret can't seem to forgive, the time and devotion Dad gave me throughout this ordeal. Mom, too. Margaret was married and a mother of 2 before the second tumor was even discovered. Nevertheless, she seems to assume that she's somehow been cheated because of my cancer. To this day, she acts as if being sick was my choice, an option I preferred over a normal life. It goes without saying that my sister and I have a strained relationship. Margaret was against my opening a yarn shop, but I sincerely doubt she would have encouraged me in any undertaking. According to the statistics, most new businesses go under, usually within a year, but I still felt I had to give the yarn shop a chance. I had the funds. The money was actually an inheritance I received from my maternal grandmother, who died when I was 12. Dad invested it wisely, and I had a small nest egg. I should have probably saved it for what my mom calls a rainy day, but it's been raining every day since I turned 16. Deep down, I know Dad would approve. As I said, I learned to knit while undergoing chemotherapy. Dad always joked that I had enough yarn to open my own store. Recently, I decided he was right. I love to knit. There's a comfort to it that I can't entirely explain. When your entire world is unraveling, you tend to crave order, and I found it in knitting. In fact, I've even read that knitting can lower stress more effectively than meditation. It made a difference to me, a very big difference. Over the years, I've taught a number of people how to knit. My first students were other cancer patients going through chemotherapy. We met at the Seattle Oncology Center, and before long, I had everyone, men included, knitting cotton washcloths. Certainly I've had some failures, but far more successes. My patience was rewarded when others found the same serenity I did in knitting. Now I have my own shop, and I think the best way to get customers in the door is to offer knitting classes. I'd never sell enough yarn to stay in business if I ran classes in washcloths, so I've chosen a simple baby blanket to start with. I don't know what to expect of my new venture, but I'm hopeful. Hope to a person with cancer, or to a person who has had cancer, is more potent than any drug. We live on it, live for it. It's addictive to those of us who've learned to take one day at a time. I was making a sign advertising my beginner's class when the bell above the door chimed. My first customer had just walked in, and I looked up with a smile on my face. The pounding excitement in my heart quickly died when I realized it was Margaret. "Mom told me you decided to go ahead with this idea of yours. I was in the neighborhood and thought I'd stop by and see the shop. What do you think?" I didn't bother to mention that Blossom Street was decidedly out of her way. "Why did you name it A Good Yarn?" I'd gone over dozens of shop names, some too cute by half. I love the idea that spinning a yarn means telling a story, and sharing stories with people is important to me. Another legacy of the clinic, I suppose. A Good Yarn seems like a warm and welcoming name, but I didn't explain all that to Margaret. I wanted my customers to know I sell quality yarn. Margaret shrugged and glanced around. "It's better than I expected." I considered this high praise. "I don't have a large inventory yet, but I'm hoping to build it up over the next year or so. Everything takes time and money." "Are you expecting Mom to help you?" I shook my head. "You don't need to worry. I'm doing this entirely on my own." So that was the reason for her unannounced visit. Margaret thought I was going to take advantage of our mother. Margaret glared at me as if she wasn't sure I was telling the truth. "I cashed in my Microsoft stock," I confessed. Margaret's deep brown eyes, so much like my own, nearly doubled in horror. "You didn't." "I had to. Given my medical history, no bank would grant me a loan. Although I've been cancer-free for 4 years now, I'm viewed as a risk in just about every area. It's your money, but I don't think Dad would have approved." "He would have been the first one to encourage me." "You're probably right. Dad couldn't deny you anything." My sister walked around the shop, eyeing it critically. Considering Margaret's apparent dislike of me, I don't know why my relationship with her is so important, but it is. Mom's health is fragile, and she hasn't adjusted to life without Dad. Soon, I'm afraid, it'll be only Margaret and me. The thought of not having any family at all terrifies me. "What's your business plan?" Margaret asked. I'm starting small. I've paid for an ad in the Yellow Pages, and I'm just getting ready to post a sign for my first knitting class." "Do you seriously think a handmade sign taped in the window is going to draw people into your store?" Margaret demanded. "Parking is a nightmare out there, and even when the streets open again, you can't expect much traffic through this construction mess. I wish you well, but—" "Do you?" My hands shook as I walked over to the display window and secured my notice for knitting classes. "What's that supposed to mean?" I turned to face my sister, who, at 5'6", stood a good 3 inches taller than me. "I think you want me to fail." "That isn't true. I came this morning because I'm interested in what you're doing." Her chin went up a notch as if she was daring me to challenge her again. Had we been closer, I would have told her the real reason I decided to open a yarn store. This shop was an affirmation of life. I was willing to invest everything I had to make it a success. Like the Viking conqueror who came ashore and burned his ships behind him, I had set my course: succeed or go under. As my father might say, I was taking responsibility for a future I couldn't predict. The bell above the door chimed again. I had a customer, my first real customer. The angry exchange of words with her married son had distressed Jacqueline Donovan. She'd honestly tried to keep her negative feelings regarding her daughter-in-law to herself, but when Paul phoned to tell her Tammy Lee was 5.5 months pregnant, Jacqueline had said things she shouldn't have. Paul had hung up in mid-rant. To complicate everything, her husband had phoned soon afterward, asking her to drop off blueprints at the construction site on Blossom Street. The argument with Paul weighing on her mind, she confessed what she'd said, and now Reese was upset with her too. Truth be told, she didn't much care what her husband thought, but Paul, her only child, now that was a different story. Feeling anxious and depressed, Jacqueline drove down to the job site and wasted 20 minutes finding a parking space. The one she found was quite a distance down the street, across from a seedy-looking video store. Clutching the blueprints, she picked her way through the construction mess. You brought the drawings? Her husband of 33 years walked out of the trailer to meet her as she neared the site. Jacqueline stepped over steel tubes, trying not to dirty her Ferragamo heels. Her husband's architectural firm, Donovan and Gray, was responsible for this renovation project. Dressed in a Brooks Brothers suit and a hard hat, Reese was still a good-looking man at 59. Jacqueline handed him the rolled-up prints. He set the prints inside the trailer and turned back to face her. "I'm worried about Paul," she said, doing her best to maintain her composure. Reese gave a tired shrug. He worked long hours, and Jacqueline pretended to believe that all the time he spent away from home was business-related. She knew otherwise. So if he was tired, she certainly wasn't going to sympathize. For the sake of Paul and their friends, Jacqueline and Reese managed to put up a good front, but they hadn't slept together since Paul left for college 12 years ago. In fact, there was very little they shared except their love for their son. "So Tammy Lee is pregnant," her husband said, ignoring her concern. Jacqueline nodded. Reese frowned. "You don't seem happy about this." "Come on, Reese. How do you expect me to feel?" "Like a woman who's about to be a grandmother for the first time." Jacqueline crossed her arms. "Well, I, for one, am not thrilled." "Jackie, this is our grandchild." "I should have known better than to say anything to you." Jacqueline wouldn't have mentioned it at all if not for the argument with Paul. She'd always been close to her son. He was the reason she'd stayed in this empty shell of a marriage. Her son was everything she'd hoped for. Handsome, smart, successful, and so much more. He'd gone into banking and was quickly climbing up the corporate ladder. And then, a year ago, he'd done something completely out of character. He married the wrong woman. "You haven't given Tammy Lee a chance," Reese insisted. "That is blatantly unfair." To Jacqueline's horror, her voice shook with emotion. She'd given this awkward relationship with Tammy Lee her best effort. For the life of her, Jacqueline couldn't understand why her sensible son would marry this stranger, this little girl from the swamps, when so many of her friends' daughters were interested in him. Paul called Tammy Lee his Southern Belle, but all Jacqueline saw was a hillbilly. "I took her to lunch at the country club, and I've never been so mortified in my life. I introduced her to Mary James, and the next thing I know, Tammy Lee's discussing a recipe for pickled pig's feet or some such with the president of the Women's Association." "Isn't Mary in charge of the cookbook? It makes perfect sense that the two of them would—" "The last thing I need is for you to criticize me, too." There was no point in trying to explain anything to Reese. His voice rose slightly. "What exactly did you say to Paul?" Jacqueline squared her shoulders. "Just that I wished he'd waited a while before starting his family. To make matters worse, Tammy Lee's nearly 6 months along. Naturally, Paul had a convenient excuse for keeping us out of the picture. He said they didn't want to say anything until they could be sure the pregnancy was safe." "And you don't believe them?" "Of course I don't. People usually wait 3 months. You and I both know he put off telling us because he knew how I feel. I've said from the first, and I'll say it again, this marriage is a very big mistake." "Now, Jackie." "What else am I to think? Paul goes off on a business trip to New Orleans and meets this girl in a bar." They were both attending the same financial conference and met for a drink later that evening. Why did Reese have to drag up unnecessary details? "They were together all of 3 days, and the next thing I know, he announces that he's married to a girl neither of us have ever met." "Now, I agree with you there," Reese conceded. "I do wish Paul had told us, but it's been almost a year." It still upset Jacqueline that her son hadn't had a large church wedding the way she'd always envisioned. Jacqueline felt it was what Paul was entitled to, what she was entitled to. Instead, she hadn't even been invited to the wedding. That wasn't territory she particularly wanted to revisit. Her son's only excuse was that he was in love. But Paul must have known she wouldn't be pleased, and he must have realized that his in-laws would be an embarrassment. Tammy Lee got pregnant within 6 months of the wedding. She didn't hide her contempt. "Paul's over 30, Jacqueline. He told me he wanted a family." Talking to Reese was impossible. Jacqueline had honestly tried to welcome Tammy Lee into the family, but all that sweetness and insincere Southern charm simply overwhelmed her. "But Paul's pleased about the baby, isn't he?" Jacqueline nodded. He's thrilled. Then what's the problem? He doesn't seem to think I'm going to make much of a grandmother. Reese's eyes narrowed. What did you say to him? Oh, Reese, she said, feeling terrible now. I couldn't help it. I told him I thought he'd made a terrible mistake in marrying Tammy Lee, and that this pregnancy complicates everything. She'd assumed that a year or two down the road Paul would recognize his lapse in judgment and gracefully bow out of the marriage. A child made that a whole lot less likely. You didn't actually say that to Paul, did you? I realize I should have kept quiet, but I'm just getting used to the fact that our only son eloped with a stranger, and then he hits me with his pregnancy. It should be happy news. Well, it isn't. It is to our son and Tammy Lee. Reese studied her as if he was really noticing her for the first time. Why are you so angry? Because I'm afraid of losing my son. Call him back and apologize. You could order flowers for Tammy Lee. I will, but the gesture would be for Paul's sake, not his wife's. Why not go to the flower shop on Blossom Street? Jacqueline nodded. I plan to do something else, too. She prayed it would be enough. She hoped her son realized she was making an effort to accept his wife. What? I saw a sign in the window of that new knitting shop. I'm going to register for a knitting class. The sign says the beginning project is a baby blanket. Reese so rarely approved anything she did that the warmth of his smile moved all the way through her. I might not like Tammy Lee, but I will be the best grandmother I can. Someone had to provide the appropriate influences for Paul's child. Otherwise, her grandchild might grow up eating deep-fried pickles or going through life as... Carol Gerard had never imagined that getting pregnant could be this difficult. Her mother obviously hadn't had any trouble. Carol and her brother Rick were born 2 years apart. Before they were married, Doug and Carol had talked about having a family. Because of her high-powered job with a national brokerage firm, Doug had asked if she'd be willing to put aside her career for a few years in order to have children. The answer had been an unqualified yes. Babies were a given with her. She'd always pictured herself as a mother. Doug would be a wonderful father, and she was deeply, passionately in love with her husband. She wanted to have his children. Heating her lunch in the microwave, Carol glanced around the kitchen of her 16th-floor condo overlooking Puget Sound. She'd quit her job only a month ago, and she already felt restless and impatient. She'd left the brokerage firm with the sole intention of allowing her body to relax. Doug had convinced her that job-related stress was the reason she hadn't conceived, and her obstetrician conceded that it was possible. A barrage of humiliating tests for both her and Doug had revealed that, in addition to her age, 37, she had to contend with something called ASA, or anti-sperm antibodies. The phone rang, and she leapt on it. "Hello," she said cheerfully, eager to talk to anyone, even if it was a sales call. "Hi, honey. I wondered if you were still at home." "Am I supposed to be somewhere?" Doug chuckled. "I thought you said you were going for a walk this afternoon." That was all part of the program they'd discussed and agreed upon before she'd left her job. "Right. I was just getting ready to head out." She eyed the microwave and turned her back on her waiting lunch. "Carol, are you okay?" Her husband recognized her anxiety. They were both frightened, since there was a very real possibility that she might never carry a pregnancy full term. It didn't help that they had one last shot with in vitro fertilization. The insurance company where Doug worked had its headquarters in Illinois, where state law mandated that company health coverage could pay for 3 attempts. Their first 2 had failed. July would be their last attempt. At the start, they'd agreed to limit in vitro to the 3 attempts. If she wasn't pregnant by then, they'd begin the adoption process. In retrospect, it had been a wise decision. Twice a fertilized egg had been implanted, and twice she'd miscarried. No couple should repeatedly face this kind of heartache. It was vitally important that she get pregnant and stay pregnant this time. Carol was willing to give it everything she had, willing to forsake the job she loved, willing to withstand all the emotional highs and lows of their attempts at conception, all for the sake of a baby, Doug's baby. They'd already chosen the names, Cameron for a boy and Colleen for a girl. She could clearly see their child, could feel the baby in her arms, and see the joy in her husband's eyes. "What time will you be home?" "Usual time," he promised. Her husband of 7 years worked as an insurance underwriter. Carol was the one who earned the big bucks in the family. It was her income that had enabled them to make a substantial down payment on the condo. When they got married, her wise and frugal husband had insisted they adjust their lifestyle to live on his income alone. "Have I mentioned how dreadful daytime television is?" she asked. "Turn off the TV and go for a walk." "Yes, sir." Doug laughed. "I'm not that bad, am I?" "No, you're right. I do need to get outside, and it's a lovely afternoon." It was a perfect May day, and she gazed out at the snow-topped Olympic Mountains in the distance, the blue-green waters of Puget Sound below her. "See you around 5:30, Doug said. "I'll be here." Carol deposited her lunch in the refrigerator and grabbed an apple on her way out the door. She rode an empty elevator down to the condo foyer and headed out the double-glass doors onto the downtown sidewalk. Munching on her apple, she walked swiftly toward the waterfront. Then, on a whim, she headed east, climbing toward Pill Hill, where Virginia Mason Hospital and Swedish Hospital were situated. She was breathing hard as she made it up the steep incline and continued slowly for several blocks, looking around at the unfamiliar neighborhood, until she came to Blossom Street. A number of buildings were being renovated. The street was blocked off, but the sidewalk was accessible. The work on one side of the street seemed to be completed, with freshly painted storefronts and a green and white awning over the florist shop. Tulips and lilies were arranged in buckets outside the front door. Despite the racket of construction, Carol ventured down the street. A video store and a depressing brick apartment building sat at the far end of the block, and a restaurant called Annie's Cafe was across the street. The unrenovated portion of the street resembled a quaint small town. It was hard to tell that Blossom Street was less than a mile from the heart of downtown Seattle with its high-rises and congested streets. Next to the florist was another surprise, a yarn store. The shop was new, judging by the computer-lettered grand opening sign. A woman, probably close to her own age, sat in a rocking chair inside, her hands busy with a pair of needles. A large ball of lime-green yarn rested on her lap. Carol walked through the door, setting off a pleasant chime. "Hello." The petite woman greeted her with a shy smile. "Hello, and welcome to A Good Yarn." "You're new here, aren't you?" The proprietor nodded. "I opened yesterday, and you're my first customer this afternoon." She laughed softly. "First customer today." "What are you knitting?" "A sweater for my niece." Lydia held it up. The colors, lime green, orange, and turquoise, immediately brought a smile to Carol's face. "That's so cute." "Do you knit?" "No." "Then you've come to the right place. I have a beginner's class starting next Friday. If you register for the class, you get a 20% discount on your yarn purchases." "Sorry, I don't think I'd be any good at knitting." Carol wasn't the sort of woman who was comfortable doing things with her hands. Calculating compound interest and figuring annuities, investments, and mutual funds, that was where her skills lay. "You don't know if you don't try. I'm Lydia, by the way." "Carol." She offered her hand, and Lydia put down her knitting to clasp it warmly. Lydia was petite and small-boned, her dark hair worn short. Her brown eyes shone with intelligence, and Carol liked her right away. "I'm starting the class with a simple project," Lydia continued. "I thought I'd have everyone work on a baby blanket." Carol froze. This was too weird, too much of a coincidence. "Perhaps I will sign up for the class after all." These days, Carol looked everywhere for signs and portents, and she had frequent conversations with God. Without a doubt, She knew she'd been sent to this shop. It was his way of letting her know he was about to answer her prayers. When she went in for the fertilization process this third and final time, she would be successful. In the not-too-distant future, she was going to need a baby blanket for her child. Alex Townsend smashed her cigarette butt into the sidewalk with the toe of her knee-high black combat boots. The manager of Blossom Street Video frowned on employees smoking in the break room. The man was a prick anyway, constantly complaining about the staff, the economy, and life in general. Lloyd Fund was right about one thing, though. All this construction was killing business. Alex figured it was only a matter of time before she got her RIF notice, followed by word that her apartment building had been sold. It was inevitable with all the changes taking place in the neighborhood. She burrowed her hands in her black leather jacket and glared down the street at the dust and debris. She wore the leather coat, rain or shine, summer or winter. This jacket had cost her big time, and she wasn't taking it off so someone could conveniently walk away with it. Someone like her roommate, the overweight Laurel, although it was doubtful anything Alex owned would fit her. Leaning against the building, knee bent, one foot braced against the wall, she concentrated on the other side of the street. All the storefronts were newly painted. The new florist shop had already opened, as well as a beauty parlor. Those were a real boon to the neighborhood, as if she had use for either one. The shop situated between them remained something of a mystery. A good yarn. Either it was a bookstore or a knitting shop. In this neighborhood, neither would last long, she suspected. On closer inspection, she decided it was a yarn store. The people who lived in her building weren't exactly the type who got off on a ball of yarn. A knitting shop did bring up an interesting prospect, though. With another 5 minutes left on her break, Alex crossed the street. She peered through the window and saw a handmade sign offering knitting classes. If she started knitting, it would get the court off her back. "Hi," Alex said, letting her voice boom when she walked in the front door. She liked making an entrance. "Hello." "You own this shop?" Alex asked, giving the other woman a cool glance. She couldn't be much older than Alex. "This is my shop." She rose from her rocking chair. "How can I help you?" "I want to know about that knitting class." Her caseworker had once suggested knitting as a means of anger management. Maybe it would work. "What can I tell you?" Slowly, Alex walked around the shop. She'd bet this knitting lady didn't get many customers like her. Recently, a notice in the courthouse had caught Alex's attention. "You ever heard of the Linus Project?" she asked, thinking this yarn lady probably hadn't stepped inside a courtroom in her lifetime. "Of course. It's a police-instigated project that involves knitting blankets for children who are the victims of violence. I'm Lydia, by the way." Alex, spelled A-L-I-X. "Hello, Alex. Are you interested in knitting for the Linus Project?" "Well, I might be if I knew how to knit." "That's what the classes are for." Alex gave a short, humorless laugh. "I'm sure I wouldn't be any good at knitting." "Would you like to learn? It isn't difficult." She snorted. The truth was, Alex didn't really know why she was here. Perhaps it was because of something from her childhood, some remembered moment or feeling. Her early years were blocked from her mind. Those court-appointed doctors had said she suffered from childhood amnesia. Whatever. Every now and then, a fleeting memory flashed through her mind. Most of the time, she didn't know what had really happened and what hadn't. What she did remember was that her parents had fought a great deal. An argument would break out and Alex would hide in her bedroom closet. In that closet, she had another family, one from an imaginary world where mothers and fathers loved each other. Her imaginary world had a real home where half the refrigerator wasn't filled with beer, and there were cookies and milk waiting for her when she got home from school. One thing she recalled in vivid detail was that this fantasy mother who loved her used to knit. "I have a beginner's class starting next Friday afternoon if you'd like to join." The words shook her from her reverie. Alex grinned. You honestly think you could teach someone like me to knit? Of course I do. I've taught lots of people, and there are only 2 women signed up for the class, so I could give you plenty of attention. I'm left-handed. That's not a problem. What about knitting a blanket for the Linus Project, like you mentioned? I've knit several blankets for them myself. You have? Lydia nodded. There are only so many people to knit for, and it's a worthy cause. People to knit for. The mother in the closet knit. She sang songs to Alex and smelled of lavender and flowers. Alex had wanted to be like that mother one day. However, the path she'd followed had led her in a different direction. Perhaps this knitting class was something she should do. I guess I could try. Lydia smiled warmly. That's wonderful. Yes, but, well, I'm thinking your class could serve a dual purpose. That sounded good, Alex thought, pleased with herself. I could learn to knit, and the time it takes me to finish the blanket will use up some of the hours I owe. You owe someone hours? Judge Roper gave me 100 hours of community service for a bogus drug bust. I didn't do it. I'm not stupid, and he knows it. Her hands involuntarily clenched. She still felt upset about that charge because the marijuana had belonged to Laurel. Doing drugs is stupid. My brother's dead because of drugs. I'm not interested in giving up on life just yet. Lydia straightened. Let me see if I understand you correctly. You'd like to sign up for the knitting class and give the blanket to the Linus Project? Yeah. And the time it takes you to knit this blanket, you want to use against your court-ordered community service hours. Do you have a problem with that? Lydia hesitated. Not as long as you're respectful to me and the other class members. Sure, fine. Alex glanced down at her watch. I've got to get back to work. If you need me for anything, I'm almost always at the video store. The video store was busy when Alex returned, and she hurried behind the counter. What took you so long? Laurel demanded. Fund asked where you were, and I told him you'd stepped into the ladies' room. Sorry, I went outside for a cigarette. According to the labor laws, she was entitled to a 15-minute break. Alex knew she was back in that dream world again, but one day she'd find a job that paid more than minimum wage. It would be nice to have an apartment all to herself and not share it with Laurel. Laurel lived on the edge and was in danger of slipping off entirely. Alex's biggest fear was that when Laurel went, she'd take Alex with her. I was afraid Margaret could be right, and a good yarn would fail before it even had a chance to get off the ground. So far, only 3 women had signed up for the knitting class, and Alex, the latest one to enroll, looked like a felon. I couldn't imagine how Jacqueline and Carol would react to a classmate who sported a dog collar and wore her hair in purple-tinged spikes. I'd encouraged Alex to join, and then the moment she left the store, I wondered if I'd done the right thing. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Every knowledgeable person I've talked to about opening the store suggested I have enough money in the bank to pay for a minimum of 6 months' expenses. I do, but I hope and pray I'll be able to keep at least part of my inheritance intact. Now that I've actually taken the risk, I feel bombarded with second thoughts and fears. Margaret always does that to me. I wish I understood my sister. Some days I think she hates me. A part of me recognizes what the problem is. I was the one who got all of Mom and Dad's attention, but I needed them. I refused to believe that my sister would seriously think I was so hungry for attention that I wished the cancer upon myself. Even more than Margaret resented me, I resented the cancer. I longed to be healthy and normal. I still live my life fearing lightning will strike. On Wednesday morning, I was knitting a pair of socks for display when the bell above the door chimed. I stood with a welcoming smile. Hello there. The UPS driver walked into the shop wheeling his cart stacked 5 high with large cardboard boxes. Since I'm going to be making regular deliveries to the neighborhood, I thought I should introduce myself. He released the cart and thrust out his hand. Brad Getz. I'm Lydia Hoffman. We shook hands. He passed me the computerized clipboard for my signature. How's it going? Brad asked as I signed my name. It's only my 2nd week. I bypassed his question, rather than confess how poor business actually was. The construction will be finished soon, and customers will flock to your store. He smiled as he said it, and I felt instantly grateful and, shocking as this sounds, attracted, too. I was so starved for encouragement that it was only natural, I suppose, but I was drawn to him. I hadn't felt that particular tug in a very long while. Shamelessly, I glanced at his ring finger and saw that he wasn't wearing a wedding band. This is embarrassing to admit, but my sexual experience is limited to a few groping attempts at lovemaking in the back seat of my college boyfriend's car. Then the cancer returned. Roger was with me for the second brain surgery, but his calls and visits stopped shortly after I started chemotherapy and lost all my hair. Brian had been my high school boyfriend, and his reaction was the same as Roger's. I don't really blame either one. A few short relationships followed after Roger, but I should have realized that most men aren't romantically interested in a 2-time cancer patient. Without sounding like a martyr, I understand how they feel. Why get emotionally involved with a woman who's probably going to die? My grandmother used to knit, Brad said. I hear interest in it's been revived in the last couple of years. Longer, although I didn't correct him. Damn, but he was good-looking, especially when he smiled, and he seemed to be doing a lot of that. His eyes were a deep shade of blue. He wasn't overly tall, which was nice. I'm barely 5'3", and when I stand next to someone who's 6 feet or taller, it's intimidating. Brad was just right, and that was the problem. I didn't want to notice anything about him, about the boyish, charming way his dark hair fell over his forehead, or how the dark brown uniform stretched across his broad shoulders, but I did notice all those things, and more. I guess I'd better get back to work. Before I go, can I help you put these boxes someplace? They're heavier than they look. I'll manage, but thank you. Distracted as I was by Brad's friendly visit, I'd hardly noticed he was delivering new yarn. One of the delights of opening my own shop was being able to buy yarn at wholesale prices. Unsure of what would interest my clientele, I'd ordered a number of different varieties in all the basic colors, as well as the colors that were, according to my knitting magazines, this year's trends. Most of my shipments had arrived before I opened my doors, but the smaller orders were dribbling in day by day. Do you live in the neighborhood? Brad asked, as he tucked the clipboard under his arm and reached for his empty cart. I have the apartment above the shop. That's good, because parking around here is a headache. As if I didn't already know that. Any customers I was bound to attract would need to find parking a block or two down the street, and I worried that many people wouldn't be willing to go to that trouble. The alleyway behind the store was open, but it wasn't the kind of place I wanted to be caught alone, day or night. Thank you, Brad, I said as he opened the door. He gave a cheery wave, and he was gone. It seemed for a moment as if all the sunshine had left the room. I recognized that feeling for what it was. Regret, verging on misery. Okay, here's the truth. I don't want to risk falling in love when in all likelihood the relationship will end. I've tried several times, and as soon as I admit I've had cancer, not once but twice, I can see it in their eyes. I hate that wary look that's a mixture of pity and regret, of disappointment and sympathy. I know I sound terribly sorry for myself. To put it simply, I don't handle relationships well. That wasn't always the case. BC, before cancer, I'd been popular and outgoing with lots of friends, boys and girls. All the boys in my life eventually bailed, but I was the one who pushed my female friends away. It was foolish, I know, but I couldn't stand to hear about all the fun they were having. I so desperately wanted to be like them, to laugh and stay up all night talking and to go out on dates. The point is, I don't have close friends, and now that I'm 30, I'm afraid I've lost the knack for making them. I shoved Brad Getz out of my mind. I'd just started to unpack the boxes and sort through my treasure of yarns when Brad flung open the door and hurried inside. "Lydia, are you doing anything after work tonight? I know it's last minute and all, but can I take you to dinner?" I faltered, trapped between the yearning to leap at his invitation and the knowledge that in the end I'd be left with nothing but raw feelings and regrets. "Sorry, but I've got plans this evening." "What about tomorrow? My ex has my son for the next 2 nights, and I thought, that we might get together and—" I shook my head. "Sorry, I can't." Brad's smile faded. "See you around then." "Yes," I whispered, as my fingers crushed a bright yellow ball of worsted yarn. "See you around." Leaning back in her bubble-filled tub, Jacqueline glanced up from the latest best-selling murder mystery at the sound of the front door opening. Reese didn't generally arrive home on Tuesdays until long after she turned in for the night. For a while, his absence, followed by endless conjecture regarding his whereabouts, had profoundly distressed her. More than one so-called friend had delighted in letting her know that Reese had been seen with some blonde. A careful inspection of their canceled checks and credit card receipts had confirmed it. A blonde. Men were so predictable. Jacqueline had turned her head the other way and pretended all was right in her marriage and her life. The pain of Reese's betrayal cut deep, but Jacqueline was mature enough not to dwell on such unpleasantness. Lord knew her husband hadn't come to her bed in years. To be fair, separate bedrooms had been by mutual agreement. When their son moved into a dorm room, Jacqueline had casually suggested Reese take advantage of the extra bedroom. The very next day, he'd moved his things into the other room. She'd been a little chagrined at the promptness of the action, but relieved, too. Oh, the love-making had been pleasant and even enjoyable. She was sure it would have been different if she'd been able to carry a second pregnancy to term. Jacqueline had wanted a daughter, but after 2 miscarriages, that was never to be. Not having a daughter was one of Jacqueline's lifelong regrets. Reese had told her years ago, when she was feeling particularly depressed, that she'd have a daughter when Paul got married, and that was supposed to be a comfort. Involuntarily, Jacqueline cringed. Tammy Lee was so far removed from what any daughter of hers would be that it wasn't worth contemplating. "Jackie, are you home?" Reese shouted. "I'm taking a bath," she called back, setting the book aside. It was barely after 7. Perhaps his interest in the other woman had waned. The scented water and bubbles sloshed as she stood up. Reese knocked briefly on the bathroom door and walked inside. His eyes widened as he took in the sight of her, rosy from the hot water, with a towel wrapped around her. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, flustered that he'd walked in on her practically nude. At one time her body had been sleek and lovely, but the years had taken their toll. She pulled the towel more securely about her. "Are you kicking me out of the bathroom, too?" "I'd appreciate my privacy." His eyes seemed to go cold. "I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes when you're available." "Of course." Reese backed out of the room and closed the door. As Jacqueline stepped out of the tub, she realized she was trembling. She dried off, then slipped into her satin nightgown and matching robe before seeking out her husband. Jacqueline found Reese in the kitchen, standing in front of the open refrigerator. She rarely cooked anymore, especially since Martha, their housekeeper, was more than willing to assume the task. Reese usually ate alone because he tended to stay late at the office, or so he said. "Do we have any eggs?" "I think so," she said, stepping between him and the refrigerator door. "Would you like me to make you an omelet?" "Would you?" He acted surprised that she'd offered. Irritated, Jacqueline took the egg carton from the door and grabbed a cube of Monterey Jack cheese. "What are you doing home?" Reese perched on the bar stool and watched as she chose a small frying pan and set it on the burner. "Do we have any mushrooms?" "No. Now answer my question." Reese sighed. "Fine. Don't tell me." "You sent Paul and Tammy Lee a floral bouquet, didn't you?" "I told you I would." "Did you hear from Paul?" Jacqueline pinched her lips to hide her displeasure. "No, but Tammy Lee phoned to thank us for the roses." Actually, Tammy Lee had gushed with appreciation and chattered on as if she'd never seen a dozen roses before. Is that all she said? She informed me that she's thrilled about being pregnant. According to her, the pregnancy was a surprise. I think she did it on purpose. Do we need to keep having the same conversation? Taking her frustration out on the eggs, she cracked their shells and beat 3 eggs into a frothy foam. Did you sign up for the knitting class? Reese laughed. What's so funny? You. I can't imagine you with a pair of knitting needles. You don't look like any grandma I've ever seen, especially in the bathtub just now, all pink and pretty. Jacqueline let his comment slide. When the eggs had cooked the way she knew Reese liked them, she slipped the omelet onto a plate and handed it to her husband. You never did say why you're home this early. I was hungry, he said, and dug into the eggs and cheese. Whatever had really happened, Reese obviously didn't plan to tell her. She watched him a moment and then said, I'm going to bed to read. Setting the dirty pan into the kitchen sink for Martha to wash in the morning, she left the kitchen. Reese didn't say anything until she was halfway out of the room. Jackie? What is it? Thanks for making me dinner. She sighed and shook her head. You're welcome. With that, she walked into her bedroom. In the distance, she heard Reese rinse off his plate and put it in the dishwasher. Soon afterward, the television in the den went on. Jacqueline read for about 10 minutes, until tears blurred her vision. Her life was a shambles. She'd be the laughingstock of her friends, she thought bitterly. Mrs. Donovan with her white trash pregnant daughter-in-law, her love-struck fool of a son, and her straying husband. Still, she was determined to prove to Reese and Paul that she'd be a good grandmother if it killed her. Carol smiled when the door opened and her husband entered the condo. Hi, honey, he said as he joined her in the kitchen. Carol immediately turned into his arms and enthusiastically brought her lips to his. The kiss was long and involved, revealing her eagerness for lovemaking. To what do I owe this greeting? Doug asked. I had a marvelous day. After you left for work, I went for another walk to that yarn store I found on Tuesday. Lydia said it wasn't necessary until our class tomorrow, but I picked out the needles and yarn for the baby blanket. Just wait till I show you the picture. It's so cute. Doug, we're going to have a baby. I feel so confident. This time, everything will be different. All at once, I have hope. Real hope. Oh, Doug, we're going to have a baby. She could see that some of her fervor was finally touching him. Doug's gaze held hers, desire warming his eyes. Doug had her blouse unfastened and half off her shoulders when they stumbled into the living room. They fell onto the sofa, giggling and eager now to finish what they'd started. This spontaneity was in stark contrast to the scheduled lovemaking that had become their norm. Once he'd dispensed with his suit pants and Carol her slacks, she lay back on the sofa and stretched out her arms to welcome her husband. Doug lowered himself onto her, and Carol closed her eyes at the exquisite sensation as his body linked with hers. They held each other for a long time afterward. Their coupling was an affirmation of their deep-rooted love, of their commitment, and their unwavering belief that one day they would be parents. Carol was sure. She'd been convinced of it the day she'd walked into the yarn store and learned the project for the beginner's class was a baby blanket. It was a sign. The phone rang after dinner while Carol was putting their plates and cutlery into the dishwasher. Doug sat in front of the television, half listening to the news and reading the paper. Caller ID told Carol it was her brother Rick, a pilot for Alaska Airlines, calling from his cell phone. He was based in Juneau, Alaska, where his ex-wife Ellie lived too. Rick's schedule often brought him to Seattle, but he rarely had time to see her. Carol and her brother made polite conversation for a few minutes. She frowned as she replaced the receiver. "That was Rick?" Doug asked from the living room. Carol wandered into the other room and sat on the arm of Doug's chair. He glanced up at her. "What's wrong?" I wish I knew, but something's going on with my brother. Carol relaxed against her husband's shoulder. I don't think I've ever loved you more than I do at this moment. Those are words a husband likes to hear, he said, sliding his arm around her waist and pulling Carol into his lap. She nestled in his arms, grateful to her brother, who'd introduced her to Doug, and to her husband for his love. "John's here," Laurel whispered, stepping up behind Alex at the counter. Her roommate had been seeing one of their regular patrons for about 6 months now, but as far as Alex was concerned, the guy was a sleaze. He might be good-looking and wear suits, but she saw what kind of movies he rented, and they all began with X. His favorites were the kinkiest of the lot. Early on, John had let Alex know he was interested in her, but she didn't encourage him. Laurel was welcome to John Murray, used car salesman, but Alex wanted to tell her friend she could do better. The problem, Alex suspected, was Laurel's weight. Because she weighed well over 200 pounds, Laurel seemed to believe no guy would want to be with her. Still, no matter how much she weighed, Laurel deserved better treatment than John gave her. Even if John had been a different kind of guy, Alex wouldn't have been interested. She had her eye on someone else. She'd made a point of being at the counter when he came in recently and learned his name was Jordan Turner. In the looks department, he wasn't anything special, just a regular guy, clean-cut, but with a nice smile and warm brown eyes. She'd once known a guy named Jordan Turner, but that was in 6th grade. She'd really liked him. His dad was a minister, and she'd gone to church a few times because Jordan had asked her to. So, in a way, her first date had been at a church. Now that was a laugh. "Cover for me," Laurel said from behind her. "Laurel," Alex protested, biting off a warning. She hated this because she knew exactly what happened when Laurel and John slipped inside the back office and locked the door. John watched his sicko sex videos, then returned to the video store all hot and bothered and gave Laurel 10 minutes of his time. He left full of promises to take her out, which he had on rare occasions, paying her just enough attention to keep her dangling. Involved in her thoughts, Alex was surprised when she glanced up to find the very guy who'd been on her mind. Jordan Turner was standing at the counter. "Sorry," he said. "I didn't mean to startle you. Would you please check to see if The Matrix is available?" "Yeah, sure." Alex turned to the computer keyboard and typed in the movie title, her heart hammering wildly. "They're all rented. Would you like me to recommend another movie along the same lines?" He considered her offer, then shook his head. "No, thanks." He put Catch Me If You Can on the counter and paid for the rental. Before she could think of anything to delay him, he was gone. Laurel reappeared at the counter. John was out of the store a minute later, but not soon enough to suit Alex. "I'm meeting him after work," Laurel informed her. "He's taking me to dinner. I probably won't come back to the apartment tonight, so don't wait up for me." As if Alex would. "I'm not your mother. Don't worry about it." "My mother wouldn't care anyway. She dumped me with my uncle when I was 10. My nasty uncle, if that tells you anything." Laurel's home life hadn't been any better than Alex's. They'd met a year earlier when they were both living day-to-day, mostly in hotel rooms, and not the kind that came with small bottles of shampoo, either. When you're pulling down minimum wage, you can't afford first and last month's rent. It had taken Laurel and Alex 6 months to get into their current place. But with all the neighborhood renovation, Alex was afraid they'd soon be out on the street. Rumor had it the apartment complex had been sold to the same company that bought the old bank. The apartment was a dump, with sagging floors and cracks in the ceiling, but it was the first home Alex had ever considered truly hers. Neither girl was in contact with her parents. Alex hadn't seen her father in 10 years. He hadn't made any effort to find her, and she had no desire to seek him out. Her mother was doing time for forging checks. Alex's only other family was her older brother, but Tom had ended up dead of a drug overdose 5 years ago. His death had hit her hard. Tom was all she'd had, and then he'd gone and given up. Without Tom, she'd faltered, become reckless, and got into trouble. It took her a while to find her way, but she had. These days, Alex was determined not to make the same mistakes her brother had. She was proud that she'd stayed out of serious trouble and off welfare. "You got a call this afternoon," Laurel informed her just before closing. "I meant to tell you, but it slipped my mind." They could afford an apartment, but not a phone, so all contacts were made at the video store. "Who'd be calling me?" "Someone named Ms. Odell." The social worker had started coming around after the bogus drug bust. Alex had been caught with Laurel's stash of marijuana. She still hadn't forgiven Laurel for hiding it in Alex's purse. She wasn't the one using, but no one was willing to listen, so she'd shut up and accepted the black mark against her record. "What did she want?" Alex asked, although Ms. Odell was actually returning her call. Before Alex invested all that time, energy, and money in knitting the baby blanket, she wanted to be sure the effort would count toward her community service hours. "She said it was fine, and it might help you with anger management, whatever that means. Are you going to tell me what this is all about?" Alex narrowed her lips. "No." "We're roommates, Alex. You can trust me." "Sure I can, just like I could trust you to tell the truth to the cops." She wasn't letting Laurel forget that she'd taken the fall for her. "All right." Laurel held up both hands. "Have it your way." That was exactly what Alex intended. Although I taught knitting for a number of years, I'd never worked with such an eclectic group as the women in my small beginners class. The three of them sat stiffly at the table in the back of the store, not exchanging a word. "Perhaps we should begin by introducing ourselves. Explain why you decided to join this class." I motioned for Jacqueline to start. She was the one I was worried about the most. Jacqueline was clearly part of the country club set, and her initial reaction to Alex had been poorly disguised shock. I was afraid she was ready to bolt for the door. "Hello. My name is Jacqueline Donovan. My husband's architectural firm is responsible for the Blossom Street renovation. I wanted to learn how to knit because I'm about to become a grandmother for the first time." Immediately, Alex jerked her head up and stared at the older woman. "Your husband's the one behind this whole mess? You tell him to keep his hands off my apartment, understand?" "How dare you speak to me in that tone of voice?" The two women glared at one another. I quickly turned to Carol. "Would you mind going next?" I'd come to know Carol a little and hoped we could be friends. "Yes, hi. My name is Carol Gerard, and my husband and I are hoping for a child. I'm having an IVF attempt in July. The reason I'm in this class is that I want to knit a blanket for my yet-to-be-conceived baby." I could see from Alex's face that she didn't understand the term. "IVF refers to in vitro fertilization," Carol explained. "July is our last chance at the IVF process." "What do they do to you with this in vitro stuff?" Alex asked, leaning forward. "Well, I was on this drug that stimulates the ovaries to produce eggs, and once the eggs appeared, they had to be harvested. After the doctor collected Doug's sperm, my eggs were inseminated to create a number of embryo cultures. These are then transferred to my uterus. We've had 2 attempts that didn't succeed, and the insurance company will only pay for 3, and, well, it's just very important that I get pregnant this time. I'm not sure why, but for the first time in months, I feel really good about all of this. It's going to work this time. I just know we're going to have our baby." "I hope you do," Alex said. "People who want children should have them." I waited a moment and then gestured to Alex. "Tell us a little about yourself." "My name's Alex Townsend, and I work at the video store across the street." I hoped she wouldn't mention working on the baby blanket to deduct hours from her court-ordered community service, but I couldn't stop her if she did. Once Jacqueline heard that, I figured she'd probably walk right out of the class. Forgive me for being so mercenary, but Jacqueline would buy far more yarn than Alex ever could. "I happen to like living in this neighborhood," Alex said pointedly. And I hope I can continue to live here once they're through screwing up the street. Her eyes narrowed as she stared across the table. "Don't look at me like that," Jacqueline muttered. "I don't have anything to do with it." "I thought," I said, still standing, "that we could discuss the different weights and types of yarn for our first lesson." I had a large wicker basket filled with samples of several worsted weight yarns in a variety of colors. I know it might sound rather self-serving, but I feel I should mention something here. Always buy high-quality yarn. When you're investing your time and effort in a project, you defeat yourself before you even start if you use bargain basement yarn. "I agree 100%, Jacqueline said firmly. Alex reached for a pretty pink and white blend of wool and acrylic. "This costs how much?" $5 is gain. "For each one?" A horrified look came over her. I nodded. "How much would I need if I knit the blanket using this?" I glanced down at the pattern and then calculated the yardage of the worsted against the total amount of yarn required for the project. I grabbed my calculator. "It looks like 5 should do nicely. If you only use 4, you can return the 5th one to me for a full refund." Alex stood and reached into her pocket and dragged out a crumpled $5 bill. "I can only buy one this week, but I should be able to pick up the second one next week if that's all right." "It's important to get the same dye lot for each project, so I'll put aside what you need and you can pay me as you go." Alex looked pleased. "That works for me. I suppose the lady married to the fancy architect can buy all the yarn in your shop." "My name is Jacqueline, and I'd prefer that you use it." "I'd like you all to choose your yarn now, if you would." I couldn't help wondering what I'd gotten myself into with these knitting classes, and frankly, I was worried. I hoped to make friends with my customers, but this was starting off all wrong. Class lasted 2 hours, and we barely got through casting on stitches. Carol picked up the technique immediately, but Alex was all fingers. Jacqueline didn't take to it quickly either. When at last it was closing time, my head was pounding with an approaching headache. It didn't help that Margaret phoned just as I was getting ready to close for the day. "A good yarn," I said, scooping up the receiver. "It's me," my sister returned in a crisp business tone. "I thought we should discuss Mother's Day." "Of course, we need to do something special for Mom." It would be our first Mother's Day without Dad, and I realized it was going to be difficult for all of us, but especially for Mom. "The girls suggested we should take her to lunch on Saturday. We're seeing Matt's mother on Sunday." "Excellent idea, but my shop is open on Saturdays." I knew Saturday was a prime business day, and I couldn't afford not to be open. I closed the shop on Mondays instead. My sister seemed almost gleeful. "Since you can't get away, the girls and I will see Mom on Saturday, and you can have your own time with her on Sunday." This meant Margaret wouldn't have to share our mother with me. I didn't understand why everything had to be a competition for her. "Oh, I'd hoped we'd all be together." "You're working on Sunday, are you?" My shoulders sagged. "No, but, well, if that's what you want." "I don't have any choice, do I? You're the one who can't make lunch on Saturday. I suppose you want me to adjust my schedule to yours, but I won't. I do have a husband, you know, and he has a mother, too. For once we wanted to spend Mother's Day with her." "Fine." "Good. We've got that settled. I have to go. Julia's dancing class starts in 15 minutes. Give her my love." My 2 nieces were a joy to me. I loved them deeply and felt close to both Julia and Haley. Sensing my feelings, Margaret did her best to keep the girls away from me. But now that they were pre-teens, they had minds of their own. We often chatted, and I suspected they didn't let their mother know. My sister hung up without so much as a goodbye. I walked over to the front door and turned over the sign to read closed. As I did, I saw Brad Getz coming out of the apartment building where Alex lived. He was in a hurry, half jogging to his truck. He was handsome and eligible, and there was every likelihood he had Friday night date. I could have been the one joining him for dinner, only I wasn't. That had been my own choice. A choice I was In an attempt to hide her nervousness, Jacqueline poured herself a second glass of Chardonnay. Paul had phoned earlier to ask if he and Tammy Lee could stop by the house. They'd spent the Mother's Day weekend in Louisiana with Tammy Lee's mother, who apparently wasn't feeling well. Jacqueline had made a conscious decision not to take offense. "Relax," Reese said, following her into the kitchen. "I don't have a good feeling about this." Jacqueline feared that Paul was about to announce he'd accepted a transfer to the New Orleans branch so Tammy Lee could be close to her family. Setting up an appointment to come over here isn't like Paul. Reese walked around the corner and sat on a stool. "Isn't knitting supposed to soothe your nerves?" "That's another thing. I'm dropping out of that ridiculous class." "What's gotten into you?" "There's a young woman in the class. She's vile, Reese. Her hair is the most ludicrous shade of purple, and she took an instant dislike to me when she learned that you're responsible for what's happening in the Blossom Street neighborhood." Reese reached for his wine. "Most people there welcome the renovation. Alex lives in the apartment building at the end of the street." As far as Jacqueline could see, it was a rat-infested dump. If it was slated for demolition, all the better. "Ah," Reese sipped his wine. "Now I understand." "What's planned for the building?" "That hasn't been decided." Reese swirled his wine. "The city is talking to the owner. My idea was to completely remodel the place into condos, but it seems some advocates for low-income housing now have the mayor's ear. Maybe you should give the knitting class another try." The truth of it was that Jacqueline wanted to continue. Other than the confrontation with Alex, she'd enjoyed the lesson. The doorbell rang, and Jacqueline felt the tension crawl up her spine. While Reese answered the door, she moved into the formal living room. "How wonderful to see you both," Jacqueline purred, extending her arms to Tammy Lee and her son as they entered the room. Paul and Tammy Lee sat on the sofa so close their shoulders touched. Reese and Jacqueline sat across from them in leather chairs. "I think we should tell them," Tammy Lee whispered to Paul. Paul nodded and squeezed her hand. "Tammy Lee had an ultrasound this afternoon, and it seems we're having a baby girl." "A girl." Reese stood and clapped Paul on the back. "Did you hear that, Jackie? We're finally getting our baby girl." Jacqueline felt her hands go numb. "A granddaughter," she repeated as the odd tingling sensation spread up her arms. Oh, how she'd once longed for a daughter. "We haven't chosen any names yet. We only decided this afternoon that we wanted to know the sex of the baby. You're the first people we've told." "Your mother and I had always hoped for a little girl," Reese said, echoing Jacqueline's thoughts. "That's wonderful," Jacqueline finally managed. "We decided we should let you know, Mom," Paul said, directing his attention to her for the first time, "so you'd know what color yarn to get for the baby blanket." "Mrs. Donovan, I declare when Paul told me you were knitting a blanket for the baby, it just warmed my heart. Y'all been so kind to me." "There's more news," Paul said, moving toward the edge of the sofa cushion. "I got word last week that Tammy Lee and I have been accepted into the Seattle Country Club." The club, to which Jacqueline and Reese belonged, was the most prestigious in the area. New memberships were limited to only a few each year. One of Jacqueline's first thoughts when she was introduced to Tammy Lee was that Paul had ruined his chances of ever joining the country club. "I'm so pleased," Jacqueline said, doing her best to smile. Apparently Tammy Lee's inappropriate discussions of Southern cuisine hadn't been as much of a detriment as she'd assumed. "I've been asked to work on the cookbook committee. I can't tell you the number of times someone's asked me to share my Mama's, Aunt Thelma's, and Aunt Frida's favorite recipes." "Recipes for what?" Jacqueline blurted. "Oh, Grandma's recipe for Brunswick stew. I'll need to change it a bit. Everyone uses pork or chicken nowadays instead of possum or squirrel." Jacqueline was afraid she'd keel over in a dead faint. "Actually, I think it's because of Tammy Lee's cooking that we got accepted by the country club." Jacqueline had to bite her lip to keep from reminding Paul that her charity projects had been some of the club's most successful fundraising events. Reese's name carried plenty of weight, too, but apparently their son hadn't taken his parents' long-standing contribution into account. Oh no, he assumed it was Tammy Lee's method of cooking roadkill, squirrel for heaven's sake, that had opened the doors. "You do seem to be full of good news," Reese said, grinning. "I declare I don't know any couple happier than Paul and me." "We're thrilled to have you as part of our family," Reese said. "And I can't thank you enough for welcoming me the way you have." Paul's eyes connected with Jacqueline's. He knew her feelings. She might be able to fool Tammy Lee, but her son knew her all too well. In that moment, Jacqueline saw the fierce challenge in her son's gaze. She knew that if she said one word to hurt Tammy Lee, he'd never forgive her. Carol placed the bouquet of fresh flowers in the center of the dinner table and stepped back to examine her handiwork. When she'd first quit her job, she'd faltered, unsure of how to fill her days. Everything had changed for the better the day she'd found the knitting shop on Blossom Street. Usually when her brother stopped by, they went out to eat. This evening, Carol was cooking their meal. Rick called from the lobby, and Carol hurried to meet him at the door, hugging her brother hard as soon as he stepped inside. "Well, well," Rick said. "I didn't expect to be knocked off my feet." "Sorry. It's just that it's so good to see you. Would you like a beer?" Her brother only drank when he was 24 hours from flying. "I'd love one." He sat down where he had an unobstructed view of the waterfront. He accepted the beer and smiled his thanks. "Can I do anything to help with dinner?" "Not a thing. Everything's almost ready." "You've done all right for yourself, little sister." "So have you." "I should be happy then, right?" "You aren't? What's wrong?" He leaned forward and braced his arms against his legs, letting the beer dangle between his parted knees. "Nothing seems right without Ellie." Her brother and Ellie had divorced a year ago. He'd never spoken of the breakup before. "I'm still in love with her, but I screwed up. My life isn't any good without her. I had no idea it would be like this." "Do you want to explain what happened?" "Ellie didn't tell you? I assume she had." Carol shook her head. "I'm away from home so much," her brother said. "It gets lonely, you know?" This was what Ellie had implied, but Carol had refused to accept it. Rick would never do such a thing, she told herself. "You didn't have an affair, did you?" "No, it wasn't like that. But Ellie, well, she can't accept the fact that I'm around beautiful women on the job and away from home. It became a trust issue." "Okay, so I did go out occasionally. Can you really blame me for that?" Maybe there was some basis for Ellie's distrust. Still, Carol found it practically inconceivable that her brother would cheat on his wife. He was an honorable man, but he was a man, and if he had a drink with a flight attendant or a female pilot now and then, was that so bad? Perhaps Ellie had simply overreacted. Carol patted his arm gently. "You need to prove yourself to Ellie." "But how? Ellie claims she doesn't want to see me again." "Bring her fresh fruit from the Pike Place Market." Fresh fruit was available in Juneau, but it was extremely expensive. "A whole basket," Carol suggested. "As I recall, Ellie loves blueberries." "She does?" "Rick, you should know that. She was your wife." "That's the problem. I didn't pay her near enough attention. I didn't realize how much I loved her until it was too late." "Then you're going to make up for lost time." Laurel owed Alex, so she had her roommate cover for her the minute Jordan Turner showed up at the video store on Tuesday night. As soon as she saw that he was getting ready to leave, she slipped out front and pretended to be on break. Her hand shook as she lit a cigarette. When the door opened and Jordan stepped outside, Alex called to him. "Hi." He looked over his shoulder. "How's it going?" "All right. I put aside the Matrix for you if you're still interested." "Yeah, sure. Thanks." "I've seen you around the neighborhood." Alex Townsend. Alex, spelled A-L-I-X. She thrust out her hand, which he shook. You're Jordan Turner. Your driver's license is on file. You live off Fifth Avenue, don't you? She didn't mind letting him know she was interested. She thought of the boy she'd once known with the same name. She'd had a crush on him, but it felt like something that had happened in another time and another place. Yeah, that's me. Could it be the same Jordan Turner? She might have dredged up the courage to ask, except that he continued the conversation. I don't work far from here. So he stopped in for videos on his way home from work. Lots of people did. You can tell a lot about a person from the videos they rent. She tossed the cigarette onto the sidewalk and crushed it with a toe of her combat boot. I'll bet you can. Do you want to know what I learned about you? Jordan leaned against the wall beside her. Go ahead and tell me what you've figured out. Flustered now, Alex suddenly found it difficult to express herself. She faltered and struggled to her utter humiliation. She gestured weakly with her hands and said, They're cool, you know. Cool? You mean I pick cool movies? Yeah. She wanted to crumple onto the sidewalk and disappear. Thank you. The heat was radiating from her face. I've got to get back to work. Without another word, she practically ran back into the store. To make matters worse, Laurel was waiting for her. How'd it go? Alex glared at her. Laurel raised both hands. That bad, huh? A sick feeling attacked Alex's stomach. It was like the nausea she'd experienced as a kid when her parents started to fight. Alex marched to the back of the store where she walked into the employee restroom. Standing in front of the sink, Alex stared into the mirror. The voices that came to taunt her were familiar ones. Voices that said she was a loser. No matter what she did or how hard she tried, she'd never amount to anything. Her life was doomed. This was her lot. She'd never earn more than minimum wage, never be loved, never have a real home with things that normal people took for granted, like a phone and a dishwasher. Pressing her hands to her face, Alex closed her eyes and felt the dark misery descend. A knock sounded at the door, startling her. Alex, you in there? Laurel. Damn. What? He's back. Who? The guy you were just talking to. He asked for you. I'll be out in a minute, all right? She didn't know how much time had passed before she finally found the courage to come out and face Jordan. He was standing at the counter waiting. He smiled as she approached. You said you'd put aside the Matrix for me? Her relief was intense. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. She moved past him and behind the counter. I appreciate you doing that for me. With a nod, Jordan left. The glass door closed and, as if by magic, chimed, and to Alex's astonishment, Jordan stuck his head inside. Alex, what time do you get off work? She was too shocked to answer immediately. 11. I close 3 nights a week. Do you close tomorrow? No, I'm here until 9 on Wednesdays. Do you want to meet for coffee then? After work? She found it hard to believe he was actually asking her out. Yeah, I guess, she said, as if it wasn't any big deal. Great, I'll see you then. He waved and was gone. A bubble of happiness rose up inside her. It demanded every ounce of restraint she possessed not to stamp her feet with joy. My mother phoned me to suggest she, Margaret, and I go out to the cemetery together on Memorial Day to visit my father's grave. I arrived at my mother's place early Monday afternoon and found Mom sipping tea on the back patio. I could see from the linen hanky clutched in her hands that Mom had been weeping. She reached for the teapot, and I realized she'd brought out a second cup. Without asking, she poured, and I sat down beside her. Mom was full of questions about a good yarn. I mentioned Jacqueline, Carol, and Alex frequently, and talked to her about my other customers, too. Slowly, one by one, I was building my clientele, and perhaps just as importantly, I was making friends. My world expanded a little more with each day, and I was happy. Whiskers was too, and he has taken to spending time in the shop and charms my customers no end. Because of the holiday weekend, my beginner's class decided to skip the previous Friday. I was pleased with the progress each woman had made. There'd been a couple of rough moments when Alex dropped a stitch during the second class and let loose with a blue streak that nearly put Jacqueline in a coma. Immediately, I suggested Alex find an alternative method of expressing her frustration. To my surprise, she apologized. Alex isn't so bad once you get to know her. Carol's my star pupil, already half done with the baby blanket and eyeing other projects. She's been coming by the shop at least twice a week, often staying to chat. Mom loves hearing stories about my customers. We talk nearly every day. She needs that, and frankly, so do I. I might be 30 years old, but a girl never outgrows her need for her mother. "Grandma!" 9-year-old Haley loped into the backyard, her arms extended. When she saw me, she squealed with delight and, after hugging my mother, vaulted into my arms. 14-year-old Julia was a bit more restrained, but her eyes revealed her pleasure at seeing me. I stretched out my free arm to her, and we clasped hands. "Aunt Lydia, will you teach me how to knit?" Haley begged, still clinging to me. I looked over my shoulder just in time to see my sister and brother-in-law come out the back door and onto the patio. From the frown Margaret wore, I could see she'd heard the question. "I'd love to teach you, but it's up to your mother." "We'll talk about it later," Margaret said sharply. "Hello, Matt," I said. My brother-in-law grinned and winked at me. We drove out to the cemetery in 2 cars. Mom had brought a large bouquet of lilacs from her garden, and Julia and Haley set them in the receptacle at my father's gravesite. Now, as I stared down at my father's marker, so fresh and new, a surge of harsh grief came over me. The familiar blinding pain struck me then. One consequence of the tumor that continues to linger is migraine headaches. With the new medicines now available, I can almost always catch them early. The telltale signs are unmistakable. This one, however, had caught me by surprise. I fumbled in my purse for the pills I carried with me. My mother came toward me when she saw me stumble. "Lydia, what is it?" "I need to go home," I whispered, closing my eyes to the blinding sunlight. "Margaret? Matt?" Mom called urgently. She slid her arm around my waist. Within minutes, she'd bundled me into the car. It wasn't long before I was in bed in the room where I'd spent most of my childhood. The shades were drawn. Mom draped cool washcloths on my forehead and then tiptoed out of the room to allow me to sleep. I knew that once the medication had been given a chance to work, I'd sleep for a couple of hours. Afterward, I'd be fine. Soon after my mother left and the horrible throbbing was at its peak, I heard the bedroom door creak open again. Although my eyes were closed, I knew it was my sister who'd walked into the room. "You couldn't do it, could you? You can't let a day pass without being the center of attention, can you?" I found it hard to fathom that my sister would seriously believe I'd intentionally bring on a migraine for the sake of a few minutes' attention, but I was in no shape to argue, so I kept silent. "Someday it's only going to be the 2 of us, you know." I did know, and wanted so badly to have a good relationship with my sister. If I hadn't been hounded by pain, I would have tried to explain how much I wished things could be different between us. "If you think I'm going to step in and pick up where Mom and Dad left off, you're sadly mistaken. I refuse to pamper and spoil you. It's time you grew up, Lydia." The sound of the slammed door reverberated through my head. With the cool washcloth over my face, it took me a moment to realize tears had dripped from my eyes. Now, more than ever, I was convinced that a relationship with Margaret was impossible. Jacqueline checked her reflection in the hall mirror and sighed. Paul and Tammy Lee had invited her and Reese to their home for a barbecue. "Are you ready?" Reese asked for the 3rd time. "Can't we get out of this?" Reese gave her one of his looks. "The least you can do is give Tammy Lee a chance." Heaven only knew what Tammy Lee might prepare for their dinner. Grilled possum? Barbecued squirrel? They rode in silence to Paul and Tammy Lee's house, a respectable 2-story near Kirkland with a nice view of Lake Washington. Reese rang the doorbell, and Tammy Lee opened the door in bare feet, frayed jean shorts, and a maternity top, looking like she'd stepped out of the 1960s television series Petticoat Junction. "I'm so glad you're here," she drawled, reaching for Jacqueline's hands and practically dragging her into the house. "Mom? Dad?" Paul was directly behind his wife. The patio table was already set. Tammy Lee poured iced tea. "This is very pleasant. It was nice of you to invite us over," Reese said. "Actually, it was Tammy Lee's idea," Paul said. "Yes," Tammy Lee said. She pulled out a chair and sat down at the table with Jacqueline and Reese. "I wanted to ask you about family traditions. It's just so important for Paul and me to start some family traditions, and I wanted to include yours." "Traditions?" Jacqueline repeated, as if she'd never heard the word before. "Yes, you know, like Derby Day." Jacqueline exchanged a quizzical look with her husband. "The Kentucky Derby. My daddy and all my uncles would wear their white suits and Panama hats, and Mama and my aunts would cook for days." "We don't feel as strongly about the Kentucky Derby here in Seattle as your family does, sweetheart," Paul said, joining them at the round patio table. "Tell her about Christmas, Mom." On the drive home, Reese and Jacqueline were silent. Most of the dinner conversation had revolved around family traditions. Apparently, Tammy Lee's family had quite a few, and she happily described each one, frequently mentioning Aunt Thelma and Aunt Frida, as well as Mama and Daddy. Jacqueline had begun to wonder if the girl was homesick. "We didn't have a lot of traditions with Paul, did we?" Reese said. "Of course we did," she countered, although she'd been hard-pressed to think of any over dinner. "We made gingerbread houses with him every Christmas, remember? And there was always the Easter egg hunt at the country club." "Yes, and Paul and I used to bring you breakfast in bed every Mother's Day." "That's right," Jacqueline said, instantly feeling a sense of relief. She hadn't failed completely as a mother. Reese took his eyes off the road long enough to glance at her. "Do you remember the year Paul insisted on making you Eggs Benedict?" "Oh, my goodness. It took Martha months to get the stovetop clean." "But you ate every bite. You were such a trooper," Reese said. "I don't think I ever loved you more than I did that day." Jacqueline's smile faded as she stared out the passenger window. They had loved each other, and in their own ways they still did. All this talk about traditions and family had stirred up the dust of bygone happy memories. It was all a bit unsettling. "I'm glad Paul and Tammy Lee want to start traditions with their daughter," Reese said as they neared the house. "Aren't you?" "Yes," Jacqueline answered softly. She very much wanted that for her grandchild. Tammy Lee might not be her first choice of a wife for her son, but Paul seemed happy. Perhaps Reese was right, and she was being too hard on the girl. Carol had been in a good mood all week. She was looking forward to her class the following day, the fourth in the series. Her first blanket had a few uneven stitches, so she donated it to the Linus Project and bought the yarn for a second one. Carrying in the mail, she set it on the table. An envelope addressed to her was on top, and Carol recognized the married name of a college friend who'd moved to California. She tore open the envelope, excited to hear from Christine. It didn't take her long to discover that it wasn't a letter, as she'd hoped, but a birth announcement. In that instant, Carol's good mood spiraled downward. She was genuinely happy for Christine and Bill, yet at the same time she wanted to pull her hair out and scream at the heavens, demand to know why she wasn't pregnant, why her body didn't function the way other women's bodies did. Carol rubbed her eyes and stood to put on water for a cup of tea, decaffeinated, of course. She'd begun to avoid so many foods her grocery list read like an inventory list for a health food store. Some experts felt diet was critical. Other medical professionals disagreed. Carol wasn't taking any chances. She was going to try anything that might help her stay pregnant. She had to believe her mind could control her body, and that the sheer force of her determination would eventually give her what she wanted most. While she waited for the water to boil, a short handwritten note from Christine caught her eye. "I haven't heard from you in so long." There was a very good reason for that. Carol's friendship with Christine wasn't the only one she'd allowed to lapse. She'd ignored many of her close friends, mainly because the struggle to get pregnant demanded so much energy. Most of the women she knew were already mothers. Carol and Doug had less and less in common with these friends whose lives seemed to revolve around babies. The kettle whistled, and she slowly stood and poured the boiling water into the pot. She couldn't let a birth announcement do this to her. God had given her a sign. She had to believe. The door opened, and Carol whirled around, surprised to realize it was so late. "Doug, is it that time already?" She tried to sound cheerful, but knew she'd failed. "You okay?" he asked, studying her. "Of course." He didn't look convinced. Doug walked over to the table and discovered Christine and Bill's birth announcement. She watched his face as he read it, and wanted to cry out in pain at the longing she saw in his eyes. "They had a boy," she said, fighting to keep the emotion out of her voice. "So I see." It should have been them, she wanted to scream. They should be the couple mailing out birth announcements. They were good people. They had a strong marriage, and they'd be wonderful parents. Instead, she bit her tongue and began preparing dinner, a meal she had no appetite. Sitting at a window table in Starbucks, Alex concentrated on moving the stitches from one needle to the other and completing the row. No matter how hard she concentrated, Alex would start out with 171 stitches, and by the time she finished the row, there'd be 180 or more, or less, depending on what she'd done wrong. Lydia reassured her on a regular basis that this was a common problem and explained with limitless patience that Alex wasn't completing the stitch properly. Well, duh. Then she'd show her again, and Alex would make the same stupid mistake. She didn't care. She wasn't giving up until she learned to knit, even if it killed her. She already had $30 invested in this project. At the end of the row, Alex paused, sipped her frappuccino, a rare treat, and counted the stitches. Damn! 183! Damn, 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 she muttered, which was a tame version of what she was thinking. Apparently, being around Jacqueline was rubbing off on her. She barely used the F word anymore. Alex closed her eyes, trying to ignore the frustration. This class was supposed to help her with anger management? That was a joke if she'd ever heard one. Even more irritating, Laurel was at the apartment with John and had asked Alex to stay away for a couple of hours. Once her nerves were calm, Alex carefully unraveled the row, taking out one stitch at a time. 2 stitches from the end of the row, she lost her grip on the needle and dropped a stitch. A muttered curse escaped before she could stop herself. She felt someone's presence and glanced up to find Jordan Turner standing next to her table. "Looks like you're having a bit of trouble." He pulled out the chair beside her, turned it around, and sat down facing her. "What are you doing here?" she asked, making sure he knew she wasn't pleased to see him. "Actually, I came in looking for you." "Sure you did." "It's the truth. I saw you in the window." Ignoring Jordan, she caught the dropped stitch and finished the row before she raised her eyes. "Why were you looking for me?" "I thought I'd buy you a cup of coffee. Are you always this difficult?" "Not really." "So this I don't give a damn attitude is for my benefit?" She smiled despite her mood. "You could say that." "Any particular reason?" "I haven't seen you around lately." "Are you implying you missed me? I thought a lot about you while I was away, you know." She shrugged and felt a smile lift one side of her mouth. "I might have." "What are you knitting?" "A baby blanket for the Linus Project." Jordan nodded. "I've heard of that. There was a notice in the church bulletin about it a couple of months ago." Damn, he went to church too? She really knew how to pick him. "Don't think I'm doing this wonderful deed out of the kindness of my heart." Then why knit it for the Linus Project? She looked up, wanting to gauge his reaction. It's a way to serve the community hours the court assigned me. If that didn't scare him off, then nothing would. She believed in being honest, and if this clean-cut guy was still interested in her, great. If not, she was better off knowing that now. Court-ordered community service? Why? I crossed the law, and the law won, she said, finishing the row and paying less attention to the stitches than she should. But it was a bogus rap, and the judge knew it. I got community service instead of jail time. Does that shock a good boy like you? No. My mother knits. Alex stopped herself just in time from telling him that her mother was in prison. Enough honesty for today, she decided. Glancing up, she was tempted to ask what grade school he'd attended. She might have asked, except that he posed a question instead. Are you hungry? They've got great scones if there are any left. Want one? I could eat. He got up and walked to the counter. Alex watched him for a moment and tried to calm her pounding heart. She turned back to her knitting and finished the row, then triumphantly counted exactly 171 stitches. Jordan returned to her table. We're in luck. They only had 2 left. She nodded, accepting the scone. Thanks. Where have you been? I was running a youth retreat at Warm Beach. It's nice to know you missed me. I didn't say that. He chuckled. Well, maybe I missed you a little. I'm glad to hear it. You got any more youth retreats? He sighed. Frankly, I hope not. When I accepted the job as youth minister, I expected to spend my time with the teenagers here in the Blossom Street neighborhood. Alex felt as if her world had caved in. You're a preacher? Youth minister, Jordan corrected. I'm currently working at the Free Methodist Church in the neighborhood, the one right off Blossom. His mouth twitched. He seemed to be suppressing laughter. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just that you made it sound as if being a minister was like being a drug lord, or worse, he said and reached for her hand. You don't remember me, do you? It is you! Damn, she'd thought so and wished like crazy that she'd said something first. Remember 6th grade at Jackson Elementary? It took me a while to make the connection myself. I thought it might be you. I can't believe it. We were in the same class, remember? She and half the other girls in the 6th grade had been agog over the preacher's son, and now, apparently, Jordan had followed in his father's footsteps. What I remember, Jordan said, grinning, was that I had a valentine for you. She stared up at him, overwhelmed by the memory of that fateful year, the year her mother had tried to kill her father. I brought it to school, and you weren't there, and you never came back. Alex didn't answer. The night before the 6th grade Valentine party, her mother shot her father. Both had been drinking heavily, and then, inevitably, a fight had broken out. Soon the police arrived, followed by paramedics. Her mother was led away in handcuffs, and because there were no relatives to take them, Alex and her brother had been shuffled off to foster homes. Her mother had been sent to prison, and her father, once he was released from the hospital, drifted away. Alex had never returned to Jackson Elementary, and the Valentine Jordan claimed to have for her. So, Jordan said, I was wondering what you would have said if I'd asked you to be my 6th grade Valentine. She nearly laughed aloud. Yeah, sure. The daughter of drunks and the son of a preacher. Somehow she didn't think this relationship was going to last. Business was beginning to pick up, and I was pleased. I'd sold out of most of my inventory. I already had my second order into my main supplier. My first beginner's class was about to officially end. I was thrilled that after 5 weeks, my 3 students claimed they wanted to continue, so I agreed to extend the course. Despite their differences, these 3 dissimilar women were becoming friends with each other and my friends too. Just when I was ready to close on Tuesday afternoon, I saw my sister walking across the street toward the shop, and I braced for a confrontation. When Margaret entered the store, her face was pale and she seemed close to tears. "Margaret, what is it?" I hurried toward her. I... She grabbed my hand so hard I almost cried out. "Come," I said, steering her to the back of the store where I had the table and chairs set up for my class. "Sit down. Can I get you a glass of water?" Margaret shook her head. "Dr. Abrams' office phoned," she said, looking up at me. "My mammogram needs to be retaken. It seems I have a lump in my breast." I sat down next to her. "This doesn't mean you have cancer." I tried to sound reassuring, but Margaret was thinking the same thing I was. I'd already been on intimate terms with the Big C. Mom and Dad had always worried that they'd passed on a genetic flaw that made us vulnerable to the disease. 2 of our grandparents had died of it. "When's the second mammogram scheduled?" The technician said Dr. Abram would have the results read, then he'd like to see me. "Oh, Margaret, I'm so sorry. What can I do to help?" "I don't know. I haven't told anyone." "Matt?" She sighed heavily. "I didn't want to scare him." "How long have you been keeping this to yourself?" I asked, and gently smoothed the hair away from her face. 5 days. Her gaze held mine. I know I shouldn't ask, but would you go to the doctor with me?" "Of course." "You'd have to close the shop." "I won't let you face this alone." Then, because I've always regretted that Margaret and I aren't close, I put my arms around her. "I'll be with you, Margaret." "Thank you." She sobbed against my shoulder for a minute before she regained her composure. Margaret seemed about to speak when the bell above the door chimed. I wanted to groan at the interruption. The friendly whistle told me it was Brad Getz, my UPS delivery man. He wheeled in 3 large boxes and set them next to the cash register. "How's it going?" he asked as he handed me the computerized clipboard. "Really well," I said, and quickly signed my name, eager to push him out the door. "Every time I come by, I see women in the shop. I bet you're pretty beat at the end of the day." "Some days," I agreed. He grinned then, as if he'd made his point. "So why don't you relax and have a drink with me?" This was his second invitation, and of all the bad luck he had to ask me in front of my sister. "You should go," Margaret said from the back of the shop. "Yeah," Brad said. "I appreciate the offer, but I'd better not." Brad raised his hands in frustration and glanced in Margaret's direction. "Is it something I said?" No. I didn't want him to think that." "Then what is it?" "It's not you," Margaret called out. "It's my sister. She's afraid." I wanted to shout at Margaret to kindly keep her trap shut, but I couldn't. I much preferred to tell him the truth in some other way and at some other time, but the choice had been taken away from me. Rejecting him over and over again seemed cruel. "I've had cancer," I said bluntly. "Not once, but twice. And furthermore, I don't have a single guarantee that the tumor won't grow back again, and the next time I might not be so fortunate. I appreciate the offer. In fact, I'm downright flattered. But I'm saving us both a lot of grief." I walked away from him and went to the back of the store where I sank down next to my sister. Margaret glared at me. I heard the door close as Brad walked out of the shop. "Why did you do that?" my sister demanded. "What harm would it have done to have a beer with the guy? He's cute and he's interested." "I know." "You started this shop as an affirmation of life." I nodded. "I did." "Then live. Get involved in life, Lydia. You should be thanking your lucky stars a man like that wants to date you. Good grief, what is it with you? Get out there and find out what life's all about, and do it before you shrivel up or die." Jacqueline had been a member of the birthday club since joining the Seattle Country Club years ago. Once a month, a group of 9 friends got together to celebrate their birthdays. If no one had a birthday that particular month, they celebrated anyway. For June, they chose a Mexican restaurant. "I ran into Tammy Lee last week," the president of the women's club said when lunch was over. Jacqueline froze. Bev was the most influential member of the association, and she could only imagine what her friend thought of Paul's wife. "I understand Tammy Lee's going to work on the cookbook committee." Jacqueline's heart fell. The thought of her daughter-in-law's recipes for boiled peanuts and cheese grits in the country club cookbook made Jacqueline shudder. "It's a stroke of genius," Bev said. "A stroke of genius?" Jacqueline repeated as they started out the restaurant door. "Why, yes. I first met Tammy Lee a few months ago, and I instantly fell in love with her. Don't you just love that sweet Southern accent of hers? The committee puts out a cookbook every 2 years, and it's always the same people and the same recipes. Just how many recipes for cranberry mold do we need?" Jacqueline refrained from mentioning that she'd been the one to submit the recipe, which had long been a club favorite. "Tammy Lee had some wonderful ideas, and frankly, I'm thinking of asking her to chair the committee." Jacqueline stood rooted to the spot, too stunned to move, while Bev climbed into her car and drove off. Had the entire world gone mad? Jacqueline wondered. Was she the only one who recognized Tammy Lee as the insincere little manipulator she was? Her thoughts troubled, Jacqueline pulled into the garage at home and was astonished to realize she couldn't remember driving there. Another surprise awaited her when she found Reese in the kitchen. He was dressed in one of his best suits, and either he was home early or ready to take his blonde out for the evening. "Where were you?" he asked. "Out with the girls, for our monthly birthday lunch." "You might invite Tammy Lee on one of your outings sometime." He had to be joking. "Why would I do that?" "Because she's your daughter-in-law, and it would be one way of welcoming her into the family." "I refuse to be a hypocrite. She isn't welcome. Why does everyone think Tammy Lee is so terrific? I don't get it." Reese stared at her for a long moment. "Have you ever asked yourself why Paul fell in love with her? Tammy Lee is loving and caring and generous. The only person who doesn't see it is you, because you are so blinded by your own agenda for our son you refuse to open your eyes." Jacqueline stared at him. "Are you suggesting I'm a cold, selfish bitch, Reese?" "Perhaps you should answer that question yourself." He walked out, slamming the door behind him. The 3 women in my knitting class sat around the table, eager for the last scheduled lesson. Before I could start, however, Jacqueline spoke up. "I'd like to let everyone know I've decided against returning for the new session." She meant our knitting support group, for which I charged $5 a week. "I'm sorry to hear that, Jacqueline." I was, and my feelings weren't entirely mercenary, although I knew if she stayed, Jacqueline would be inclined to purchase the higher-end yarns. "I'm not," Alex said. "I didn't expect anything different from you," Jacqueline muttered. "I felt I should attend the last class and tell everyone what I'd decided." "Like we'd care," Alex mumbled. Standing behind Alex, I placed my hand on her shoulder as a way of asking her to keep her comments to herself. Through the last 6 weeks, I discovered that, for all her crusty exterior, the girl was actually quite sensitive. Even a hint of criticism was enough to make her withdraw. "I don't think I could stop knitting now if I wanted to," Carol said. She was working on a sweater for her brother. The cashmere yarn was the most expensive in the shop, and she'd bought it in a creamy gray. "I'm going to continue, too," Alex said, glaring across the table at Jacqueline, as if to suggest the older woman lacked willpower. "I'm going to get this blanket right no matter what it takes." "Are you saying I'm a quitter?" "If the fancy shoe fits, then walk in it." Carol leaped in. "I have news." "Oh, good." I didn't bother to hide the relief in my voice. "Monday morning, Doug's taking me in for the last IVF attempt." Although she presented a cheerful facade, I sensed, and I'm sure the others did too, a deep-seated fear. To my surprise, it was Jacqueline who spoke first. "Oh, my dear, I certainly wish you success." Reese and I only had the one child, and we longed for a second. I so wished for a daughter. Didn't you mention that your son and his wife are having a girl? I seemed to remember that from an earlier conversation with Jacqueline. Yes. Jacqueline had been suspiciously quiet about her son and Tammy Lee lately. It made me wonder if something had happened that she preferred not to discuss. Alex kept her head lowered and concentrated on her knitting. I think only people who really want kids should have them. I do too, Carol agreed. What I don't understand is why so many couples who love children seem to have such difficulty getting pregnant. What about you? Alex asked, glancing in my direction. I shook my head. What? Alex demanded. You don't want kids? I'm not married. Surely a lovely young woman like you will marry one day, Jacqueline said. Thank you, but... But what? Carol pressed. Well, I don't think I'd make a very good wife. Husbands have expectations. Alex looked up with a puzzled frown. What's that supposed to mean? I could see the other two were equally curious. I've already gone through 2 bouts of cancer. It's possible that our family has a predisposition to it. Do you have it now? No, thank God. But my older sister had a recent scare. Thankfully, Margaret's second mammogram had been clear. I'd gone to the doctor's office with her. Afterwards, she'd invited me to lunch to celebrate the results. This was the closest I'd felt to my sister since I was a teenager. Perverse as it sounds, I'm grateful for the alarm that initial mammogram caused. Why can't you get married? Alex asked. I sighed. There's no guarantee the cancer won't come back. In case you haven't noticed, life doesn't exactly come with guarantees, Alex said. I should know about that. If it did, I'd be a mother by now, Carol added. She's right, Jacqueline said, gesturing toward Carol. My sister had been saying the same thing. I haven't been on a date in so long I'm not sure how to act. You just act normal, Carol said. Just be yourself, Jacqueline threw in. To my astonishment, she drew out her knitting. Hey, do you have the hots for some guy? Naturally, Alex would ask such a question. Of course not. The heat in my face reflected my embarrassment. You do so, Carol laughed softly. All right, give. Who is he? I shook my head. It's too late. It's never too late. Jacqueline leaned toward me. Tell us the name, Alex encouraged. I hesitated, then with a deep sigh, told them about Brad. He won't ask me out again, I said when I'd finished. Probably not, Alex agreed. What you have to do now is ask him out. Both Jacqueline and Carol nodded. It seemed Brad had won Margaret to his side, and now my entire knitting class, too. Sunday night before the IVF procedure, Carol waited until she was sure Doug had fallen asleep. When she heard the heavy, even cadence of his breathing, she slipped out of bed and crept silently into the living room. Sinking into her favorite chair, she dropped her head back and ordered her mind and body to relax. She couldn't go through this procedure tense. She had to will her body to accept the fertilized eggs, to accept the baby or babies she yearned for. Tears filled her eyes. Never in all her life had she wept as much as she had in these last few years. Before long, she had a thick wad of tissues in her hand. What are you doing out here? Doug came into the room wearing striped pajama bottoms and no top. It was how he always slept. He sat across from her. What's the matter? Can't you sleep? Afraid that he might hear the tears in her voice, she shook her head. You should try to sleep, he said. I know. What about you? I don't think I can sleep without you. She smiled, comforted by the knowledge that she was as much a part of him as he was of her. What are we going to do if I don't get pregnant this time? Adopt? What if the adoption agencies decide we aren't fit parents? Doug's sigh rumbled from deep within his chest. If the IVF fails, we'll adopt. And if we aren't accepted by the agency, then we won't have children. Other couples have survived, and we will too. No, we won't. It might be all right between us for a while, but then one day you'll look at some little boy or girl and... Don't say that. We're going to have a baby. Don't say that, she cried. Carol, stop it. You're getting hysterical. I'm hysterical and frightened and depressed and defeated. Why go through with the procedure if you've already decided it isn't going to work? Because I have to know. You want to know you can't get pregnant? Doug thought he was helping, but he wasn't. In fact, he was making everything worse. Just leave me alone. Carol, for heaven's sake, I don't want you here. I need some time by myself. I don't think I should leave you alone. You need me. Not now. I need to be by myself. Please, Doug. He hesitated and then reluctantly walked into the bedroom. As soon as he was gone, Carol wanted him back. She wanted him to take her in his arms and reassure her of his love. At some point during the night, she must have fallen asleep on the sofa. Before dawn, she stirred and climbed back into bed, pressing her body against Doug's. When she woke again, Doug was cuddling her. Do you feel better? She managed a soft smile. Yes. Good. Have I told you lately how much I love you? He told her in 1,000 different ways. Yep. This is a very important day, you know, Doug said, sitting on the edge of the bed. I do know, Carol whispered. This was the day she'd welcome Doug's child into her. Alex stepped outside the video store and lit up a cigarette. She was cutting back, but giving up smoking was difficult. Taking a long drag, she savored the immediate soothing effect and noticed Jordan Turner walking down the opposite side of the street. A sense of dread filled her. She didn't want to talk to him. What was the point? He obviously saw her as a leftover challenge from the 6th grade, the girl he wanted to save, another notch in his ministerial belt. Preachers couldn't accept that Alex wasn't looking for salvation. She'd been on her own since she was 16, and one of the hardest lessons life had taught her was that the only person she could rely on was herself. It wasn't a lesson she was likely to forget. Crushing out her cigarette, Alex went back inside the store, hoping Jordan would take the hint and leave her alone. That was quick, Laurel muttered as Alex joined her behind the counter. I'm going into the back room. If you know who comes in, tell him I'm not working tonight. Are you still avoiding Jordan? Just do it, Alex snapped, and hurried to the back of the store. It had been 2 weeks since they'd bumped into each other at Starbucks and he'd dropped his bomb. The explosion still reverberated in her ears. Jordan was a minister, and she wanted nothing to do with him or his God. No more than a minute later, Laurel appeared. He saw you. Tell him I'm busy. I already tried that, but he told me he was going to wait until you came out. With that, her roommate and supposed friend returned to the front of the store. Alex waited 10 minutes and figured that by then, Jordan would have given up on her. No such luck. Arms crossed, he stood next to the cash register. His eyes narrowed when he saw her. Rather than try to avoid him anymore, she strolled purposely toward Jordan. You don't take a hint, do you? Not easily. Let's talk. Meet me after work. Make it Annie's Cafe. Fine. Annie's. I'll be waiting. It could have been Alex's imagination, but she thought she saw Jordan wink at Laurel on his way out the door. She wondered what the hell that was about, and then decided it didn't matter. If he was interested in her friend, then fine. She hoped the two of them would be very happy. Only Alex did care. Exactly 10 minutes after closing, Alex walked into Annie's. The cafe was half a block down from the video store. As a treat every payday, Alex bought herself dinner there. The food was good, plentiful, and cheap. Jordan was in a booth reading the menu when she approached. She scowled at him and said, I don't have to be here. He raised his eyebrows. True, but I figure you owe me an explanation as to why you ditched me in 6th grade. I didn't ditch you. I got caught up in circumstances beyond my control. All right. But consider it common courtesy to explain what happened. Listen, we can spend the rest of the evening arguing about something that happened in grade school, or we can talk. You decide. What's wrong, Alex? This was an interesting approach, but before she could answer, the waitress appeared. Alex knew Jenny, and she watched as the older woman glanced between them, not bothering to hide her surprise. What can I get you two? Jordan closed the plastic-coated menu. I'm thinking about a bacon cheeseburger with the works. Then he looked at Alex. How about you? Her mouth watered at the thought of one of Annie's mammoth cheeseburgers. But first she had to find out who was paying for it. You buying, or am I getting my own? I wouldn't ask if I wasn't. Alex tucked the menu behind the sugar canister. I'll have the same. 2 bacon cheeseburgers and 2 Cokes. He gave Alex a questioning smile, and she nodded. As soon as the waitress was gone, Jordan rested his hands on the table. So, he began. Alex sighed heavily. So, I'm not interested in church. Why not? In case you haven't noticed, I'm not exactly the church-going kind. And what kind is that? Alex rolled her eyes. Ladies who wear hats and gloves. Jordan snorted with laughter. You're describing a garden party, not church. I can tell you haven't attended in a while. How do you know you're not interested in church unless you try it? Why don't you come one Sunday and see? Listen, I don't need anyone to save me. He frowned. So that's what you think? Damn straight. You've certainly got me figured out, he said, a little sarcastically. Being rude was natural for her, but she was determined to keep the peace until after she'd eaten the cheeseburger. After all, he was paying for it, and she was hungry. Why is it so important for me to go to church? It's because you want to change me. No, I want to see you. I liked you in 6th grade, and I like you now. Do I need an excuse? I'm not your type. Did you decide that on your own, or did someone else make up your mind for you? She bristled. I make up my own mind. Let me see if I understand you. I was all right to hang with until you found out I'm someone you knew 10 or 12 years ago who just happens to be a minister? Alex lowered her eyes and refused to answer. You liked me just fine in grade school, and now you don't? That bacon cheeseburger had better show up fast, because holding her tongue was damn difficult. Alex bit the inside of her lip. The least you can do is answer me. What do you want me to say, that it doesn't matter? Well, it does. What changed? You're... She gestured toward him. You're good. Good? What do you mean by that? She folded her arms and searched with growing desperation for Jenny. It never took this long for an order to come up. Her stomach growled and reminded her it had been mid-afternoon since her latte, and she was hungry. As soon as her meal arrived, she could say what she wanted and take her cheeseburger home. Only he was confusing her. All she could think about was how badly she'd wanted to attend that Valentine party. She hadn't told him, but she'd had a Valentine for him, too. You know what I mean. No, I don't, so you'd better explain it to me. What the hell makes me good? God. His expression went blank. God? She nodded. You're this lily-white guy who grew up with a perfect family. I didn't. You had parents who loved you. I didn't. None of this is relevant. My mother did jail time for shooting my father. Did you know that? He nodded slowly. There was plenty of talk about it, but all I wanted to know was what had happened to you. Oh. This was unexpected. Alex nearly sighed in relief when Jenny appeared with 2 plates. The cheeseburger was left open and the cheese had melted perfectly. The French fries glistened and sizzled, fresh from the fryer. Her mouth watered just looking at her meal. I asked my dad to find out where you were. He tried, but apparently you and your brother had already been sent to foster homes in another part of the city. Alex reached for the salt shaker. You did? He nodded and picked up a fry. Hungry though she was, Alex hadn't touched her food. What made you decide to go into the ministry? Like father, like son? That's a story for another night. He added lettuce and a slice of tomato to his burger and closed it before taking his first bite. Alex bit into her burger, too. Just remember, I don't need you to save me, she said, still chewing. I couldn't, even if I wanted to. She swallowed and drank some of her Coke. Why not? It's not what I do. I leave the salvation up to God. He saves. I just point the way. She still didn't trust him. I don't get it. What's to get? You, wanting to see me. Is there some law that says I'm not supposed to be attracted to you? I liked you in 6th grade, and I still think you're kind of cute. You do? She asked, and was mortified by the slight quiver in her voice. I wouldn't say so if I didn't. He stretched out his hand and stole one of her French fries. Hey! She slapped his hand. He laughed and gave her his sliced pickle. They finished eating and left the cafe an hour later. Are you going to stop avoiding me now? Jordan asked. I haven't decided yet. Decide soon, will you? Why? Because I don't know how much longer I can afford to rent movies. Alex laughed. You coming to church on Sunday? He asked. Probably not. She didn't think those goody-goody types would take kindly to her purple-tinted hair. Church was for people who had regular lives and who had goals and dreams. Okay, Alex had dreams too, but damn little chance of ever seeing them come to life. She wanted to be a chef, not just a cook, but a real chef in some fancy restaurant. She'd worked in a couple of cafes like Annie's over the years and always liked the kitchen jobs best. She suspected he was laughing at her. Before she knew what he intended, he pulled her into the shadows of the alley and backed her up against the brick wall. They stared at each other for a long moment, neither breathing. Then his mouth was on hers, and it was all she could do not to crumple at the effect of his kiss. The only thing left to do was hold on to him, so she wrapped her arms around Jordan's neck. What was that for? She asked. I figured you owed me that because I had my heart broken in 6th grade. Alex moistened her lips. Yeah, well, you weren't the only one. Another Friday had come to an end. The knitting session was one of the best ever, with Alex laughing a lot, and Jacqueline more relaxed and tolerant than I'd ever seen her. Carol was at home, doctor's orders. By the time I turned over the closed sign on the shop door and headed upstairs to my apartment, I was exhausted, but this was a good kind of tired. When I first opened A Good Yarn, I'd had plenty of empty hours to work on my own projects. Not anymore. I had a continuous stream of customers. Despite all her threats to quit the class, Jacqueline showed up each and every Friday. And Jacqueline's country club friends had purchased $400 worth of yarn. With big sales like these, I didn't need to worry about making the rent payment. When I arrived upstairs, I sorted through the day's mail and came upon an envelope with a familiar scrawl, Margaret. I hesitated before I tore it open. Inside were 2 thank you notes, one from each of my nieces thanking me for the sweaters I'd recently knit. It was the first time they'd formally acknowledged my gifts. In the past, I'd often suspected Margaret hadn't given them the things I made them. Before I could change my mind, I punched out her telephone number. At the first ring, I nearly did change my mind, but on the second ring, my sister was on the line. Is everything all right? She demanded. Of course. I got the note from the girls today, and You only ever phone if something's wrong. That was categorically untrue, but I didn't want to argue with her. I'm fine, really. Have you seen that handsome UPS driver lately? He was by the other day. Brad Getz was as friendly as ever, but he no longer asked me out. He knew about my cancer now, and that explained it. Did you suggest the 2 of you get together? Margaret pressed. No, Why not? You keep telling me this shop of yours is an affirmation of life. Yes, I know, but... Well, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? It's my life, Margaret. Life? What life? All you do is work and knit, which is your work. Ask him out for a beer. No. Why not? I wasn't sure why I was so adamant. Because... You're afraid. All right, I'm afraid. Get over it. Oh, Margaret, you make everything seem so easy. Ask him out, and don't call me again until you do. Are you serious? I couldn't believe she'd say anything like that to me. Dead serious. She disconnected the phone. I stared at the receiver a full minute before I stepped away. Margaret could be so dictatorial. Okay, so maybe she had my best interests at heart. Maybe, just maybe, she was right. The women in my knitting class seemed to think so too. But I had no idea how. At 9, I phoned her back. Knowing my sister, I half expected her to slam down the receiver, but I didn't give her the chance. What do I say? I asked. I've already turned him down twice. Now that he knows I had cancer, he probably isn't interested. He might tell me no. He might, and I wouldn't blame him. Thanks for the encouragement, I muttered, and to my surprise, Margaret laughed. Tell him you've had a change of heart. Then tell him you think it might be nice for the two of you to have a beer one night if he's still interested. Offer to buy, and then leave the ball in his court. Are you going to do it? Yeah, I think I will. I sounded brave on Friday night, but by Monday morning it was a different story. Brad showed up Monday afternoon, wheeling the stack of boxes over to the cash register. How are you doing? Great. Instantly, my mouth went completely dry. Brad handed me the computerized clipboard. I looked at it as if I'd never seen it before. I need a signature, he said. Thankfully, I was able to manage that much and returned the clipboard. Brad smiled and headed out the door. Brad? He looked back. My mind whirled with everything Margaret had suggested I say. I've had a change of heart. That is, if you're still interested. If you aren't, I understand perfectly. And I'm making a complete idiot of myself, and let's have a beer one night. Oh, and I'll buy. Margaret said I should buy, and... His eyes widened as he held up one hand. Whoa. I clamped my mouth shut. A smile appeared on his face. I'd enjoy that. How about Friday night after you close the shop? I nodded. Sure. He reached for the cart, whistling on his way back to the truck. A few minutes after he left, I realized I was humming. I had a date. Hot damn, I had a date. Just wait until Margaret heard about this. Jacqueline had her day all planned. She had a nail appointment at 9, followed by lunch with her friends. Just minutes before she planned to leave for the nail salon, the phone rang. It was Reese. I need a favor. I'm in a meeting and I forgot my briefcase at the house. I'm on my way. He told her where to find it near his desk in the den. Jacqueline went in there and found the briefcase. The den was in Reese's section of the house, and she rarely ventured inside. For a moment she lingered. On rare occasions, Reese smoked a cigar, and the scent of rich tobacco and leather was more prominent in this room than anywhere else in the house. A sense of nostalgia filled her, and a longing she could hardly explain. She felt a dull ache as she remembered the love they'd somehow let slip away. It was hard to figure out precisely when it had happened to them, or why. His Tuesday night mistress was a symptom of their alienation, not a cause. Jacqueline phoned the nail salon from her car as she headed directly to Blossom Street. Parking was still impossible. Twice around the block turned up nothing. She pulled into the alley behind a good yarn. Lydia had warned them against using it, but Jacqueline didn't have any choice. The alley was narrow and dark, and she shuddered involuntarily as she quickly locked the car. When she got to the construction site, Reese's project manager greeted her. Thanks, the youthful-looking man told her. I know Reese was pretty upset about forgetting us. Grumbling under her breath, she walked across the street and down the block to the alley entrance. Unfortunately, the yarn store wouldn't be open for another 20 minutes, or she could have walked through there. As she entered the darkened alley, Jacqueline's anger increased steadily. No wonder her marriage was in trouble. Instead of greeting her personally, Reese had sent his assistant. Next time he could damn well retrieve his own briefcase. Jacqueline was halfway into the alley before an eerie warning sensation crawled up her spine. She stopped and looked suspiciously around. Nothing. Her fear persisted, growing more intense, but she had to get to her car. What alternative did she have? It was either that or stand here all morning. She was no more than 20 feet from her Mercedes when two men stepped out from the shadows. They loomed in front of her. They were street people, she thought, unkempt and filthy. "What do we have here?" one called to the other, who moved quickly to block her exit. Jacqueline broke into a cold sweat. Instinct told her to run, but she feared her legs were about to collapse, and in her heels she had little chance of escaping. "Kindly get out of my way," she demanded, and was rather pleased with her bravado. "Kindly," the second man, the taller of the two, echoed in a falsetto voice. "We got ourselves a genuine lady here. High society. Lots of money. Now give it up, bitch." Jacqueline clutched her purse tighter. "You wouldn't dare." "Never could refuse a dare, could we, Larry?" "Shut up," the other man shouted, obviously angry that his friend had said his name. He pulled out a switchblade and brandished it in front of Jacqueline. Although she wasn't aware she'd released it, her designer bag fell to the asphalt. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you," a brusque female voice shouted from behind Jacqueline. "Aren't you on probation, Ralph? It'd be a real shame to see your sorry ass back in jail so soon." It took Jacqueline a moment to recognize Alex Townsend's voice. Alex, the girl she considered a felon, a crude punk rocker, had risked her own life and come to her rescue. "Stay out of this," Larry growled. "Sorry, guys," Alex said, waltzing forward, "but this lady happens to be a good friend of mine." Larry looked at the purse. "You want her for yourself." He clenched the knife tighter and raised it. A clicking sound followed, but the noise didn't immediately register in Jacqueline's mind. Then she understood. Alex carried a switchblade of her own. "They can have the money." Jacqueline didn't care. She just wanted both of them out of this mess without getting hurt. "No, they can't," Alex yelled as the two men started toward them. "Get over to the yarn store." "No!" Jacqueline didn't know where she found the courage, but she scooped up her purse and swung it wildly at the two men. She'd paid $700 for the Gucci bag, and it served her well, connecting with a solid crunch against the shorter man's head. Ralph howled with pain. "What's going on back here?" Lydia shouted from the rear door of her shop. "Call 911, Jacqueline screamed. Alex crouched forward, her arms outstretched with a switchblade firmly gripped in her left hand. The men glanced at each other and then ran for it, racing past Jacqueline and Alex. As soon as they were out of sight, Jacqueline started to shake. "Are you okay?" Alex asked. Jacqueline shook her head. "The police are on their way," Lydia called. Alex wrapped her arm around Jacqueline's waist and guided her through the back door of Lydia's shop. The table where they sat for their classes seemed a mile away before Jacqueline reached it and literally fell into a chair. I could have been murdered." She'd seen the look in those men's eyes. God only knew what they would have done to her if Alex hadn't come into the alley when she had. "Alex, you saved my life." In that moment, Jacqueline wanted to call back every ugly thought she'd ever had regarding the young woman. She didn't care what color Alex dyed her hair. The girl had saved her from a fate she could hardly imagine. Alex sat down next to her, and Jacqueline soon noticed that she was badly shaken too. A siren blared outside, and a few minutes later 2 police officers entered the shop. All 3 women started talking at once. "One at a time, ladies," the first. Once the policeman had left, Jacqueline looked at Alex. "I don't know how to thank you." "You owe me." Jacqueline nodded in full agreement. She still wasn't sure what had led Alex into the alley. When questioned by the police, she explained that she'd seen Jacqueline go in there and didn't think it was a safe place for her friend to be, so she followed her. And Jacqueline would be forever grateful that she had. 10 days after the IVF procedure, Lydia phoned Carol. "I haven't heard from you and was wondering how you're doing." "Not so great," Carol admitted. "Oh, Lydia, this is hard. Right now it's a waiting game, and both Doug and I are so tense." "Let me take you to lunch, and we'll talk. Would you like to meet on the waterfront? It's such a perfect day for it." Carol agreed. Nothing would please her more than to get away from the condo for a few hours. They chose a restaurant, a little hole-in-the-wall place that specialized in fish and chips. By the time Carol arrived, Lydia had already obtained a table on the patio. "This is an unexpected surprise," Carol told her as she took the chair across from Lydia. "It's just so beautiful. I couldn't bear to stay inside a minute longer. My mother's been after me to take some time for myself, and today I decided she was right. She loves the idea of standing in for me. It gives her an emotional boost to think she's helping, and she is. Thank her for me." Carol had only known Lydia a short while, but she considered the other woman her friend. Seated under the shade of the overhead umbrella, they discussed knitting and friendship and shared stories of growing up. The highlight of their lunch was the story of Alex rescuing Jacqueline from muggers in the back alley. When Carol left the waterfront, she felt a great deal better. Amazing what a little girl time could do. She bought a small sirloin tip roast at the market and walked back to the condo. The moment he arrived home, Doug noticed the difference in her mood. He smiled and kissed her, then went into the bedroom to change clothes. When he reappeared, he had on his Mariners baseball jacket and hat. "You forgot, didn't you?" he said, when he saw the look on her face. "Bill and I have tickets for the game." "Of course." She shrugged off her disappointment. Her afternoon with Lydia had done her a world of good, and she wouldn't begrudge her husband a night with his longtime college friend. Minutes later, he was out the door. It was the first time all week she'd cooked a decent meal, and Doug wouldn't be home to enjoy it. Life seemed to be full of such little ironies. She wasn't feeling sorry for herself, not really, but her elated mood had definitely sagged by the time her brother phoned. They hadn't talked since his visit the month before. "Can I come over?" "Of course, but it's just me. Doug's at the Mariners game." Rick's sigh was audible. "Actually, that's probably better." "What's up?" "I'll tell you when I get there." Her brother showed up less than half an hour later. Carol hadn't ever seen him look this bad, unshaven, with dark circles under his eyes. He collapsed into a chair. "Are you going to tell me, or do I have to guess?" she asked as she handed him a cold beer. "Lisa's pregnant." Carol stared at him blankly. "Lisa? Lisa who?" He rubbed his eyes. "A flight attendant I've seen a few times." "Obviously you've done more than see her. What about Ellie? The last time we talked, you were hoping to get back together with her." "I know. I love Ellie, and I want her back." "Then what were you doing with Lisa?" "It just sort of happened. Trust me, little sister. You can't say anything I haven't already said to myself. This ruins everything." "Does Ellie know?" "No. I'm not telling her either, that's for sure." "You're 100% sure the baby is yours?" He nodded. "We've been pretty involved lately." "How far along is she?" "She just found out. A month, I guess." "Do you love her?" "I love Ellie. It's Ellie I want to be with. It's Ellie I need in my life." "Then you should have kept your pants zipped. If you aren't going to marry Lisa, then what?" "I don't know." "This isn't the first time, is it?" "First time for what? If you're asking whether I've fathered other kids, you're wrong. I've always been careful." "I meant, this isn't the first time you cheated on Ellie. That's the reason she filed for divorce, isn't it?" Her brother nodded. Rick stayed for an hour, and they talked while dinner went cold. Doug returned home an hour later, thrilled that the Mariners had handily defeated the Yankees. Carol told him about the visit from her brother and his devastating news. "It doesn't surprise me," her husband told her. They sat side by side on the sofa, Doug's arm around her. Rick's always been a ladies' man. Carol found it hard to believe her brother could be so morally lacking. It was as if this person she'd grown up with and loved was a stranger. Carol felt sick to her stomach. He's been doing it ever since I've known him, fooling around with one woman while seeing another. The truth is, I'm not overly fond of Rick. Doug, how can you say such a thing? Rick was the one who'd introduced her to her husband. They'd been college friends and dorm mates. It's true, honey. The only good thing that came out of the friendship was meeting you. Carol let his words sink in. She was seeing her brother realistically for the very first time. He was a selfish little boy who refused to grow up. Later, as Carol snuggled close to her husband in bed, she couldn't help thinking about life's many injustices. Why is it, she asked, that women who don't want to get pregnant have such an easy time of it? I wish I had an answer, sweetheart, but life just isn't fair. Alex slept late on Friday morning, lying in bed while the last remnants of sleep faded away. Keeping her eyes closed, she let her mind linger on the kiss she'd shared with Jordan. She'd been kissed plenty, and had lots of other experience, too. Still, no kiss had affected her like that one. Alex hadn't seen Jordan since. She tried not to dwell on that. Unsure what prompted her, on Sunday morning, Alex had walked over to the Free Methodist Church Jordan had mentioned. She stood across the street while she watched people file in. Jordan was right about one thing. Only a few of the older adults wore hats and gloves and dresses. She'd loitered on the corner. The music was good, upbeat and lively. After about 40 minutes, she'd walked away. It wouldn't have hurt to slip into the back pew and take a look, but fear made that impossible. Alex wasn't sure what she'd been so afraid of. Now she tossed back the sheets and climbed out of bed. Laurel was sitting in front of television, an old model with tinfoil-wrapped rabbit ears. Her roommate stared intently at a kid's cartoon. "Morning," Alex muttered as she wandered into their tiny kitchen. Laurel ignored her. They were supposed to be friends, but Laurel rarely spoke to her anymore. She'd been sulking for weeks now. "Fine. Be in a bad mood." Alex reached for a banana. "See if I care." Peeling the banana, Alex noticed that the baby blanket she was knitting lay on the floor. "What the hell happened here?" she demanded. She flew to rescue her project. The ball of yarn had unwound and ended up near the apartment door. Standing directly in front of the television, Alex glared at her roommate. "I don't know what your problem is, but get over it." "It was in my way." Alex examined the nearly completed blanket, unsure what she'd do if Laurel had caused her to drop stitches, or worse, pull out the needles. Alex was sick of her roommate's bad moods, sick of her slovenly habits, and sick of her mooning over a man who was a loser. "Get a grip, will you? You wouldn't be so cruel if you—" Laurel buried her face in her hands and burst into tears. Alex felt awful. Sitting next to Laurel, she sighed. "It's Loverboy, isn't it?" Laurel nodded. "He said he doesn't want to see me anymore." Laurel pulled her feet up and locked her arms around her knees. She'd been overweight when they met, but now she seemed to be even bigger than Alex remembered. "Eating isn't going to help." Alex tried to sound sympathetic. "Are you saying I'm fat?" "Not fat, exactly." "Okay, I'm fat and ugly. You think I don't know that? And mean." "Mean?" Alex asked, her suspicions growing. Laurel nodded. "Jordan stopped by the store on Tuesday and asked me to give you a message, and I didn't." A chill came over Alex. "What was the message?" He wanted to take you roller skating." "When?" "This afternoon, with a bunch of kids from his church, and I didn't tell you. I know I should have, but I didn't want you to have a man when I don't." I'm fat and ugly and no one wants me. Laurel stood and reached inside her jeans for a folded-up piece of paper. I was supposed to give you this. Alex unfolded the flyer and saw that it announced an afternoon skating party at a rink 5 blocks away. Alex stared at the page and turned it over to find a note Jordan had written her. Alex, I'm looking for a partner. You interested? The way her heart nearly exploded told her she was. But skating? Her? Alex had never put on a pair of skates in her life. When she was 5 or 6, all the kids who lived in the same apartment complex had roller skates. Alex had desperately longed for a pair, but there was enough money for beer, cigarettes, drugs, and roller skates, too. You want to come? She asked Laurel, well aware of what it felt like to be excluded. Laurel looked up, then shook her head. No. Are you actually doing it? Alex shrugged. Maybe. She took an hour to think it over. Jordan claimed he liked her for herself. She wasn't sure she should believe him. Despite her doubts, she realized she wanted to trust him, wanted to be with him, the same way she had all those years ago. Nothing had ever come easy for Alex. Everything had been a struggle. If she was going to have a good life, she had to make it happen herself. That recognition fired her determination to give this relationship a chance. Alex was waiting outside the skating rink, leaning against the building when the yellow church bus pulled up. The doors opened and pre-teens poured out. No one paid much attention to Alex until Jordan walked over to her, wearing the biggest grin she'd ever seen. I was hoping you'd show up. I'm not skating. I came to watch. You'll be missing out on all the fun. She didn't care. No one was strapping her into a pair of skates. The rink opened and the kids swarmed inside. Alex hung around on the street, smoking a cigarette, and casually wandered into the rink. Already kids were skating on the polished wooden floor, speeding around and around with the music blasting. The rink apparently provided Christian rock. Alex had to look for Jordan. Then she saw him, surrounded by kids. They followed him wherever he went. When Alex lost sight of Jordan, she moved closer to the railing. Jordan skated past and waved. It didn't take long for the church kids to notice the attention he paid Alex. Several stopped to look at her and chat among themselves. Is Jordan your friend? A girl asked. She couldn't be more than 13, with perfect dark hair and olive skin. Another girl, a blonde in braces, stood beside her. Alex nodded. He mentioned you, Blondie said. Jordan said you used to be his Valentine. Are you going to skate? The first girl asked. Maybe later. Jordan went around the rink at least a dozen times, then glided over to stand next to Alex. I haven't seen you in a while. I've been around. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come. She almost hadn't, but she didn't mention the reason. You've never skated before, have you? Every kid skated, she returned, rather than confess the truth. An hour later, Alex was wearing a pair of skates. Her 2 newfound friends had convinced her to give it a try. The girls led her to the rink, each holding one of her hands. 2 feet onto the slick wooden floor, Alex started flailing. Not 10 seconds later, she was flat on her butt. She didn't have a chance to even think before Jordan came up behind her and tucked his arms under hers, swooping her upright. Everyone falls. Then, with his arm around her waist and his free hand holding hers, they made one full circuit of the rink. Despite herself, she laughed. It was as if she were 6 years old again and Santa had delivered that pair of roller skates after all. Sherry says you're cool. Alex didn't care what the little blonde girl thought. What do you say? He grinned down at her. I think you're pretty cool, too. His words were more beautiful than any music she'd ever heard. This had been quite a week. It's unheard of for me to have 2 social engagements within the same 7-day period. My lunch on Wednesday with Carol did so much good. The class earlier this afternoon was the best yet. Following the incident in the back alley, Alex and Jacqueline were just shy of friendly. The class flew by, and then I was seeing Brad for drinks. We were meeting at the Poor House for a beer at 6 after I'd closed for the day. The Poor House was about 2 blocks off Blossom and seemed to be a popular hangout for the after-work crowd. Brad had found a booth near the back, and I quickly made my way across the room. I shook the rain off my jacket, and Brad hung it up for me. "I've only got half an hour or so. The daycare teacher said she'd keep Cody until 7:15, but not a minute longer, and it takes me at least 20 minutes to get there." "How old is your son?" 8. He keeps telling me he's too old to be in daycare, but I'm not letting him stay by himself all day. Since we don't have much time, I'd rather not waste it talking about me. I want to learn about you." "Anything you want to ask me?" I sat up straighter. A grin lifted the corners of his mouth. "How come it took you so long to say yes to a beer with me?" "I'm not sure." "Are you willing to go out with me again?" I nodded. "Good, because I want us to get to know each other." We talked, and I had the opportunity to ask him some personal questions. 40 minutes later, I parked in front of Margaret and Matt's house. I realized I've never shown up at my sister's home without an invitation. I was dying to talk to someone, and since my sister had practically forced me into this, I figured she should be that someone. I rang the doorbell. It was Haley who answered. When she saw me, she shrieked with happiness and left me standing on the porch while she ran to get her mother. "Lydia!" Margaret burst into the room and stood on the other side of the closed screen door. "It is you." "I told you it was," Haley said from behind her mother. My sister unlocked the screen door and held it open for me. "I don't usually drop by unannounced," I said, "but I just had to tell you about my meeting with Brad." "Oh my goodness, that was tonight." My sister's eyes lit up as she pulled me into the house. Before I could comprehend what was going on, she had me sitting at the kitchen table and was on a step stool in front of the refrigerator, standing on tiptoe as she removed a liquor bottle from the cabinet above. "What are you doing?" I asked, almost giddy. "A night like this calls for homemade margaritas." I giggled like a schoolgirl. In a matter of minutes, my sister had mixed the drinks and made a virgin drink for Haley. "Where are Matt and Julia?" I asked. "Bonding at a baseball game," Margaret explained, handing me my glass. "Now tell all." "I met Brad at the poorhouse." Both my sister and Haley drew closer. "He had less than an hour because he had to pick up his son from daycare." "He's paying extra time at daycare on a Friday night?" Margaret asked. I nodded. "You can bet he paid through the nose for that. What did he say?" "Not much. He asked a lot of questions, but he didn't talk much about himself. Mostly he talked about his son." "What did he have to say about his ex-wife?" "Mostly he glossed over the divorce. They were too young, and she decided she didn't want to be married or responsible for a child. Not once did Brad say anything negative about Cody's mother." Margaret smiled. "I like him, you know. Are you going to see him again?" "Yes." I took another sip of my drink. "One more of these margaritas, and I'd probably be willing to marry him." My sister broke into peals of laughter. I can't remember ever seeing Margaret this pleased with me, and silly as it sounds, I basked in her approval. "Is everything all right with you and Reese?" Tammy Lee asked as she began clearing the dining room table. Jacqueline sighed and pretended not to hear the question. She'd hoped no one had noticed the tension between her and Reese during tonight's dinner party. The mayor and 2 city council members had been in attendance, along with their wives and 3 other couples. At the last minute, not bothering to check with Jacqueline, Reese had invited Paul and Tammy Lee. Having Paul there was, of course, perfect. But Jacqueline had cringed at the prospect of her daughter-in-law sharing her unsophisticated sense of humor with members of the city government. Well, there was nothing Jacqueline could do about it. Thankfully, the evening had gone surprisingly well. Reese had glared across the dinner table at Jacqueline as if to tell her how wrong she was about Tammy Lee, and how right he was. The invitation to their son and his wife wasn't the crux of their most recent argument, however. Jacqueline and Reese rarely argued. There was no reason for it. But Reese had exploded when he learned she'd been accosted and nearly mugged by those two creeps. Thank goodness both had been apprehended and arraigned. Despite that, her husband had ranted at her for at least 10 minutes, unwilling to listen to reason, and all because she'd parked the car in the alley. He had the gall to claim she'd asked to be mugged, and then he'd called her stupid. Jacqueline was still furious. How dare Reese say such things to her, especially when she'd been doing him a favor? Other than unavoidable conversation, they hadn't spoken in 5 very long days. Jacqueline was astonished that Tammy Lee had noticed. "Did you hear me?" Tammy Lee asked, following Jacqueline into the kitchen with an armload of china. Anyone else would have gotten the message and dropped the subject. Not Tammy Lee. "You can put those dishes on the counter," Jacqueline instructed. "Really, there's no need for you to help. Martha will be here in the morning." The housekeeper lived in the small guest house in the back. Now that she was older, she rarely had the energy for serving dinner parties. She wanted to retire, but Jacqueline relied on her, and so Martha stayed on. "You don't want to leave these dishes on the table overnight," Tammy Lee had insisted, and she was right. As soon as everyone had left, Jacqueline would put everything in the dishwasher. "It was a lovely party." "Thank you." Jacqueline bit her tongue to keep from mentioning that one day Tammy Lee would be expected to hold similar parties of her own. "You're such a gracious hostess," Tammy Lee said, returning with her second load of plates. "Thank you. Where are Reese and Paul?" "They're in the den, talking." All the dishes must be in the kitchen now because Tammy Lee sat down. Jacqueline scraped off the plates and set them inside the dishwasher. "I hope you didn't mind me showing the mayor the blanket you made for our baby. Paul and I are so thrilled you knit something for our baby girl." "No, that was fine." Jacqueline finished and claimed a chair next to Tammy Lee, first pouring herself a glass of wine. If she was going to be trapped in the kitchen with her daughter-in-law, she needed fortification. Tammy Lee studied her. "Did I ever tell you about the time my mama ran over the mailbox with my daddy's tractor?" Jacqueline swallowed her groan. "I don't believe I've heard that one." If Tammy Lee noticed her sarcasm, she chose to ignore it. "It's the only time I can remember hearing my daddy holler at Mama. My mama went rushing into the house in tears, and I went too, outraged that my daddy would raise his voice to her. Later, Mama told me that the only reason Daddy had been hollering was because the tractor might have toppled on her. He didn't care one bit about that mailbox. It was my mama he loved, and she might have been crushed getting that close to the irrigation ditch in the tractor. His yelling was a sign of how much he loved her." Jacqueline was sure there was a point to this story, but at the moment it escaped her. Somehow Jacqueline managed to smile. "So your mother actually ran the tractor over the mailbox?" "Twice." "Twice?" Perhaps it was the wine, but Jacqueline laughed out loud. "Daddy wasn't any happier about it the second time either." Jacqueline would bet not. "But my daddy loves Mama, the same way Reese loves you." Jacqueline stopped laughing. Reese hadn't truly loved her in years. Their marriage was one of convenience and comfort. She didn't complain about his Tuesday night appointments, and he didn't mention the balance on their credit cards. Reese and Paul came into the kitchen. "You must be exhausted," Paul said, smiling down on Tammy Lee with such love it was painful to watch. "Are you ready to head home?" Tammy Lee nodded, and Paul helped her to her feet. Then, to Jacqueline's shock, her daughter-in-law bent down and threw her arms around her neck. "Thank you," Tammy Lee whispered, hugging her warmly. Jacqueline wasn't sure how to respond. She placed her arms carefully around Tammy Lee and hugged back. It had been so long since anyone had touched her with so much affection that she found herself close to tears. "You are such a wonderful mother-in-law. I think I'm the most blessed woman in the world." Jacqueline gazed at Reese over Tammy Lee's shoulder. She saw something powerful flickering in his eyes. Could Rhys possibly still have feelings for her? Was it the reason he'd been so angry about her parking the car in the alley? That, apparently, was the point of Tammy Lee's story. The thought seemed almost inconceivable. Carol was the first to show up for knitting class on Friday afternoon. She arrived early in order to look through the pattern book for another project. "I thought you were knitting your brother a pullover," Lydia said. "I was, but I'm too upset with him to knit him anything." The bell above the door chimed, and when Carol glanced up, she nearly did a double take. Alex walked in, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. It was the first time Carol had seen her without the constant black leather jacket and either black pants or a ridiculously short skirt. Her hair looked less punk. "Hi." Alex glared at Lydia and Carol, as if defying them to comment on her changed appearance. Then she sat down and took her knitting out. "Hi," they both responded. "How's the pregnancy going?" "So far, so good. I'm still peeing blue." "What?" Alex raised her head. "The test that tells me I'm registering as positive for a pregnancy," Carol explained. With the fertilized embryo implanted in her womb, it wasn't getting pregnant that was difficult. It was staying pregnant. Twice now she'd lost the baby before the 3rd week. Holding on to the pregnancy this long meant there was hope. The door opened and Jacqueline came into the shop, bracelets jangling. The woman did like to make an entrance. Actually, Carol didn't mind. She'd grown to like all the women in her knitting group. She and Jacqueline were on to new projects now. The only one who hadn't finished the baby blanket was Alex, and Carol suspected it was because she couldn't afford to buy more yarn. "I'm starting a new sweater," Carol said, still leafing through patterns. "What about the other one?" Carol knew Alex had especially liked the gray cashmere. "I'm tired of it." She glanced at Lydia and shared a conspiratorial smile with her. "Do you want the yarn?" Alex's eyes lit up. "You don't want it?" "Not really." "What about the pattern? Do you need that?" "Not particularly." "Great!" Alex nearly rubbed her hands in glee. "I'm almost done with the blanket, and I'd like to knit that sweater for a friend." "Who?" Leave it to Jacqueline to ask. "A friend, like I said." "Don't get high and mighty with me. I was just interested, that's all." Jacqueline expressing interest in Alex? A few weeks ago, that would have been unimaginable. They still sniped at each other, but that seemed more out of habit than conviction. "I didn't know you had a male friend," Lydia said, smiling at Alex. "I don't." "Then who's the sweater for?" "Like I said, a friend." "Sure." Jacqueline winked at Alex, whose cheeks immediately blossomed a fetching shade of pink. "If you must know, it's a guy I met at the video store." "Does he like you?" Jacqueline asked. Alex shrugged. "He did when we were in 6th grade, but, well, he's a preacher, and I don't exactly see the two of us sailing off into the sunset, if you catch my drift." "Why not?" Lydia asked. "Preachers have lives too, you know." Alex lowered her head and concentrated on her knitting. "He's a good kisser." Predictably, that piqued the group's interest, and a lively discussion broke out. "Rhys was quite a kisser in his day," Jacqueline volunteered. "I remember the first time he kissed me. Every cell in my body sprang to life." Carol smiled at the dreamy look on Jacqueline's face. "I thought I'd died and gone to heaven the first time Doug kissed me. What about you, Lydia?" "I don't think I've ever felt anything more than a kiss. Nothing earth-shattering happened afterward." "It will, one day," Jacqueline assured her. "Didn't I see you come out of the poorhouse last Friday?" Alex asked Lydia. "With that UPS driver?" Lydia's cheeks flamed. "Yes, I was meeting Brad Getz for a drink." Alex let out a low whistle of approval. "He's hot stuff." We're going to dinner later in the week." "Do I sense a romance developing?" Jacqueline asked in a friendly tone. "That would be nice," Carol said. "And this young preacher of Alex's." Carol felt touched that the girl had confided in them. "Would you like to come up to the condo to get the yarn one day next week?" Carol asked impulsively. Alex nodded. "You wouldn't mind?" "Not at all. Why don't you come for lunch on Monday? Does that work for you?" "Yeah, sure." Despite her indifferent-sounding response, Alex couldn't hide her eagerness to accept. Carol looked around at the others with an affectionate smile. A group of mismatched personalities, 4 women with nothing in common, had come together, and over the course of a few months, they'd become real friends. Monday morning following her hair appointment, Jacqueline returned to the house to find that a local florist had delivered a dozen red roses. Martha, the housekeeper, had placed them in the center of the formal living room on a round coffee table. "Who sent the roses?" she asked, stunned to find them. Martha shook her head. "I didn't read the card." Jacqueline walked into the living room and examined the red buds. Their scent was so lovely, Jacqueline thought they must be antique roses. If so, they would have cost a fortune. She couldn't imagine who'd be sending her roses or why. She reached for the card, but didn't open the small envelope, wanting to linger over the suspense. It wasn't her birthday or her wedding anniversary. Reese hadn't sent her flowers in years. Unable to guess, she finally tore open the envelope. Reese. Her husband. There was no explanation, no message. "Well?" the housekeeper asked. "They're from Reese." Martha beamed. "I thought so." Despite herself, Jacqueline smiled, too. "Would you like me to start dinner for you this evening?" Martha asked. "No. I believe I'll cook tonight, Martha." The housekeeper didn't so much as blink, but Jacqueline could tell she was surprised. By the time Reese walked into the house at 6 o'clock, the kitchen was redolent with the scent of coconut milk, chicken, curry, and yogurt. "What's this?" Reese asked, loosening his tie. Jacqueline hadn't heard him come in and whirled around, a wooden spoon in her hand. "Dinner." She walked over and kissed his cheek. "The roses are beautiful. Thank you." Reese's eyes widened just a little. "I figured I owed you an apology. I came down on you pretty hard about parking in the alley. I shouldn't have said the things I did." "You were worried about me. It's a case of me running over the mailbox with the tractor." He frowned. "What?" Jacqueline laughed and quickly retold Tammy Lee's story. Reese chuckled, and then, to Jacqueline's amazement, he kissed her. She was sure he only meant to brush her lips with his, but when their mouths met, something wonderful and exciting took hold of them both. The wooden spoon clattered to the floor, and Jacqueline slid her arms around her husband's neck. She'd assumed that after years of celibacy, the sexual part of her nature had atrophied. It was a shock to realize just how alive, how sexual she was capable of feeling. "I'd better shower," Reese said, as he backed away from her. He seemed to be in a state of shock himself. When Reese returned, Jacqueline had just finished lighting the candles. "Can I do anything?" he asked. "Would you pour the wine?" "Sure." After he poured them each a glass, he turned on the CD player. Jacqueline mounded rice on their plates and ladled on generous servings of curry. She carried the plates to the table, where Reese was waiting for her. He stood behind her chair and pulled it out, a courtesy he hadn't bothered with in years. "It's a long time since you made me chicken curry," he said when he was seated across from her. "It smells delicious. Thank you." Jacqueline held her breath while he tasted his first bite. She knew she'd succeeded when he closed his eyes and murmured, "It's even better than I remember." Jacqueline relaxed and took her first taste. "I have a small confession," Reese said. You need to thank Tammy Lee for the roses. They were her idea. Jacqueline picked up her wine. Well, I didn't think you'd come up with that idea on your own. To Tammy Lee, Reese said, holding up his wine glass. To Tammy Lee, Jacqueline repeated. The phone rang, and she sighed. I'll get it. Reese was out of his chair before she could protest. Whoever was on the line certainly had Reese's attention. His brow furrowed, and he frowned, and then nodded curtly. Replacing the receiver, he muttered, I have to go. Where? Jacqueline asked before she could stop herself. He grabbed his car keys. I'm needed at one of the sites, not Blossom Street, the Northgate project. It appears we blew a circuit, and the entire block is without electricity. Sitting alone at the table, listening as Reese's car engine roared to life, Jacqueline felt numb. He's needed at the site, she repeated, her voice cracking. She knew exactly who'd phoned and exactly where he'd gone, and it wasn't to any job site. Sunday morning, Alex found herself standing on the corner watching as people filed through the church doors. Ordinary people, some wealthy and some not. People like those in her knitting group. People like Carol Gerard and her husband. Having lunch at Carol's high-rise condo had been an eye-opening experience. Literally. The view was incredible. She might live in Seattle, but she certainly never saw it from this perspective. Alex felt as if she'd stepped right onto a page in one of those fancy home decorating magazines. One thing was for sure. Alex had no intention of returning the invitation. She could just imagine what Carol would think if she saw the inside of her apartment. Carol had made a lovely lunch of cold tomato soup, a Spanish recipe, she'd said, and a seafood salad. She'd set the table with beautiful matching dishes, complete with linen napkins. This was exactly the type of thing she needed to know if she hoped to start her own business one day. Alex had been nervous at first, afraid she might commit some social blunder by using the wrong fork. If Jacqueline had been there, she would have been more worried, but Carol was a normal kind of person. Funny, with all that wealth, she still had her problems. Everyone had problems, Alex now realized, even if they lived in gorgeous apartments with million-dollar views. Over lunch, she and Carol covered a lot of subjects, and after a while it felt just as if they were in the knitting group at Lydia's shop. Alex had never expected to become friends with these women, but that was exactly what had happened. Even with Jacqueline. All of them encouraged her to pursue the relationship with Jordan. Following the roller skating party, he'd stopped by the video store to tell her he was going out of town. Apparently he was involved in a summer camp program. She missed Jordan, and if walking into this church was the only way she could feel close to him, then she was doing it. Slipping into the last pew, she saw that people were standing and singing. When the song ended, the congregation sat down, and the minister, an older man, stepped up to the podium. Al figured she'd leave after the sermon. The minister preached from the Old Testament in the book of Nehemiah. The sermon, about the ruined walls of Jerusalem and how they symbolized people's lives, interested her. Alex was just getting ready to slip out of the pew when she saw Jordan walk to the front of the church. He was obviously back from summer camp, although he hadn't come by the video store. She tried to ignore the disappointment and the hurt. Seeing him in church wasn't the only shock she received. Jordan wasn't alone. A blonde beauty came with him. The girl eyed Jordan like he was Jesus returning to collect his saints before Armageddon. The two of them had handheld microphones. The music started, and their voices blended as if they'd been singing together their entire lives. Listening to their performance was more than Alex could bear. She rushed out the door. If she'd needed proof that she was deluding herself, this was it. Reeling, she ran into the alley. She closed her eyes and called herself every ugly name she'd ever heard. With her back against the brick wall, she slid down and hung her head. Alex squatted there, caught in a misery so deep she could barely move. Hey, Alex? She glanced up to find Tyrone Houston, better known in the neighborhood as T-Bone, standing above her. He was a gang member and a known drug dealer. What you doing? T-Bone demanded. You interested in a party? I got the stuff. That meant he had a fresh supply of drugs. I could be. She'd been clean a long time, ever since her brother had overdosed. But she hated this dark, ugly feeling eating at her gut. Whatever T-Bone had was better. The house was a couple of blocks away. When they stepped into the house, the shades were drawn and the room was dark. 5 or 6 guys were lounging around and the air was thick with sweet-smelling smoke. Alex slowly surveyed the scene. In one corner, she noticed another girl sitting with a guy. He appeared to be in a drug-induced haze. The girl seemed familiar, but Alex couldn't figure out how she knew her. Working at the video store, she saw a lot of people. She was young, 14, possibly 15. Then it came to her. The girl was familiar because Alex had seen her at the roller skating rink with Jordan. She was a church kid. The girl recognized Alex, too. She averted her gaze. Anger surged through Alex. This kid didn't belong here with a bunch of druggy losers. She strolled to the sofa and sat down on the arm and glared at them. "What are you doing here?" The teenager glared back at Alex. "Same as you." The guy she was with rolled his head and pointed at Alex. "Who's this, Lori?" Lori stared up at Alex, her face hard. "This is no one." "That's where you're wrong," Alex said as she came to her feet. "Sorry, we have to go now." She grabbed Lori by the arm. The girl protested, but let Alex pull her up. "What are you doing?" "Getting you out of here. You don't belong here any more than I do." Her boyfriend was so out of it he didn't protest. T-Bone, however, wasn't pleased. He blocked the door, his arms crossed over his massive chest as he focused narrow eyes on Alex. Fear shivered down her spine. T-Bone could slit her throat. He wouldn't hesitate either. "She's a church kid," Alex said, meeting his gaze. "You keep her here, and you're going to have a pack of little old ladies marching outside your door, bringing the heat. You want trouble? It's up to you. Get out, and take her with you." Alex dragged Lori out of the house. Once outside, Lori jerked her arm free. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "What am I doing? What I'm doing, little girl, is saving your sorry ass." "I don't need anyone to save me." Those words were almost identical to what she'd said when Jordan announced he was a youth minister. But they weren't true for Lori, and maybe not for Alex either. "Go home," Alex said. Lori hurried down the street without a backward look. The video store did good business on Sunday afternoons, and she was kept busy, especially when Laurel didn't bother to make an appearance. An hour into her shift, Jordan walked into the store. "Alex, I was hoping we could get together tonight." "Who's Miss America?" "What?" Jordan said, blinking in confusion. "You sang with her this morning?" His eyes widened. "You were in church?" "Long enough to see you and Miss America. You seem to be very good friends." "We are. I'll just bet." "You're jealous of Pastor Sutton's 17-year-old daughter?" The girl was only 17. From the back of the church, it was hard to tell. Still. "I don't have time to put up with petty jealousy. If you want to be angry with me, then fine. But I've got better things to do." Alex was about to answer when he whirled around and left the store. I've spent so much time in doctor's offices that over the years I've come to dread even the most routine appointments. The one advantage of being in Dr. Wilson's office is that after all this time, the staff have become practically as familiar as family, especially Peggy, Dr. Wilson's nurse. My spirits were high as I strolled out of the doctor's office. It was a glorious August afternoon, and while the store was closed on Mondays, I could think of nowhere else I'd rather be. I had on a sleeveless summer dress made of seersucker with a pretty white eyelet collar. The dress was a favorite of mine. Listening to the radio, I kept an eye on the windows in case Brad happened to drive past. Blossom Street was open to traffic now, and this had dramatically increased business. Lots of people came to the neighborhood just to see the changes. Just as I'd hoped, Brad's dark brown delivery truck came into view. I saw my man in brown leap out of his truck with a couple of packages for the floral shop next door. I didn't know if he'd seen me or not until he came out with a single long-stemmed red rose. Unlocking the front door, I let him into the shop. "For me?" I asked. "It'll cost you," Brad teased. "Name your price?" "A kiss. Maybe 2. How did the doctor's visit go?" "I didn't even see him. It was for routine blood tests." "Are you nervous?" I shook my head. I felt too good to be sick again. "I'm free on Saturday night. How about if I take you to dinner and a movie? Any place you want to eat, as long as it isn't McDonald's." I smiled. Cody was a big fan of their cheeseburgers, and Brad was thoroughly tired of fast food. "You got it. Any place but McDonald's." Then, with such ease I was barely aware of what he was doing, Brad brought me into his arms and kissed me. I swear I felt that kiss from the top of my head to the tips of my toes. If a man could make me feel all that with a simple kiss, I could only imagine what it would be like when we made love. When he released me, I felt his reluctance as keenly as my own. "I'll pick you up at 7 on Saturday evening, all right?" "Perfect," I told him. In that moment, perfect was how I'd describe my life. Carol was a full 5 weeks pregnant now. After talking to her mother in Oregon, she hung up and fixed herself a healthy lunch of cottage cheese and fresh fruit. Carol had never been fond of cottage cheese, and this was her way of announcing to the universe that she was willing to suffer for the sake of her baby. The phone rang as the fork was halfway to her mouth. She reached for the receiver. It was Doug. "I just spoke with Mom," she told him. "She and Dad want to buy us a crib." "Did you tell her we already have one?" I didn't have the heart. 3 weeks after the procedure, Carol had gotten a Bon Macy's flyer advertising baby furniture. That night, she dragged Doug to the department store, and, giddy with excitement, they'd purchased everything they could possibly need for a nursery. "So we're going to have 2 cribs?" "I could be having twins." Doug chuckled, and it was the unrestrained laugh she'd fallen in love with all those years ago. "Besides, I was thinking that if we can't use the crib, maybe she could give it to Rick." She hated to put an end to her husband's fun-loving mood, but her brother would be presenting their parents with another grandchild a few weeks before Carol was due to deliver. "Have you heard from him?" Doug asked. "Not a word." "I take it he hasn't mentioned anything to your parents?" "Not that I can tell, but I don't dare ask about it either." "You're right. It's not your place." "I'm having cottage cheese for lunch," she told Doug. He'd appreciate her sacrifice. "I hope the baby likes it," Doug teased. "I hope so, too." They chatted for a few more minutes, and then Carol went back to her sacrificial lunch. She lost the baby later that afternoon. Just when the dream had started to become a reality, just when she'd given herself permission to believe. At 4 in the afternoon, the spotting started. Severe cramping followed. She'd miscarried. "No," she whispered, clenching her fists at her sides. "Please, no. Please, oh please." The routine should be standard by now. After phoning the doctor's office, she collected her purse. She didn't call Doug. She'd give him the afternoon before she shattered his life with the news that there would be no baby for them. When Dr. Ford examined her, he confirmed what she already knew. After she dressed, he gently squeezed her arm. "I'm sorry." Emotionless, Carol stared straight ahead. "Would you like one of my staff to phone Doug for you?" She shook her head. Dr. Ford said a bit more, offered his condolences, and after a few minutes left her. Carol slipped out the door. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care. She started walking. When she was finally too tired to move, she sat down on a bench. Her cell phone rang, and why she should be so angry with it, Carol didn't know. Without checking to see who might be calling her, she grabbed it from her purse and threw it into the street. She felt a sense of grim satisfaction as a city bus passed by and drove directly over it. It was dark when she discovered she was miles from home. Carol took a taxi home. When she walked in the door, Doug nearly flew across the room. "Where the hell were you?" "I lost the baby." "Why didn't you answer the phone?" "Didn't you hear me?" she sobbed. "I lost the baby." "I know." Doug wrapped her in his arms. Carol was weeping again, unable to stop. It felt as if her beating heart had been ripped from her chest, as if she would never again know joy or happiness or anything good. "I so badly wanted to have our child. I'm so sorry. So sorry." I know. "I love you. I tried so hard." She couldn't think of anything she might have done differently, any effort she hadn't made. "I'll always love you," Doug assured her. Exhausted, Carol showered and went to bed, and with Doug's arms around her, she fell into a deep sleep. At 3, she woke with pain heavy upon her chest, and remembered there was no longer a child growing in her womb. The tears came fresh, stinging her eyes. Slipping out of bed, she walked into the nursery and stood in the middle of the darkened room. It was then that she noticed the wall. She squinted, certain she was seeing things. Flicking on the light switch, she looked again. Her knees went weak, and she sagged to the floor as she stared at the place where her husband's fist had gone through the wall. Friday afternoon, Jacqueline arrived at A Good Yarn her usual 5 minutes after starting time. Being fashionably late was a habit she'd picked up long ago and seemed unable to break. To her surprise, Carol was missing. Alex was slouched down in her chair with a morose look on her face. "Where's Carol?" she asked Lydia. "Carol decided to stay home this afternoon. I'm afraid she had bad news. She lost the baby." Jacqueline had feared as much. "I'm so sorry." "I'm afraid we might lose Carol," Lydia said. "Why? What do you mean?" Alex asked. "I think she might be returning to work. The only reason she quit was for the baby, and she told me a couple of weeks ago that the brokerage firm would like her to come back." Alex looked, if anything, even more dejected. "What's your problem?" Jacqueline asked bluntly. "That's my business." Alex's eyes flared to life as if she'd welcome a verbal confrontation. "Man trouble, if I've ever seen it," Jacqueline announced. "My guess is it involves that minister you're dating." "We weren't dating. We were just friends." "Past tense?" Lydia pried. "You aren't seeing him anymore?" "I haven't seen him in a while. He's got more than one friend, if you know what I mean." "You saw him with someone else," Jacqueline guessed. "Someone pretty and blonde." "Naturally," Jacqueline added. Reese's mistress was blonde. Jacqueline's marriage, what was left of it, had been strained since the night Reese had walked out on their dinner. Reese hadn't made any effort to bridge the gap either. The three of them sat knitting together in silence. Jacqueline wasn't sure what prompted the idea, but once it took hold in her mind, it refused to leave. "I owe you a favor," she said to Alex. "For what?" "Dear girl, you might very well have saved my life. It's time I repaid your kindness." "How?" "I think," Jacqueline said, "that we'll go for a complete makeover. My treat, naturally." Alex frowned. "What good's that going to do?" "It might get you noticed by a certain young man. We'd start with your hair, get it cut and styled, perhaps dye it a different color." "Only if I like it." "Of course. I like to take you to my fashion consultant, and—" "I don't need any advice on how to dress." "Whatever you say, but I do think we should get you a couple of new outfits." Still, Alex hesitated. But then she gave a half-hearted nod. "Your treat?" "Of course." Jacqueline set aside her knitting and retrieved her cell phone. "I'll call Desiree right now. She's the best hairdresser in town. It sometimes takes weeks to get an appointment." "Okay." Alex couldn't hide her eagerness now. She sat up straight, nibbling on her lower lip. "I need an appointment with Desiree ASAP," Jacqueline said. 4:30? She glanced at Alex, who nodded. "We'll be there," Jacqueline crowed triumphantly. As soon as the knitting session was over, Jacqueline took. Desiree gasped at Alex's purple-tinged hair and started swearing in French. Jacqueline sat in the waiting area and sipped coffee while a verbal skirmish occurred in the background. 90 minutes after they arrived, Alex flew to the front of the salon as if she'd just been released from prison. Jacqueline hardly recognized her. Gone was the tar-black hair with the eggplant purple highlights. Instead, Alex's hair was a soft shade of brown with a reddish tinge. "Alex," she said, coming to her feet. Once again, Desiree had performed a miracle. Not only had she colored Alex's hair, but she'd styled it in a froth of curls. "I hate it!" the girl cried. "This isn't me." "No, my dear," Jacqueline said patiently. "This is a new you." "I look like Greg from the Brady Bunch. Everyone's gonna laugh at me. I know you meant well, but this just isn't me. It just isn't me." Without a word of gratitude, Alex stormed out of the salon, leaving Jacqueline speechless. When she got back to the house, she discovered Reese in the kitchen getting a beer from the fridge. "Are you okay?" Jacqueline was surprised at his question. Another time she might have pretended not to hear, but tonight she was hurt and confused and couldn't hide it. Sitting down at the kitchen table, she accepted the glass of wine Reese brought her and launched into an explanation of her adventure with Alex. "I just don't know what I did wrong." "How old is Alex?" Reese asked. Jacqueline wasn't sure. "Early 20s, I suppose." "You were trying to make her into another you, Jackie." "I most certainly was not," she cried, angry that Reese was so ready to find fault with her. She should have known better than to confide in him. Then, at once, she realized he was right. Perhaps I was. Next time, ask Tammy Lee to give you a few suggestions. She's closer to Alex's age and might have a few ideas. I suppose I could ask her. Her daughter-in-law might not do better, but she certainly wouldn't do any worse than Jacqueline had. When I didn't hear from Dr. Wilson's office by the end of the week, I didn't think anything of it. When I opened the shop on Tuesday morning, I meant to phone the office myself, but was interrupted in the most pleasant manner possible. Brad stopped in. My heart continued to do leaps of joy whenever he walked into the shop. Cody spent the weekend with his mother, who was often away on business, and this was a rare treat for us, even though I really enjoy Cody. He asked me to knit him a sweater with a dinosaur on the front, and I said I would. "Hi there, handsome," I said as Brad led himself into the shop. "Have you got coffee made?" "Not yet." "I'll put on a pot." He headed for the back room. We both knew his coffee-making ploy was just an excuse for the two of us to be alone. I followed him, and the instant I walked past the floral curtain that served as a door, Brad placed his arms around my waist and pulled me close. "I had a wonderful weekend." "I did too, but I'm in serious danger of falling in love with you." "That's what I want, Lydia. You're the first thing I think of when I wake in the morning and the last thing on my mind at night. What about dinner Friday night?" He kissed me before I could respond. The phone rang and I sighed with annoyance. Hold that thought. I hurried to the phone and grabbed it just before the answering machine kicked in. "Lydia, this is Peggy from Dr. Wilson's office." "Oh, hi, Peggy," I said, glad to have finally heard from her. "I tried to call you yesterday, but then I remembered your shop's closed on Mondays." "You didn't leave a message?" "No," she said, her voice uneasy. "What is it?" I asked, steeling myself for the worst. "Oh, Lydia, I'm so sorry. Dr. Wilson looked over your blood work, and he scheduled a series of x-rays for you. He'd also like to see you in his office at your earliest convenience." "All right." It went without saying that the cancer was back. Another tumor was forming in my brain, even as Peggy spoke. It was growing back, and nothing would stop it this time. No surgery, no drugs, nothing. Can I make you an appointment with a radiologist for tomorrow morning at 8? Fine. Dr. Wilson will want you to bring the x-rays for an appointment here at 9. Okay. I was numb. I'd been given this reprieve of 6 years, and I felt cheated not to have more. I wanted so many more. Bad news? Brad asked when I replaced the receiver. No, I lied. But unfortunately, I won't be able to make dinner on Friday. Everything's all right, isn't it? Of course. How I managed to smile, I'll never know, but I did. Brad left soon afterward, and if he suspected anything was wrong, he didn't let on. Just when I'd begun to feel that I had a real chance at life, it was being snatched away from me, again. It had been a week since Carol's miscarriage. Doug slept soundly beside her, but she was wide awake. All her lost dreams fell upon her like a collapsing building. There would be no baby. She wouldn't cuddle an infant in her arms. An entire 7 days had passed since the miscarriage, and other than that first dreadful night, Carol hadn't stepped foot inside the baby's nursery. Doug hadn't gone in there either. Over dinner last evening, he'd suggested they call the department store and arrange to have the baby furniture returned. They had no reason to keep it, and while she knew her husband was only being practical, it felt as if he'd plunged a knife straight through her heart. It wasn't right. It just wasn't right. Rick, her irresponsible, reckless, immature brother, was able to father children he didn't want with a woman he didn't love. Where was the fairness in that? Where was the justice? That poor baby. Neither parent seemed to care. Carol's eyes flew open. A tingling sensation ran up and down her arms. Rick! Doug, wake up! Doug, I have to talk to you. She shook him urgently. Carol, her husband protested, peering at the clock with one eye. It's the middle of the night. I know, you have to wake up. Why? He groaned. Because I have something very important to tell you. Doug rolled onto his back and stared up at her. Is there a reason you're smiling? She nodded. I was feeling so awful just now, and thinking how unfair life is, and then I realized something, and I had to wake you. There's going to be another baby for us. Hold on, Doug frowned. Are you talking about adoption? This was a familiar subject, and with so few infants available, they knew their chances weren't good. Not just any baby. I'm talking about adopting Rick's baby. Don't you see? God meant for that baby to be ours. Doug wasn't following her plan, or if he was, he didn't feel nearly as enthusiastic. He held her gaze and said gently, Sweetheart, you're not thinking straight. I am. It makes perfect sense. Can't you see? My brother has fathered a child he doesn't want. He told me he has no intention of marrying the mother. This pregnancy was a shock to Lisa, too. Yes, but I know it all sounds very sudden, but I honestly feel this baby was no accident. This is our baby. Doug's sigh echoed through the bedroom. And you think Rick will agree to this? Agree? I think he'd leap at the chance to escape child support payments. What about the baby's mother? She has some say in this. I've been thinking about that, Carol said. She's going to have to take several weeks off work, and we should be willing to compensate her for any lost wages. Doug lifted his shoulders in a half-hearted shrug. I hate to see you put yourself through this. What if it's another dead end? Despite Doug's concern, she was convinced her brother would like the idea. Joyfully, Carol tossed her arms around her husband's neck. I'll phone him first thing in the morning and explain everything. Can I go back to sleep now? Doug asked, and without waiting for a response, he slid down and pulled the comforter up to his ears. Carol felt herself slip from her alert, energetic state into sudden tiredness. Doug was on his side, and she cuddled against him, spoon fashion. Tired though she was, her head swam with thoughts of this child. The old proverb was right. God never closes a door without opening a window. Alex dumped her dirty t-shirts into the washing machine, added soap, and inserted quarters into the proper slots. Sitting on the hard plastic chair, she crossed her arms, stretched out her legs, and closed her eyes. She smiled as she thought about Jacqueline. Her friend meant well, but Alex had needed a week to get her hair styled the way she liked. Jacqueline had wanted to do something nice for her, and Alex was grateful, but Jacqueline's efforts had backfired. She just didn't understand Alex's taste. On a brighter note, Carol was back at A Good Yarn this past Friday, and, surprisingly, in a great mood. Carol seemed convinced that she and Doug would be able to adopt a baby. Alex worried that Carol was in denial or caught up in some kind of wish fulfillment fantasy. Carol wasn't the only one in the group Alex was concerned about. Something was definitely wrong with Lydia. She just wasn't herself, acting subdued and withdrawn. And Laurel. Laurel was even worse than before. For the past 3 months, Laurel had been irritable and short-tempered. Thinking she was being helpful, Alex gave her a tabloid with big headlines about a miracle diet. Laurel had hurled it back at Alex, hitting her in the face. Alex had avoided her roommate ever since. It was easier now that Laurel wasn't working at the video store. She'd quit the week before and taken a job at a daycare center as an assistant. The washing machine stopped, and Alex got up and dumped the clean clothes into the plastic basket. She was ready to bring the load to the dryer, but when she turned around, she nearly bumped into Jordan Turner. She hadn't seen Jordan since their disagreement, and after making a fool of herself, she didn't expect a second chance with him. The only reason she'd let Jacqueline give her a fashion makeover was in the hopes that it might give him an excuse to talk to her. "I thought that was you." He studied her hair. "I like the new style. Nice color." "You do?" Alex couldn't make her heart stop hammering. "This is my natural color. Well, almost, from what I remember." "I guess we should talk," he said. She shrugged, too nervous to speak. "Lori told me you got her out of a drug house. She asked me to tell you she's grateful. I'm grateful, too." She nodded dismissively. "I knew Lori didn't belong in that house with those men." "Neither did you. Are drugs a problem?" That made her angry, but she swallowed her outrage. It was a fair question, since she'd walked into a drug house. "Not anymore. I've used in the past, but these days I don't." He nodded, taking her word for it. "I suppose I should apologize. You're right. I was jealous." Apology accepted. Jordan grinned at her. "Friends?" "Friends," she agreed. Jordan reached across the basket and squeezed her fingers. "I've missed you." For a few seconds she could hardly catch her breath. He'd missed her. "I'm knitting you a sweater." "You are? You shouldn't be jealous, you know. There's no one else. Do you have plans for Saturday night?" Jordan's thumb stroked the back of her hand. "Not really. Would you like to go to dinner with me?" "Annie's Cafe?" A meal there was as close to restaurant dining as she got. "Not this time. How about a real 3-course dinner at a fish and steakhouse?" That sounded like a dress and pantyhose place, but the thought of turning him down didn't so much as enter her mind. Maybe, just maybe, Jacqueline would be willing to give her a second chance at a fashion makeover. It wouldn't hurt to ask. I suppose it sounds melodramatic to say I felt my life was over. Still, that's exactly what I believed as I lay in the hospital bed. The X-rays revealed what I'd feared most. Another tumor had formed. If there was anything to be grateful for, it was that this one was accessible through my sinus cavity without the necessity of drilling into my skull. The tumor was gone now, and the biopsy had been completed. Unfortunately, the results were inconclusive, and a tissue sample had been sent out for a second opinion. With my medical history, no one was willing to take chances. Margaret's bouquet of carnations sat on the table at my bedside and cheered me. It was the first time my sister had ever sent me flowers. Our relationship was changing, but even her gesture of support wasn't enough to get me through this. In my heart, I knew what was coming, and I couldn't bear it. Not again. I decided to refuse treatment and let the cancer take its course. Having spent most of 2 days drugged for the surgery, I now found the escape of sleep unavailable. Every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was Brad's face. All I heard was his voice. What kept coming to mind was the last confrontation we had, that day on the phone when I told him I didn't want to see him again. I made it as plain as I could that I was not interested in continuing our relationship. He didn't understand, of course, that I was doing him a favor and seemed bent on arguing, so I'd led him to believe my interests lay elsewhere. I knew Margaret strongly disapproved of my breaking up with Brad. As if my thoughts had conjured her up, Margaret stood in the doorway to my room. "I see the flowers arrived," she said, looking ill at ease. "The flowers are very nice. It was a thoughtful thing to do." Margaret pulled a visitor's chair to the side of my bed. "You have another visitor." I imagined one of my nieces had come with her and looked expectantly toward the door. "Give me a moment," Margaret said. She rose from the chair and disappeared into the hallway outside my room. I was in for a shock when she returned. The visitor she brought in with her wasn't Julie or Haley, but Brad. Everything inside me wanted to scream at him to leave and for Margaret to go with him. Then, to my horror, I burst into tears. I felt Brad's arms come around my shoulders. "You could have told me, you know." I dropped my hands and refused to look at him or speak. My fury was focused on my meddling sister. "How could you? How could you?" "How could you?" Brad interrupted our shouting match. "If you'd told me what was wrong, we could have talked it out, Lydia." "Go away." I turned to look him straight in the face, although my heart was breaking. He shook his head. "Sorry, that isn't going to happen." "You don't have any choice." "Lydia," Margaret said, "would you stop feeling so damn sorry for yourself and get a grip?" "I can't tell you what the future holds," Brad said, "but I can tell you that whatever happens, I intend to be here for you and with you." I'd heard that before. They gave me no option, so I slammed my hand on the bell to call the nurse. "What do you need?" A tinny voice rang through the intercom. "Peace," I cried. "I need peace and quiet, and these people refuse to leave." I slid down in the bed and heard footsteps enter the room. "We were just leaving," Margaret told the nurse. Perhaps I had a bigger problem than cancer. I'd just thrown out the only 2 people in the world who'd come to offer me their love, and Carol and Doug arrived at the fondue restaurant before Rick. They were already seated and had each ordered a glass of Chardonnay. She'd invited Rick to dinner and asked him to bring Lisa, too, if she was available. Carol saw the hostess leading her brother to the table. He was alone, but perhaps that was for the best. "Here you are," Rick said. He kissed Carol's cheek before taking a seat across from them. "Mom told me about the miscarriage. I'm so sorry." "Thank you." Their drinks came then, providing a distraction. Rick ordered a double whiskey. "How's everything in your life?" Doug asked. "Hunky-dory," Rick said flippantly. Carol reached for her husband's hand beneath the table. "How's Lisa?" "Fine, I guess. I haven't talked to her in a week or so. We decided to go our separate ways. We were never much of an item." Carol's heart fell. "But you do intend to keep seeing her, don't you?" "Oh, sure, that's unavoidable with the 2 of us working the same flights." "Doug and I want to ask about you and Lisa." Rick's forehead creased in a frown. "I thought I told you we split up." "Yes, I know, but this doesn't have anything to do with you as a couple. Doug and we want to ask about the baby." "What baby?" Her brother seemed genuinely puzzled. Carol leaned closer to him. "Lisa's pregnant, right?" "Was pregnant, you mean?" Carol felt as if the chair had been yanked out from under her. She miscarried? Rick shook his head. She and I talked about this, you know. We both agreed there wasn't any other option. Neither of us had planned on this pregnancy. Yes, but all I could think was what Ellie would say if she found out, and then there's 18 bloody years of child support. A kid isn't a responsibility I take lightly. She had an abortion. Carol felt needles of pain move up and down her arms. Like I said, Lisa and I discussed it. It's her body, and the choice was hers. But you told her you didn't want the baby. Damn straight. I don't need that kind of complication in my life. But Doug and I wanted to adopt the baby. Honey, Doug's gentle voice broke through the fog of dismay and disbelief. It isn't going to happen. Let go of it. After the first jolt of shock, she felt nothing. No anger, no outrage, no disappointment. Nothing. They might have been discussing the weather for all the emotion she experienced. I'm sorry, Rick said, but even if we'd known that, I don't think we would have made any other choice. Come on, honey. I think it's time we left. Doug helped her to her feet, and if she wasn't revealing any distress, he was. You were making a big assumption, weren't you? Rick demanded. This is my life. It isn't up to me to solve your problems for you. Right, Doug said. This is our problem. Rick downed the last of his drink. No need to get upset about it. These things happen. We'll have to get together again soon. Jacqueline picked up Alex outside her apartment building promptly at 10 on Saturday morning. During the knitting session on Friday afternoon, Alex had casually mentioned her dinner date with Jordan in a fancy restaurant. Jacqueline had leaped upon it, eager for another opportunity to prove herself. I know what I did wrong, Jacqueline insisted. Give me a second chance and you won't be sorry. Alex hoped that was true. When Jacqueline's Mercedes pulled up to the curb, Alex stepped forward and opened the passenger door. You're sure about this? Positive. Now get in. We're on a schedule. 3 months ago, if anyone had told Alex she'd be friends with this society broad, Alex would have laughed outright. She and Jacqueline still sniped at each other, but now it was mostly for show. They had a reputation to live up to, and Alex wasn't going to let it slide. Apparently, Jacqueline shared her feelings. By the way, we're going to my daughter-in-law's house. Tammy Lee's? This was a switch. Alex had noticed a softening in Jacqueline, not only toward her, but her daughter-in-law, too. Tammy Lee's young and trendy. That's the look you're after, isn't it? It's better than having you dress me like Barbara Bush. To Alex's surprise, Jacqueline laughed. That evening, while she waited for Jordan to pick her up at the apartment, Alex nervously paced the living room in a long black skirt and a white silk blouse with a swooping neckline and cuffs that buttoned at the wrist. Tammy Lee hadn't used anything more than a curling iron and mousse, but she'd managed to arrange Alex's plain straight hair in a natural wavy style that suited her better than anything she'd ever imagined. Would you stop pacing? Laurel snapped. She was parked in front of the television with a pint of cookie dough ice cream, which she ate directly from the container. The knock on the door nearly sent Alex into a panic. She closed her eyes, and although she wasn't a person who'd prayed a lot, she found a prayer on her lips now. More than anything, she wanted Jordan to see her as beautiful. Holding her breath, she opened the door. Jordan stood there holding a wrist corsage in a clear plastic box. His eyes widened as he stood staring at her. Wow. Wow, Alex, is that really you? It's me. Holding back a smile would have been impossible. You like it? I like you, he said, and handed her the corsage. This was the first time in her life anyone had given her flowers, and nothing in the world could have pleased her more. Margaret decided to go with me to the meeting with Dr. Wilson at his office. He had all the test results and medical reports back now, and there seemed to be some confusion about the diagnosis. He did mention that he'd asked a colleague to review the biopsy. That news, I suspect, was meant to encourage me, but in my heart, I knew the tumor was cancerous. "Don't be such a pessimist," Margaret mumbled as we sat in the waiting area. So far, we'd kept Mom in the dark. We'd concocted a story about my hospital visit having to do with a routine checkup. My mother had been all too willing to accept the lie. Long before I was ready to confront the inevitable, Peggy came into the waiting area and led us into Dr. Wilson's private office. Dr. Wilson wasn't in the room when we arrived, but he walked in directly behind us. Dr. Wilson rolled out his big, high-back leather chair and sat down. He reached for my file. "The cancer is back." I didn't make it a question. The tumor was gone, but I was sure there'd be more. "Is it?" Margaret asked, and to my surprise, her voice quavered slightly. "Because of your history," Dr. Wilson began, "I felt it was doubly important to be certain before I made a prognosis. I had the biopsy sent to the top brain cancer specialist in the country." "What did he say?" Margaret asked, slipping closer to the edge of her seat. "She agrees with me. The tumor was benign." "Benign," I repeated, wanting to be sure I'd heard him correctly. "The tumor was benign." "Yes." Dr. Wilson smiled at me, but I was too shocked to react. "Everything's going to be all right this time, Lydia. You're cancer-free. It's very good news, don't you think?" I was too numb to agree with him or even nod. Dr. Wilson's voice faded as the realization slowly came. My life had been given back to me. I'm not sure when I rose to my feet, but suddenly I was standing. I covered my mouth and feared I was about to embarrass myself by bursting into tears. I noticed, to my astonishment, that Margaret was weeping. She rose and hugged me and started sobbing louder. "You're going to be all right," she kept repeating. "Oh, Lydia, you're going to be all right." Not until we were outside the office did I think about Brad. "Margaret," I said, gripping my sister by the arm as the happiness drained out of me. We stood in front of the elevator. Margaret must have heard the distress in my voice because her smile faded. "What?" "Brad. I was so cruel to him when all he wanted to do was help." Margaret was obviously struggling not to scream "I told you so" at me, but all she said was, "Talk to him." "I can try to talk to Brad, but I don't know if he'll listen." I wouldn't blame him if he never wanted to see me again. My one hope was that he couldn't very well ignore me when he made deliveries to my store. Bright and early Tuesday morning, I was back in business. My morning was constantly busy as customers streamed into the store, all with questions as to why I'd been away for most of a week. Margaret had done her best to be helpful, keeping the store open for part of every day, but my customers were accustomed to dealing with me. At noon, when the big brown truck rolled to a stop in front of the floral shop, I nearly raced out the door. But the UPS driver wasn't Brad. "Where's Brad?" I blurted out. The replacement glanced over his shoulder. "Brad's delivering in the downtown area now." I knew what had happened. "He requested a transfer, didn't he?" The UPS driver shrugged. "I wouldn't know about that. Sorry." "Jacqueline?" Her name seemed to come from far away. "Jacqueline." It was louder this time, and she recognized Reese's voice. Her eyes flew open, and she stared up in the darkness to find her husband standing over her. "What's wrong?" "Paul just phoned. Tammy Lee's in labor." Jacqueline didn't hesitate. She tossed aside the comforter. "You actually want to go to the hospital?" Reese sounded surprised. "Of course." He could do as he damn well pleased, and as a matter of fact, had for the last 12 years of their marriage. But nothing he said would keep her away from the birth of her granddaughter. "I'm coming too," Reese announced. "Don't take long. From what Paul said, it could be any time now. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. They were silent on the ride to the hospital, and Jacqueline wondered if his thoughts were the same as hers. It had been on a night such as this that he'd rushed her to the hospital to deliver Paul. When they arrived at the hospital, they hurried into the lobby and were directed to the birthing center. At the reception desk, Reese gave their names to the nurse, who suggested they take a seat in the waiting room. They sat 2 chairs apart in the deserted room. Half an hour later, Paul appeared wearing a light blue hospital gown. Tammy Lee's doing just great. The baby should be here within the hour. Do you want to come in for the actual birth? Me? Jacqueline shook her head. This was a private moment between her son and his wife, and she didn't want to intrude. Of course, if you want, Paul said, his expression filled with excitement. Tammy Lee said you were welcome to be there, Mom. Jacqueline couldn't remember the last time she'd seen her son so happy. If you don't mind, I'd rather wait here, but you will let me know as soon as the baby's born, won't you? You and Dad will be the first to know. Paul returned to Tammy Lee then, and it was just Jacqueline and Reese again. Do you remember the night Paul was born? Reese asked her unexpectedly. Jacqueline laughed. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was so proud of you that night. For giving you a son, you mean? No. What I meant was, you impressed me with your courage. I remember how the other women in the labor room moaned and carried on and asked for drugs, but not you. Not my Jackie. Jacqueline sent him a brief smile. Despite the pain, it was one of the best nights of my life. Because of Paul. Actually, no. Because of you. Me? He gave a clipped laugh. Do you recall the way you carried me to the car? It was such a swashbuckling thing to do. I wasn't exactly lightweight at the time. You're a hero, Reese teased. Sadness seemed to weigh her down. You were my hero, she whispered. But no more, Reese murmured. Her lack of response was as clear as agreement would have been. Reese said, when the distinct sound of a baby's cry traveled down the hallway. Startled, they stared at each other. Do you think that's her? Jacqueline asked, surging to her feet. I don't know. Reese was standing now, too. He took her by the elbow and they walked to the nurse's station. We just heard an infant cry, Reese told the woman, giving her their names. We were wondering if that could possibly be our granddaughter, Jacqueline added. I'll check for you, she said, and disappeared into one of the birthing rooms. She was gone only a few moments. When she returned, she carried 2 light blue gowns. Put these on, and you can join your family. When they were ready, the woman led them into the birthing room. Tammy Lee was in bed, smiling over at Paul, who held their baby girl. Mom and Dad, Paul said, gently cradling the bundled infant in his arms. This is Amelia Jacqueline Donovan. All at once, it felt as if Jacqueline's heart had stopped beating. She blinked back unexpected tears. You named her after me? Amelia was my grandmother's name, and we chose Jacqueline because we both love you. The tears rolled unrestrained down Jacqueline's cheeks as she gazed down on this precious child named in her honor. Would you like to hold your granddaughter, Mom? Paul asked. Jacqueline nodded. Her son placed the baby in her arms. Unusual though it seemed, Jacqueline was sure little Amelia opened her eyes and looked directly up at her. Invisible threads linked their hearts, and in that moment, she knew she was going to love this child more than life itself. She smiled at Tammy Lee through her tears. Thank you. Then she glanced at Reese and noticed he had tears in his eyes, too. Very gently, her husband bent down and kissed Amelia's forehead. After a brief pause, he kissed Jacqueline's cheek. Now you have the daughter you always wanted, he whispered. Not until much later in the day, after Jacqueline had bought out the baby sections at 3 department stores, did she realize what her husband had really been saying. Reese hadn't been talking about Amelia. He'd meant Tammy Lee. You like Jordan, don't you? Laurel asked Alex early Wednesday morning. Alex was getting ready for work. Like Jordan? That was an understatement if ever there was one. Yeah, I guess. You trust him? Alex nodded and then shrugged. Sure. Do you know a reason I shouldn't? No. Then why are you asking? I don't know. I guess I'm hoping you learned from my mistake. You tried to tell me John was no good, but I wouldn't listen, and now look at me. Does he know about your mother? I told him. Do you ever think about her? Not much. Alex found all these questions mildly annoying, but Laurel had been so moody lately that she wanted to encourage her to continue chatting. Do you love her? My mother? That question took some real soul-searching. I suppose I do. My only worry is that one day I'll end up just like her. Not you. You're too strong for that. Alex didn't see herself as strong, but it pleased her that Laurel thought so. You'd never let anyone hurt you or use you the way John used me. Get over him, Alex said for the 1,000th time. Laurel looked away. Do you think you'll marry Jordan? Alex brushed aside the question with a short, humorless laugh. Yeah, right. She grabbed her purse on the way to the door. Promise me you'll get out today? It doesn't do any good to sit around here and mope. All right. Alex had just stepped out when Laurel stopped her. Alex, thank you. For what? For being my friend. Alex felt guilty now that she hadn't talked to her roommate lately. In her own estimation, Alex hadn't been a good friend, but then Laurel had been pretty unpleasant, so she'd avoided her as much as possible. During her lunch break, Alex returned to the apartment, hoping to coax Laurel out. To her surprise, Laurel wasn't there. On the off chance that Laurel was out walking, Alex started down Blossom Street, hoping to run into her. When she did find Laurel, however, she wasn't alone. Jordan was with her. They sat on a park bench in a shady area of the church grounds. Their heads were close together and they seemed engrossed in conversation. Alex's initial reaction was anger, followed by a surge of jealousy. All those questions about Jordan had been a way of finding out about him so she could steal him away. Alex was half tempted to march over and let it be known that she didn't appreciate her roommate butting in on her boyfriend. Then she watched as her roommate broke into tears, buried her face in her hands, and hunched forward. Jordan placed his hand on her back, and although Alex was too far away to hear, it looked like he was praying with her. This was one of the qualities she loved about Jordan. There didn't seem to be anything she couldn't tell him. He genuinely cared for people and longed to comfort them. She had no right to be jealous. Nor did she have a single reason to doubt Jordan. Not once had he misled her or abused their friendship. They'd talked about the meaning of trust, and after the incident with the pastor's daughter, he'd asked her to trust him. Determined to put her promise into action, she turned away and went back to work. Just before closing, Jordan came to the video store. How about a coffee when you're through? Sure. She couldn't help the burst of happiness she felt. Carol stood in the doorway of what would have been the baby's nursery, and her eyes fell on the empty crib. She didn't know why she was torturing herself like this. Nothing was going to change. Doug came and stood behind her. I'll call and arrange for the department store to pick up the furniture. No, don't. Please. But I made an appointment with an adoption agency. She said the words in a rush, as if to convince him that this was the logical next step. She felt Doug tense. We can't give up now, she implored. I want so badly to be a mother. I need to be a mother, just like you need to be a father. Doug's shoulders sagged and he didn't speak. I have to do this, she pleaded. They'd discussed adoption any number of times, but always as a last resort. How much is this going to cost? Carol didn't know. It costs as much as it costs. He shoved his hands in his pockets. "Do you have any idea how much we've already invested in this quest for a child?" "Not really." "There's a limit," Doug said starkly. "And frankly, I've reached it." "All right, then. I'll go back to work if that's what you want. The only reason I didn't suggest it earlier is because I thought the adoption agency would prefer a stay-at-home mother, and that might put us closer to the top of the list, but I'll go back to work if you want me to." Doug turned to face her. "This is exactly what I mean. We're no longer a couple. Everything we do revolves around a baby. We used to laugh together, go out, have fun. We still do." But when she searched her memory, she realized he was right. "I've been as patient with this whole process as I can stand. It costs too damn much, and In other words, money is all you're worried about? If you'd allow me to finish, you'd have heard me say that the emotional price is too damn high. I can't stand seeing you go through this pain and turmoil. It's taken over your life, our lives." She agreed the toll on their emotions, especially in the last few months, had been extreme. "Now you want to drag us through yet another emotional quagmire, and, Carol, as much as I love you, I don't think I can do it." "You have to." "Why? Why is it always about you and your need for a baby?" In all the years of their marriage, she'd never heard Doug use this tone of voice with her. It's for us. Not more than 5 minutes ago, you admitted the baby was for you. It's all about your need to be a mother. You. What about me, Carol? What about my needs? What about my wants? For the last, dear God, how many years has it been? 5? 6? The entire focus of our lives has been on getting you pregnant. That apparently isn't going to happen, so fine. Let's deal with it and get on with our lives. But I don't want to adopt. The world all but exploded in pain and disbelief. You don't mean that. I do mean it. But why? Because I can already see what it's doing to you. I can't do this anymore, Carol. I'm not the man you think I am. I want out. Do you want out of the marriage? She asked through numb lips, hardly able to say the words. No. I vowed to love you, and I do. You make it sound as if this is some promise you made and regret. Would you have married me if you'd known I couldn't have children? His hesitation was just long enough to supply the answer. Her pain was so intense that for one unbelievable moment the room went dark and she started to sway. Doug's arms came around her, and he buried his face in her shoulder. I was crazy in love with you when we got married, and I'm just as crazy in love with you now. I want us to stay married, but I can't live like this anymore. I can't have a baby. I know, and I accept that. No, you don't. He might be saying it, but deep down he'd always resent the fact that she couldn't give him children. I do, but I need you to accept it too. Let go of this, Carol. Accept the fact that we just weren't meant to be parents. But we could be someday. If we put our name in with the agency, then what? 3, 4, 5 years from now, if we're fortunate, we might be chosen? Do you realize I'll be 44 in 5 years' time? I'd be 62 when our child graduated from high school. Carol hid her face against her husband's chest. Her emotions reeled with the impact of what he'd said. Doug was right. It was time to surrender this need. She'd never been a quitter, didn't know how to give up. Everything she'd ever set her mind to, she'd accomplished. Except for this. Doug released her and walked away, Carol stood frozen and miserable. The front door opened and she whirled around. "Where are you going?" "Out. I need to think." "When will you be back?" "I don't know." She nodded and turned back, hands to her mouth. "We both need to think this through, Carol." She nodded silently. The choice was clear. Either she renounced this need, or she ruined her marriage and both their lives in the process. It was nightfall before Doug returned. Carol sat in the darkened living room, curled up tight on the sofa. Doug came slowly into the room. "Are you okay?" She wasn't yet, but in time she'd adjust. "I canceled the appointment with the adoption agency. I phoned Bon Macy's. They're coming to collect the baby furniture next week." He stared down at the carpet. "I'm sorry." "I am too." Sorrier than he'd ever know. Doug extended his arm to her. "We'll be all right, just the two of us." "Yes," she whispered as her fingers clasped his. It was true. It would be true. It had to be true. At first, I was angry when I didn't hear from Brad. After all his affirmations about being there for the long haul, he'd walked out on me like every other man in my life, with the exception of my father. I turned to my sister for advice. On Monday, I called her. "You're calling about Brad, aren't you?" Sometimes Margaret seems like a mind reader. "If you must know, yes. Have you heard from him?" "Me? What makes you think he'd contact me?" Wishful thinking, I suppose. Even over the telephone line, I could tell my sister was amused by my question. "Are you going to call him?" "I might." "Then why are you calling me? Call me back once you do, okay?" "Okay. Margaret." "What?" "I wanted to thank you for being so wonderful these last few months." My gratitude must have taken her aback. Time seemed to be suspended, and then I thought I heard a soft sigh. "It's very nice to have a sister, you know," she whispered. I couldn't have agreed with her more. Once I determined that the only thing to do was call Brad, I dialed his home number later that evening. My heart died 100 deaths in the time it took Brad to pick up the receiver. "Hello?" "Hi, it's Lydia." "What can I do for you?" "Could we meet and talk?" I asked. "When?" "Whenever it's convenient for you." I wanted to shout the sooner the better, but it depended on his schedule. "All right. I'll let you know when I can arrange it." "I'll wait to hear from you then." "Goodbye." The line went dead. This was much worse than I'd imagined. I'd secretly hoped that once Brad heard the sound of my voice, he'd be so pleased that whatever pain I'd caused him would evaporate. Over the years, Margaret's complaint about me had been that I was self-absorbed. I'd always believed that her accusations were unfair, based on her own jealousies and insecurities, but now I began to see things differently. For the first time, I wondered if she could be right about me. I couldn't have done anything about my cancer, but I could have changed my reaction to it. I had the victim mentality down to an art form. I remained standing in my kitchen, toying with the idea of calling Margaret again, when the phone rang, startling me. I grabbed the receiver. "Hello?" "I can meet you in half an hour at the poorhouse." "All right." The phone clicked as he hung up. I'd found a corner booth and paid for a pitcher of beer by the time Brad walked into the pub. He slid in across from me. "Lydia, are you crying?" I nodded and dug frantically in my purse for a tissue. "I am so sorry." "For crying?" I nodded. "For everything. I treated you terribly." "Yes, you did." "I was so afraid, and I had to let you go for your protection and for mine." Brad lifted the pitcher and filled my mug. I prefer to make my own decisions. I know, but all my excuses sounded hollow and insincere now. Margaret thinks I'm self-absorbed, and she's right. I'm so sorry, Brad, for everything. That's what you wanted to tell me? Why you called and asked me to meet you? I nodded again. There's more. Brad looked up from his beer expectantly. Ever since I met you, since we started seeing each other, I've been happy. He shrugged. You could have fooled me. I know. You see, I've realized I have a hard time handling life when everything's going smoothly, so I do something stupid to mess it up. You figure this out on your own? I shook my head. Margaret helped. Ah, yes, Margaret. Little Ms. Matchmaker. She's all right. It surprised me how defensive I felt toward her. Yes, she is. And so are you. I smiled through my tears. Thank you. He smiled at me with those devilish blue eyes, and I understood that Brad Getz wasn't going to turn tail and run at the first sign of trouble. He was a man I could trust, a man I could lean on, a man who was my father's equal in every way. Jacqueline knew she should give her son and daughter-in-law time alone with Amelia, but she couldn't make herself stay away. The baby had filled a deep emotional void in her, one she'd ignored for years. Whenever she held Amelia, the ties that bound her to her granddaughter seemed to grow stronger. Amelia was in her arms now, as Jacqueline gently rocked her to sleep. You look so peaceful, Tammy Lee said, coming into the nursery. Peaceful is how I feel. I don't mean to make a pest of myself, Jacqueline murmured, a bit embarrassed at her own behavior. Nonsense. I don't think it's possible to give a baby too much love. She walked to the dresser and pulled out a new infant's outfit. Too many clothes, though. That's something else. I'm not sure she'll ever be able to wear everything you bought her. Jacqueline tried to hide her amusement. I did go a little crazy. Paul says he's never seen you like this. I had no idea I was going to love her so much. Jacqueline cringed whenever she thought about her long-held resentment of Tammy Lee. You can love her for my mama, Tammy Lee whispered. I so wish she was well enough to travel. The idea of sharing Amelia with another grandmother made her feel shockingly possessive. But Jacqueline couldn't begrudge Tammy Lee's mother, her precious granddaughter. Between you and Paul, I swear Amelia's in someone's arms 20 hours a day. Even Reese wants to hold her. Reese has been over? Almost every day. Jacqueline hadn't known that Reese was regularly dropping by, but then she knew very little about his comings and goings. I should be heading home, she said reluctantly. The house had never felt emptier than it had in the last few weeks. Is Reese like his son? Does he like to have dinner precisely an hour after he gets home? Tammy Lee asked the question in a joking manner, and that was the way Jacqueline should have responded, but at the moment pretense was beyond her. Reese doesn't come home on Tuesday nights. Oh, I didn't know. Does he bowl? The question brought a brief smile. Only Tammy Lee would assume Reese was part of a bowling team. Jacqueline shook her head. Mom? He has another commitment. Tammy Lee sank down on the carpet next to the rocking chair and put her hand on Jacqueline's knee. The gesture was simple and comforting, and it touched her deeply. Did I ever tell you about my Uncle Bubba and my Aunt Frida? She didn't wait for Jacqueline to answer. It seems that Bubba took a fancy to the waitress over at the Eat Gas and Go off Pecan Avenue, started hanging out there at all hours of the day. 6 months ago, Jacqueline would have stopped her, but after hearing Tammy Lee's stories, she'd grown accustomed to the folksy wisdom her daughter-in-law freely dispensed. Anyway, Aunt Frida got wind of what was happening, and she put up the biggest fuss you can imagine. Did she go after the waitress? Aunt Frida? No way. She tackled my Uncle Bubba. She told him she was all the woman he could handle, and if he didn't believe her, then she'd just have to prove it to him. She told my mama she'd married Bubba, and by golly, she wasn't going to let any waitress lure him away. Next thing I knew, Uncle Bubba was walking around town with a grin as big as a sinkhole. Far as I know, he never went near that eat gas and go again. Jacqueline was amused by the story, but she wasn't foolish enough to believe that making a fuss over Reese would change anything. More power to your Aunt Frida. No, Mom, Tammy Lee said, staring up at her intently. The power is yours, too, and you can use it as you wish. Her daughter-in-law's words still rang in her mind as Jacqueline drove home. She pulled into the garage and entered the dark and silent house. Martha had left a chef salad in the refrigerator for her dinner. She sat down at the kitchen table and nibbled at it, but she didn't have much appetite. The sound of the garage door closing startled her. Jacqueline stood, her heart pounding. It couldn't possibly be Reese. Not this early. He was rarely home before 9. Reese? Is that you? I'm home. Her husband seemed surprised to see her. Where she found the courage, Jacqueline didn't know, but she stepped boldly forward. It's over. I want that understood here and now. I won't put up with this any longer. He blinked and stared at her. Thankfully, he didn't make a pretense of not knowing what she meant. First of all, it's demeaning to me as your wife. I've looked the other way for the last time. I won't do it again. I tried to pretend it doesn't matter, and for a while I managed to convince myself. But it does. It matters very much. I've never been the kind of wife to issue ultimatums or make demands, but I'm doing it now. Whoever she is, get rid of her. I don't care what it costs. I want her out of your life and mine. Reese shook his head, apparently speechless. I won't allow our grandchildren to grow up seeing me treated with that kind of disrespect. Tammy Lee's story rolled through her mind, and Jacqueline dragged in a fortifying breath. There's more. More? She nodded and stepped closer. As a matter of fact, there's a great deal more. I happen to love you, Reese. I don't know what went wrong between us, and whatever it was, I share the blame. But I'm lonely, Reese, and I want you back in my bed. I promise I'll be all the woman you'll ever need. The look in her husband's eyes was beyond description. Jackie, are you serious? She laughed sensuously. Don't take my word for it. Come and find out for yourself. He reached for her then, and when his mouth covered hers, it was with the same passion they'd experienced in their 20s. When they stumbled into the bedroom and fell onto the bed, they were giggling like teenagers. After they'd finished, Jacqueline lay cradled in her husband's arms. I never dreamed, Reese whispered. I'd given up hope that we'd ever share a bed again. I love you. I've always loved you. But I didn't know how to make things different. She sighed and kissed his bare chest. I'm not giving you up. There's no one else who wants me. Jacqueline froze. What do you mean? He gave a resigned sigh. We'll speak of this only once, and then never again. Agreed? Agreed. I had an affair 10 years ago, which I realize you knew about. It ended quickly. I felt terrible, and I still can't believe I was so stupid. But every Tuesday night. I know. I wanted you to think I was still involved. It was stupid and childish, and I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I was looking for a reaction from you. Something, anything, that showed me you cared. The night I made dinner for you and the phone rang and you left, I know what you thought, but it was business. All these years. She had trouble taking it in. Once I started this, I didn't know how to stop. We've both been such fools. Jacqueline wrapped her arms around his neck. I don't know what came over you tonight, but I thank God for it, Reese said. You can thank Tammy Lee's Aunt Frida. Who? It doesn't matter. She pressed her head against his shoulder and smiled. Every day she found more reasons to be grateful to her daughter-in-law. Reese had been right about that. She finally did have her daughter, and even if Tammy Lee happened to speak with a southern drawl, she was as precious to her as any daughter. Alex woke to the sound of smothered groans. The muffled agony seemed to be coming from the living room. As her eyes adjusted to the dark, she noticed Laurel's bed, which was across the room from her own, was empty. Her roommate had been a real jerk lately. After that one brief episode of friendliness, Laurel had started ignoring her again. Lying down again, Alex tugged the sheet up over her shoulders and closed her eyes, determined to go back to sleep. If Laurel was sick, and it was from all the ice cream she'd been eating, she must have gained 50 pounds in the last 6 months. None of her jeans zipped up, and she looked grotesquely fat. Their relationship hadn't been helped by Laurel making a play for Jordan either. She'd obviously gone to him hoping for sympathy, and who knew what else. Alex never did learn what that was all about. Jordan hadn't volunteered, and she hadn't asked. Just when Alex was drifting back to sleep, she heard a loud moan as if Laurel was in horrible pain. Although she wasn't happy about it, Alex tossed aside her sheet and climbed out of bed. The living room was dark, and it took her a minute to locate Laurel, who was prone on the sofa with her knees bent. She'd draped a blanket over her legs. "What's wrong?" Alex asked. Her roommate urgently stretched out her arm, and when Alex took her hand, Laurel held it in a death grip. "Help me. I can't do this. I thought, oh, God, it hurts so much." Alex fell to her knees beside the sofa. All at once, everything added up. "You're in labor?" Laurel nodded. "I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell anyone." "Does John know?" Tears filled Laurel's eyes. "Why do you think he dumped me? He promised he'd pay for an abortion, but he didn't show up with the money, and I couldn't afford it." "Why didn't you say anything? We're friends." Some friends. Laurel had let her get arrested, and yet she didn't trust Alex with the fact that she was pregnant. "I'll go out and find a phone. Call for help." "No, don't leave me. I think the baby might be coming. What should I do? Oh, God, what should I do?" "Stay calm," Alex said, although her heart was galloping. She peeled back the blanket and saw that Laurel had placed a stack of towels beneath her hips. "I'm going to go and wash my hands." Alex was only away from Laurel for a moment, but her roommate grabbed her hand the instant she was back. "Look and see. Is it ready to come out yet?" Alex felt completely inadequate to deliver this child. "Do you have anything for the baby?" Laurel shook her head. "I don't want it." "Laurel, what were you going to do with the baby?" Her friend sobbed. "I plan to kill it." Alex gasped. "You can't do that." "I don't want this baby," Laurel screamed, and arched her back again when the pain overtook her. Sitting on the edge of the sofa, Alex saw that the crown of the baby's head had appeared, thick with matted blonde hair. Suddenly, the infant slipped free. He seemed to glide directly into Alex's hands. With him came a gush of water and blood. Tears filled Alex's eyes. "It's a boy." He didn't cry right away, and Alex's heart leapt in panic. Acting on instinct, she placed her finger inside his mouth, swabbing it clean. Then she turned him over on his belly and patted his back. Instantly, he let out a fierce, belligerent cry. Joy surged through Alex as she stared up at her friend. "He's beautiful," she said, awed by the wonder of this moment. A new life had just entered the world. Laurel refused to look at him, and turned her face away. "Cut the cord." I don't think I should." "Do it," Laurel demanded, "or I'll do it myself." All right, all right." Alex found a knife in the kitchen, and, afraid she might infect either her friend or the baby, she put it in a pan full of water, which she set on the stove to boil. She dashed back into the living room just in time to deliver the afterbirth. As soon as she'd cut the cord, Alex took the baby into the bathroom and cleaned him off. Then she wrapped him in the blanket she'd knit in class. Certain Laurel would have a change of heart now that the birth was over, Alex carried the newborn into the living room. "Just look at him once. He's perfect, Laurel." "Get rid of it." Alex couldn't believe anyone could be so cold-hearted. "I can't do that." "And give it to me, and I will." What will you do?" Alex protectively cradled the infant. "I'll take it to some dumpster and leave it there." "You really mean that, don't you? You don't want this baby." "How many times do I have to say it? Get rid of that thing." Alex controlled her racing thoughts. If Laurel didn't want this baby, she knew someone who did. "Sign something. I need a statement from you that says you're giving up this baby of your own free will." Laurel frowned. "Who am I giving this baby to?" "I know someone who desperately wants and needs a child. I want her and her husband to raise this baby boy. You might not love him, but I know Carol will. I brought him into this world. I feel personally responsible for him, too. Like you said, you want me to get rid of him. Do whatever you want. I don't care. You aren't going to change your mind?" "No." Then, as if to prove her point, she grabbed the knife and raised her arm as if she meant to kill the infant on the spot. "I want it dead, or out of my life, understand? What more do I have to say to prove it? Just get rid of it. I don't care what you do as long as you get it out of here." As she held the screaming infant in her arms, Alex grabbed a sheet of paper and a pen, then handed them to her friend. "Write it down." Sitting up, Laurel quickly scribbled a few lines and signed her name. Alex read them over, then returned to the bedroom. She set the baby on her bed and jerked on clothes as fast as her shaking hands would allow. The infant gazed up at her, and Alex bent down and kissed his forehead. "I wish you'd had a warmer welcome to the world, little boy, but I know someone who'll love you." Without another word to Laurel, Alex threw her purse over her shoulder and walked out of the apartment. It was early Friday morning, and the streets were dark and eerie. Moving as fast as she could with the baby held against her chest, Alex stepped into the foyer of Annie's cafe where there was a payphone. She searched for 50 cents and then pulled out the piece of paper Jordan had given her with his phone number. She inserted the coins and pressed the receiver to her ear as she punched the numbers. "Oh, please be there," she whispered. "Please." Jordan didn't answer until the 5th ring, just when Alex was about to hang up in frustration and despair. "This better be good," he muttered into the phone. "Jordan, it's me. Remember you said I could phone if I ever needed you? Are you in trouble?" She wasn't sure how to answer him. "I'm at Annie's cafe. Can you come and get me?" "Now?" "Yes, and please hurry." "I'll be there in 10 minutes. He didn't hesitate. If ever Alex had doubted her feelings for him, she didn't anymore. She knew with certainty that there was one person in her life she could turn to any time, night or day, and that was Jordan. Alex bounced the baby gently in her arms as she waited inside the lighted foyer of Annie's cafe for Jordan's car. When she saw him turn the corner, she pushed through the glass door and walked to the curb. Jordan eased to a stop and leaned over to throw open the passenger door. He stared at her. "Is that a baby?" "It's Laurel's and that creep John's. I just delivered him." "So that's—" He broke off for a moment. "She talked to me not long ago, said she was in some kind of trouble, but wouldn't tell me what." Alex nodded. She understood it all now. "Do you need me to take the baby to the hospital?" he asked. "No." "Alex, You can't keep this baby. I delivered him. I'll be the one to find him a home. Jordan's eyes widened. What are you thinking? I know someone who needs this baby. But it isn't legal. I have a signed statement from Laurel. She doesn't want the baby, and there's no damn one turning him over to the state. Is that clear? His eyebrows shot up, and a slow grin followed. Remind me never to cross you. Don't worry. I have a feeling you're going to get plenty of reminders over the years. Years? We'll discuss that later. Does your friend know you're coming? Not yet. What about Laurel? I'll need you to go back and take her to the hospital. That would mean involving the authorities, but she let Carol and her husband deal with it. Take her to Swedish, okay? I'm at your command, Lady Alex, Dragon Slayer and Deliverer of... The piercing ring of the phone woke Carol out of a deep sleep. Doug rolled over and glanced at the clock, and Carol saw that it was barely past 4. On the third ring, her husband reached for the receiver. Hello? He said groggily. Carol assumed it was a wrong number. To her surprise, Doug said, Yes, she's here. A moment later, he placed his hand over the mouthpiece. Do you know a girl by the name of Alex Townsend? Should I buzz her up? If Alex had come to her in the middle of the night, there had to be a good reason. Yes, let her come up. She probably wants to talk. At this time of the morning? Carol kissed his temple. Yes, darling. Throwing aside the blankets, Carol reached for her robe at the foot of the bed. You don't need to get up. As she walked out of the bedroom, Carol passed the nursery across the hallway. Von Macy's was coming that very morning to pick up the furniture. With the crib, changer, and chest of drawers would go her dreams of a family. After everything she'd endured, after the frustration and disappointment and heartache, Carol thought it should have been easier to let go. There was a knock at the door. Barefoot, Carol crossed the tiled entry. She opened the door and gasped when she saw Alex standing there, cradling a baby in her arms. Here. This baby boy needs a mother. Carol stared down at the newborn thrust into her arms. Speechless, she raised her eyes to meet Alex's. I delivered him. My roommate told me to get rid of him. She said she planned to throw him in a dumpster if I didn't take him. He needs a mother and a father. He needs someone who will love him. This didn't seem real, didn't seem possible. The only thing Carol could think to do was cry out for her husband, but her voice was hardly a croak. Although she thought he couldn't have heard her, Doug came roaring out of the bedroom, bare-chested, wearing only his pajama bottoms. Hi, I'm Alex. You let me up? Alex brought us a baby, Carol said, tears glistening in her eyes. Doug looked from one to the other. Like her, he didn't seem to know how to react. I think we better all sit down and talk about this. It's legal, Alex assured them. I got Laurel to write everything on a piece of paper. She dug into her pocket and passed the folded sheet to Doug. Laurel needs to go to the hospital, and once she does, the police will be notified, but I figured you could deal with that. Possession's 9/10 of the law, isn't it? And you've got the baby now. Maybe we should put on a pot of coffee, Carol suggested. Her mind was spinning, and it was difficult to grasp what was going on. All she knew was that she was standing here, holding a newborn baby. I'll start the coffee, Doug said. Carol nodded gratefully. She looked down at the sleeping infant, and her heart contracted painfully. To think that his mother had been willing to toss him in a dumpster like a piece of garbage. He doesn't have any clothes, Alex said. I washed him off and wrapped him in the blanket, but I didn't have a diaper. I'll dress him, Carol said. This seemed more like a dream than reality. She carried him into the nursery, placing him on the dresser and carefully removing the blanket. That very morning, in just a few hours, she was supposed to empty these drawers so the department store could take everything away. Thank God that hadn't happened yet. She gently secured a diaper. The tiny t-shirt came next. When she'd finished, she bundled him in the thick, soft folds of a flannel receiving blanket. He made a small mewling sound, and she picked up a baby bottle, clean and sterilized, ready for formula. She dared not allow herself to think this was her child, her son. Alex had come to her for help, and Carol was the logical person to contact. "Exactly how old is he?" she asked when she returned to the living room. Alex glanced at her wristwatch. "About an hour." "How did you get here?" "Jordan dropped me off, and now he's on his way back to the apartment to take Laurel to the hospital." With Alex following her, Carol joined Doug in the kitchen. Carol handed the baby to Doug, then found a can of formula in one of the cupboards. She filled a 4-ounce bottle and set it inside the microwave just long enough to warm it. After shaking the formula on her wrist to test the temperature, she picked up the baby. He took immediately to the nipple, nestling in her arms as if she was his mother. "Okay, time to talk," Doug said. He gestured Carol and Alex into the living room and carried in the coffee tray. Carol sat in the recliner. She almost burst into tears when the infant wrapped his hand around her little finger. "He's mine," she wanted to cry out. She felt both a profound, soul-deep satisfaction and greater fear than she'd ever experienced. "This can't be legal," Doug said. "I've never heard of anything like this." "You have a baby, don't you?" Alex said. "He's yours now. She signed a paper saying she didn't want him." Her husband met her eyes, and Carol saw his apprehension. "I don't know if we'll be able to keep him, Carol. Like I said, this can't be legal. A woman can't just give her baby to complete strangers. First thing we do is talk to an attorney. As Alex said, with Laurel in the hospital, the police will be notified. We have to make it look like she intended for us to adopt him from the very beginning." Carol saw in him a resolve that made her want to weep with joy. "We have a son," she whispered through her tears. "Not yet, we don't," Doug said. "But we will soon enough. Give me a few minutes to dress and make a couple of phone calls. Then, Alice, you're coming with me." He disappeared into the bedroom. Carol put the baby bottle aside and held the infant against her shoulder. "How can I thank you?" she said as she patted his back. Alex pointed at the tray which held the coffee pot and 3 mugs. "I could really use a cup of that coffee. Do you mind if I help myself?" "Of course. Sorry. Do you want one?" Carol shook her head as Alex poured a mug of coffee and added cream. "I can't believe I didn't know." She took a sip of her coffee. "About Laurel. It just never occurred to me that she could be pregnant. Laurel was overweight, and then she just seemed to be getting fatter." "What about the father?" "A used car salesman. I was never keen on him, but he was kind of good-looking, I guess." "And Laurel?" Alex shrugged. "She's all right, I guess. Just mixed up and angry at the world." Doug appeared then. "To which hospital did your friend take the mother?" "Swedish. Do you still want me to come with you?" Doug nodded. "I called Larry." Larry was an attorney friend who worked for the insurance company that employed Doug. "He said I should go to the mother and call him from the hospital." "What should I do?" Carol wanted to know. "For now, stay here. Look after the baby. I'll be back as soon as I can." Minutes later, Doug and Alex hurried out the door. Carol moved into the nursery, this room she decorated with such anticipation and care. Sinking down in the cushioned rocker, Carol lost all track of time as she cradled the baby, rocking gently back and forth. The happiness that stole over her was complete. The baby woke, cried huskily, and after Carol had changed his diaper, she fed him a second bottle. He returned to sleep, and she settled him in the crib, then stood over him, one hand pressed to his tiny back. Doug came home shortly after 8, but without Alex. When he found Carol in the nursery, the first place he looked, he stood beside her, his gaze on the sleeping baby. Then he drew Carol into his arms and hugged her so close she could hardly breathe. "What happened?" she asked. His eyes were bright with unshed tears, and his voice trembled. "We have to take him to the hospital and have him checked out. But it looks like we have a son. Laurel was more than agreeable to letting us adopt him. She insisted to the authorities that it had been her plan all along." Tears flooded her eyes as they clung to each other, weeping with happiness. A baby. A miracle of life, a gift that had come from the most unlikely of places at the most unbelievable of times. She'd known from the first day she'd walked into the yarn store. The fact that they were knitting baby blankets had been a sign from God, and he had kept his promise. Jacqueline could hardly contain her excitement as she drove toward Paul and Tammy Lee's house. She'd been on a cruise with Reese for the last 3 weeks and was badly in need of what she called a grandbaby fix. Little Amelia was almost walking now. Tammy Lee was watering the flower beds, and Amelia, balanced against her hip, waved her chubby arms at a passing butterfly when Jacqueline pulled into the driveway. "Amelia! Amelia, Grandma's home!" Jacqueline slid out of her car and held her arms open to her baby girl. Amelia squealed with delight and reached for Jacqueline. "Welcome home," Tammy Lee said with a wide smile. "We missed you both something fierce," Tammy Lee said as she led the way into the house. Tammy Lee headed into the kitchen where she settled Amelia in her high chair and brought a pitcher of iced tea and 2 glasses. "Sit down and tell me all about exploring the Greek Isles," Tammy Lee insisted. "I declare this is the most romantic trip I've ever heard of. I just hope Paul and I are as much in love 33 years down the road as you and Dad. It sounded just like a honeymoon." Her daughter-in-law was closer to the truth than she'd ever know. 30 minutes later, Jacqueline had hugged Tammy Lee goodbye and covered Amelia's face with grandma kisses, then reluctantly drove off. She went to a good yarn next. Luck was with her as she slid into a vacant parking spot directly in front of the store. The Blossom Street renovation project was completed now. The brick apartment building where Alex had once lived had been turned into swanky, updated condominiums. Alex, however, liked her new home better, as well she should, seeing that she was living in the guest house formerly occupied by Martha, who had retired. Who would have believed when they first met that Alex would become as close as family? "Jacqueline," Lydia cried as the bell chimed above the door. "Welcome back. How was the cruise?" "Fabulous. Reese and I loved every minute of it." She opened a shopping bag and pulled out a skein of Greek yarn, a cashmere wool blend in a soft shade of mauve with flecks of white. "Look what I found." Lydia examined the yarn, weaving it between her fingers, then letting it run through her fingers. She handed it to Margaret. "Feel this. It's incredible." "I bought enough to knit a sweater. I didn't have a clue how much I'd need, so I bought everything they had. You can have whatever I've got left over." After Margaret had exclaimed over the yarn, Lydia handled it again. "Where did you ever find this?" "On an island. I can't remember the name right now. Reese went with me from store to store in my search for yarn. His memory's better than mine. I'll ask him." "Reese helped you search for yarn? Most husbands would consider that above and beyond the call of duty." "We do everything together these days," Jacqueline confessed and blushed. "It's so good to have you back," Lydia said, hugging her. "Will you be here on Friday?" "Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world." With that, she was off, eager to join her husband, the man. "Cameron Douglas Gerard, what are you doing?" Cameron gazed up from the carpet where he sat sorting through his daddy's sock drawer. The 9-month-old grinned up at her guilelessly as Carol stood with her hands on her hips, trying hard to look stern while struggling not to laugh. "Come here," she said, lifting her baby boy into her arms. "It's time for our walk. We're going to see Miss Lydia." They took the same route almost every afternoon, stopping at a park 2 blocks from their building. After their park visit, Carol steered Cameron into the yarn store. "Carol," Lydia called out cheerfully. "Hello." She squatted down so she was eye level with Cameron. "You too, Cam." "I need another ball of that patent worsted." "Jacqueline was by earlier this afternoon," Lydia said. "She's back?" "With a gorgeous tan. She looks so happy," Lydia said with a contented smile. "That's great. She'll be here Friday." "What about Alex?" The 4th member of their knitting group wasn't always available on Fridays because of culinary school commitments. Lydia shook her head. I don't think she'll be able to make it. Carol sighed. I miss her when she can't be here. Me too, Lydia admitted. Remember what we thought when she first signed up for the class? Carol nodded. They could never have guessed how one defiant, angry young woman would influence all their lives. Lydia brought the yarn to the counter and rang it up. After Carol had paid for it, she tucked the plastic bag in the basket behind the stroller and headed for the door. I'll see you Friday afternoon. Lydia gave her a final wave, and Carol wheeled the stroller toward the hill to the waterfront area and the condo. She'd only been home a few minutes when Doug arrived. He kissed Carol, then reached down for Cameron, lifting him up and hugging him close. Then Doug sat on the floor, and together, father and son stacked blocks, while Carol looked on, tears moistening her eyes. She knew that in the years to come, everything might not be as perfect as it was today. It didn't matter. She felt content and happy, and the emptiness that had nearly destroyed her was gone. She was complete. Alex put the finishing touches on her creme brulee and stepped back to give her instructor a chance to grade her work. Mr. Diamant tapped the burnt sugar crust. He tasted the creamy custard beneath and nodded approvingly. Nice job, Alex. You may go. Alex removed her hat and apron and hurried out of the class. Praise from Diamant was as rare as discretionary cash. Her budget was tight and would be for the next year of the 2-year program. The lack of money didn't bother her because she was doing something she loved, cooking. For years she dreamed of attending cooking school, but the tuition costs were as high as a college education. It would have continued to be far beyond her means, if not for her friends, Jacqueline and Reese Donovan. Reese had lots of prominent friends. Through his connections, he was able to steer her toward a scholarship program offered by a local service club. And if that wasn't enough, Jacqueline had insisted Alex live in their guest house while she attended school. Their housekeeper had recently retired, and now Alex had a house cleaning job that supplied her with enough money to pay for her basic needs. Every now and then, Alex had to pinch herself to make sure this was happening to her, Alex Townsend. Once she changed out of her uniform, Alex called Jordan's cell from the payphone in the locker room. "Hi," she said when he answered. "Finished for the day?" He seemed to have been waiting for her call. "Mr. Diamant said I could go." "Already? You must have done all right." "I must have," she said, biting her lip to keep from bragging. "Should I pick you up?" "If you want." His days were busy, and it was a lot to ask of him. "I can always take the bus." "I'm on my way." She waited outside the Seattle Cooking Academy for about 10 minutes before Jordan's car approached. They'd been dating nearly a year now, and she'd grown accustomed to having him in her life, accustomed to a lot of things. He'd even managed to talk her into attending church. For the first time, she felt like a normal person who lived a normal life with people around her who cared and wanted her to succeed. She figured Jordan was right. God hadn't given up on her. Jordan parked at the curb and leaned across the seat to open the passenger door. Alex slid inside, and they kissed briefly. Jordan checked his rearview mirror, then merged with the traffic. "I don't suppose you remember what today is?" Alex racked her brain, but could think of nothing. "Is May 6th supposed to have some significance?" "It doesn't to you?" He tossed her a hurt little boy look. "Apparently not." Jordan grinned. "That was the first day you flashed your baby blues at me at the video store." "My eyes are brown." "Whatever," he said, in the same flippant voice she'd so often used with him. "You honestly don't remember? It was May 6th when I saw you standing outside the video store smoking. I was minding my own business, going in to rent a video, when you interrupted me with some weak excuse. I set aside a video for you. You were making eyes at me." "Making eyes at you?" she snorted. "You're dreaming." "So I figure today is something of an anniversary for us." She shrugged as if it was of little consequence. I guess. In that case, you might want to check out the little box in my glove compartment. A box in the glove compartment for me? Take a look. Her hand trembled as she opened the compartment. Sure enough, a small black jeweler's case with a bright red bow was nestled in among the owner's manual and the car registration papers. She pulled it out. Alex removed the bow and then, with exaggerated care, lifted the lid. Inside was a lovely ring with a ruby and 2 small diamonds, one on either side. Jordan, it's beautiful. I thought so too. Try it on. She placed it on her finger. The fit was perfect. It's official now, Jordan said. What is? You and me. Next year, for our anniversary, after you've graduated from cooking school, I'd like to replace that with a diamond engagement ring. What would you think? I think that'd be just fine. It's hard to believe that A Good Yarn's been open for a year. I've decided to hold my first, and I hope annual, yarn sale. Margaret, who works part-time for me now, created the flyers and the signs. My sister has an artistic bent, although she's quick to deny it. This has certainly been an eventful year. My business has prospered, and I've achieved every goal I set for my first year, plus some. My class list has grown. My original 3 class members are still with me, and we share a deep bond. We're friends. Our Friday afternoon sessions are an ongoing social event, with knitting. I'm holding other classes, too. My inventory doubled in the last 12 months and continues to grow, although space is becoming a problem. Brad has been wonderful, and together with Matt, my brother-in-law, has constructed shelves to hold the newer yarns I've made available to my customers. One morning this week, I was sitting at my desk dealing with long overdue paperwork. I glanced into the shop where Margaret was busy tending an early customer. Just seeing her made me treasure my business all the more. My father is the one I thank for giving me the courage to move forward with my life. His death taught me such valuable lessons. I suppose the irony is that his death taught me about life. I come to depend on him, but in this last year I've learned to draw upon the inner strength he instilled in me. I suppose it's fanciful to think he's smiling down on me, but I do. That smile of my father's would include Margaret. My sister and I have grown steadily closer. A year ago, if anyone had told me that my sister and I would be working side by side in my yarn store, I would have keeled over in a dead faint. And yet that's exactly what we're doing. Perhaps the biggest change in my life, however, is Brad and Cody. We are together as much as our schedules will allow, and I've fallen deeply in love with this special man and with his son. The flyers are back from the printer, Margaret said, stepping into my tiny office. Thanks. I wanted her to know how much I appreciated everything she did for me. I owe you so much, Margaret. She shook off my praise as I knew she would. My gratitude seemed to embarrass her. She craned her neck to look out the front windows. Our favorite UPS delivery man just pulled. 5 minutes later, Brad entered the shop whistling as he rolled in the stack of boxes filled with my latest shipment of yarn. Morning, Margaret, he said as he handed her the clipboard. My sister signed her name and Brad came to the back to see me. Hey, beautiful. I always blush when Brad talks to me like that. I don't think I'll ever get used to his love. I'm the luckiest woman alive. Brad and I have talked about marriage, but I'm the one dragging my feet. Brad tucked his arms around my waist. You're looking mighty kissable this morning. I smiled and kissed him, letting my mouth linger on his. To what do I owe this? He asked in a husky whisper close to my ear. It's just because I love you, I told him. I love you too. He left the shop and I stood next to Margaret as I watched him walk away. He's one of the good guys, my sister said. Yes, I know. Are you going to marry him? I eyed Margaret, wondering what she'd say when she learned I'd made my decision. "Yes." She gave me a wide smile. "It's about time." "Yep, I figure it is. I love him. And you know what the real bonus is? Brad and I can laugh together." My sister was still grinning. "Life sure has a way of keeping you in stitches." I don't think she meant the pun, but I couldn't help agreeing.
We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. To order additional cassettes or CDs, or to receive a complete catalog of Harper Audio and Cadman titles, please call us at 1-800-331-3761. You might also try our website, www.harperaudio.com. Thank you.